Hearthbound to the Orc by Luna Draven. Content note: this is an orc fantasy romance. This is the closed-door edition. The love scenes fade discreetly to black, and the strong language has been softened. It still features a careful giant of a man, tusks, and the kind of swoony size difference both leads have feelings about. It also contains an engineered plague and the people it kills, a hunted, gravely ill child, on-page battle and killing, some of it up close, a heroine who carries a blood madness that sharpens into a smile when she fights, and the long work of learning to aim it and set it down. Grief, war memory, and a 15-year-old wound the two leads gave each other before they ever knew each other's names. She spent a war being the thing everyone feared. He spent his burying the dead nobody else would touch. Neither of them planned to be kept. You've been warned. For everyone who kept the fire going for everyone else, and never once let themselves sit down beside it. Come in, the door is wide enough. The warmth was always yours too. The rag catches on a groove in the bar I've been meaning to sand down for 2 years. I work it loose, wring it out, keep wiping. The cloth is gray now, worn thin at the fold, and the water in the basin has gone cold and cloudy. It doesn't clean much anymore. I keep at it because the motion is the point, not the result. The wood under my fingers is scarred in ways that have nothing to do with me. Knife marks from a card game gone wrong, a ring stain from a mug mag left there the night before she died, a burn from a candle I knocked over the first winter I ran this place alone. I know every mark. I could close my eyes and read this bar like a book. My thumb finds the burn without looking. It always does. The stew needs checking. I set the rag down and cross to the hearth, stepping over the spot in the floor that gives under weight. I always step over it. 3 years of stepping over the same 2 boards without looking down. My boots know the distance. Long stride, short stride, and the give is behind me before I've thought about it. Habit, just habit. The pot is doing what it can. Salt pork cubed small enough to stretch, turnips going soft at the edges, parsnips I trimmed this morning, cutting around the bad spots because throwing food out stopped being an option around November. The bone broth is on its 3rd extraction, which means it tastes like the memory of a meal rather than a meal, but a bay leaf and the last of the window box thyme are doing their best. Steam rises off the surface and fogs the underside of the shelf above it, and the smell fills the room like it's supposed to, warm and brown and close. I stir from the bottom so the good bits don't scorch to the pot. The fire's low. It'll need a log before the hour's out, and there aren't many logs left to give. Come on, I tell the pot. Thicken up. I'm not asking for a miracle, just don't be water. Talking to the stew again? Hala leans in the doorway to the back hall, arms crossed, one eyebrow up. She's been running refugees through my root cellar for 8 months and still manages to look like she's visiting for tea. The stew listens better than most people. Including me. Especially you. I taste it off the wooden spoon, need salt, I add a pinch and taste again. Better, not good, but better. Road still passable. Barely, snow's drifted past the 2nd marker. Another day of this and we're sealed in until the thaw. She glances toward the shuttered window like she can see the drift building against it. It's coming down harder than this morning, no sign of it letting up. How many in the back? 7, the Garrett family won't move until the boy's fever breaks. Torvek's leg is better, but he's milking it. She pauses. Have you eaten today? I'm fine. That's not what I asked. Then stop asking. I pull bowls from the shelf. 9 of them, 9 mouths, and the stew feeds 9 if I don't eat. Same as every night. 9 mouths, a pot that stretches to 8, and me, the one who goes without is always the one holding the spoon. I haven't eaten since yesterday. I'll eat tomorrow. Probably. The body holds longer than people think when you don't give it the option to complain. My fingers find my collar. The wool sits high against my throat, snug and tight, covering what it covers. It's grown warm from being worn, softened at the seam where I've tugged it 1,000 times, and I tug it now without deciding to. I check that it's high enough. It's always high enough. I do it anyway. I set the bowls on the bar, 9 in a row, and line the spoons beside them. I'm going to check the cellar, I tell Hala. Start portioning. Same amounts. Same amounts. Torvek gets extra bread. He burns through it faster than the rest of you. Because he's the size of a wardrobe. Because he's healing, go. The root cellar is cold and smells like turnips and damp stone. The chill sits deeper down here, close to the ground, the kind that gets into the joints of your fingers and stays. I take the stairs with one hand on the wall, the other carrying the lantern. The flame throws my shadow up the stone and it moves ahead of me, big and wrong-shaped, and I don't look at it either. The tunnel entrance is at the back, behind the third shelf, sealed, locked, the bolt oiled last week. I check it anyway. Fingers on the iron. The bolt is cold and smooth and where it should be. I test it with a pull. It doesn't give. Good. Everything's where it should be. The stores are thin but present. Enough for 3 weeks if the road stays closed, 2 if someone new shows up. Jars, sacks, the wrapped bundles of dried meat challah bartered from a trapper last month. I run my eyes over the shelves the same as I used to run them over a supply line, not needing to add anything up, just knowing it in my hands more than my head. 2 weeks, maybe less. I take it all in and turn for the stairs. Back upstairs. The floorboards creak under my boots, the same 3 notes they always sing, and I know the pitch of each one. I step over that spot again. The one with the 2 boards, the one I don't look at. I'm wiping the bar again. The same groove, the same motion, the same wood under my fingers. The front door comes off its hinges. The entire door separates from the frame with a crack that sounds like a tree splitting in a storm. 300 pounds of bleeding orc falls through the gap with a child tucked against his chest. He hits my floor hard enough to shake the bottles behind the bar. They rattle against each other and one tips and rolls and I don't move to catch it. The sound his body makes on the stone is wet and heavy and wrong. Cold pours in behind him through the hole where my door used to be, and with it comes the storm, snow slanting in across the boards, the fire guttering sideways in the draft. The child slides free. Released, not thrown. His arms gave out at the same moment his legs did, and the last thing they decided was to let the boy go. The smell hits me next. Under the blood, under the frozen mud and sweat, sweetness and rot, like meat left in the sun. It gets into the back of my throat and stays there. It is coming from the boy. I'm moving. My voice cuts through the room in a register I haven't used in 3 years. Sharp and carrying. The voice that moved battalions. It doesn't belong in an inn. Halla, water, clean cloth, clear the long table now. Halla doesn't ask questions. She's gone before the last word lands. The orc is face down on my threshold. Massive. I've been around orcs my whole life and this one is big even by their standards. His shoulders fill the doorway he broke. Green-gray skin, gone ashen at the knuckles where the cold got to him. A wound in his left flank that's been bleeding for days, the edges black and crusted, infections spreading in dark lines under the skin. Rime clings in his hair and to the stubble along his jaw, already going to water in the warmth of the room. He's been running on willpower, and whatever orcs use instead of common sense. The boy is on the floor beside him, conscious, shaking, staring at me with eyes too steady for a child. He's maybe 10. Thin, weeks thin, not days thin. His wrists are the wrists of a much smaller boy, all knob and no meat. Boils cluster on his neck and jawline, dark and pulsing, rising up out of the skin like something is pushing them from underneath. One of them has burst and left a stain on his collar that I don't want to think about yet. His wrist, a flash of blue against plague-blackened skin, a thread, wrapped tight, the only clean thing on his body. He's holding something someone gave him, and he's kept it through whatever brought him here. I kneel beside the boy first. The orc can wait 30 seconds. The child cannot. What's your name? He blinks, swallows. Gideon. Gideon, I'm Sorcha. Are you hurt anywhere besides the boils? No, his voice is flat, too controlled. He's holding himself together with both hands and sheer stubbornness, and I recognize the effort because I've been doing it for 3 years. It costs something to keep your voice level when your body wants to shake. I know what it costs. I watch him pay it in front of me and something in my chest pulls tight. How long has he been bleeding? I nod toward the orc. 9 days, the wound is poisoned. He needs a poultice for the infection. Gray-leafed moss if you have it, soaked in boiled water, packed against the wound and changed every 4 hours. He recites it like he's reading from a manual. A 10-year-old dispensing field medicine, steady as a quartermaster, while the boils on his own neck go dark and his own breath comes short. He tells me how to save the orc and says nothing about himself. Who taught you that? Nobody, I listened. I look at him for a beat longer than I should. Then I turn to the orc. He's still breathing, shallow, rough but present. I roll him enough to check the wound, and it takes both hands and my shoulder into it to move him at all. The skin around it is hot to the touch, hotter than fever should make it, the infection spreading in a pattern I've seen on soldiers who didn't get treatment fast enough. I've seen where that pattern ends. He has hours before it goes systemic, if it hasn't already. His face turns toward me. Eyes open, gold, clouded with fever and pain, but focused. He sees me. He's been seeing me since he came through the door. Of every place along this road with a light in the window, he came to mine. He chose this place. I don't know yet whether that's luck or something worse. His jaw is massive. Tusks, one intact, one broken. The left lower, snapped off halfway, healed crooked, an old break, 15 years old at least. A chill goes through me, not from the open door. Recognition or the sharp edge of it. Something about the break, the angle of it, the crooked heel, sits close to a memory I can't quite land on and don't try to. They're hunting us. His voice is low, precise. Every word chosen and placed like it cost him something. The boy, he's proof. They'll kill him to bury it. Proof of what? Millbrook, one word, his eyes close. Hey, I tap his cheek. Nothing, I tap harder. Hey, stay with me, how many are out there? His lips move. 8 soldiers, a captain in a white mask. Then he's gone, not dead, unconscious. The difference is a pulse under my fingers, thready, fast, but there. Hala is back with water and cloth. I strip the orc's shirt from the wound and start cleaning it. The fabric has crusted into the edges and it doesn't want to come, and where it pulls free, the wound weeps something dark and thick that isn't only blood. I work slow there. Fast everywhere else, slow there. The boy sits at the table where I put him and watches my hands with the focus of someone grading my technique. The cloth needs to be boiled, Gideon says. Not just wet, boiled. Right. And the wound needs to drain before you pack it. If you pack it now, you'll seal the infection in. I know that too. I glance at him over my shoulder. You want to do this? No, a pause, but I'll tell you if you're doing it wrong. I almost smile. Fair enough, Hala, get him a bowl of the stew. I'm not hungry, Gideon says. I don't remember asking if you were hungry. I nod toward the hearth. Hala. Hala sets the bowl in front of him. He looks at it with disbelief that shades into something too desperate to call hope. He picks up the spoon. His hand shakes so hard the broth slops over the rim before it reaches his mouth. He steadies it with the other hand, both of them wrapped around the one spoon, and tries again. The first bite goes in and his eyes close, and for 1 second, the flat composure cracks and he's just a boy eating hot food for the first time in weeks. He chews slow. Careful. Like he's afraid it'll be taken back if he goes too fast. I turn back to the wound and keep working. My hands are steady. They are always steady. It's the only thing about me that never learned to change. The stew has time in it. I can smell it from here, mixing with the blood and the rot and the wood smoke. It smells like my inn. Like the life I built for 3 years, the quiet one, the one without war in it. The smell of it and the smell of the boy are in the same breath now, the time and the rot together, and I don't get to have one without the other anymore. I hear it before I place it. Boots unpack snow. My hands stop moving for 1 second. Sorcha, Hala's voice is careful. She heard it too. Quiet. I listen. The footsteps are too even, too spaced. 4 people moving in a diamond pattern. Sweep and hold. The lead takes the perimeter, the rear watches the approach, the flanks cover the exits. No wasted steps. Nobody breaking rhythm to look at a window or a light. Trained feet. I can hear the training in them the same as I can hear a wrong note in a song. I know this formation. I know it because I designed it. How many? Hala whispers. 4 on this side. He said 8 total. I wipe the blood from my hands on the cloth and stand. My fingers brush the scar's edge beneath the wool. Hala, take the boy to the back. Don't use the cellar yet, just the back room. Lock it from inside. What about him? She looks at the orc on my floor. He's not going anywhere. Sorcha, what are those? Soldiers. Whose? I look at the window. Through the frost, shapes move in the tree line. Organized. Patient. Measuring a position before taking it, the same drill I taught my officers, step for step. Hala, take the boy now. She takes Gideon's hand. He goes without protest, still holding the spoon. He keeps it clutched in his fist like it's his now, the one thing in this place that got given to him, and nobody's taking it back. At the door to the back hall, he stops. They killed everyone in Millbrook, he says. Not to me, not to anyone, just a fact placed into the room like a stone on a table. Everyone. Then Hala pulls him through, and the door shuts. I stand in my inn with an unconscious orc on my floor, a child in the back room who smells like a disease I don't have a name for yet, and soldiers outside who move in formations I built from scratch. 3 years I kept this door shut on all of it. It took one night and one shove to put the door on the floor. The stew is thin, the fire needs feeding. The door is in 2 pieces on the floor and the cold pours through the gap. Ordinary problems, every one of them, the kind an innkeeper solves before breakfast. I hold on to them because they're the ones I can name. My hand drifts toward the floor. The 2 boards, the ones I step over every day. The ones that cover the oilcloth that covers the oak box that holds the thing I buried 3 years ago when I decided I was done. My knuckles brush the grain and I hold there, feeling the pull. It comes from lower down than thinking, a thing my hand wants before my head has a say in it. The wood is warm from the fire on one edge and cold on the other, and my fingers know the exact seam between the 2 boards without looking. Then I curl my fingers back and straighten. I move to the supply closet instead. Planks, nails, the hammer by the cellar stairs. I board up the doorframe while the wind fights me for every inch and drives the snow in against my face, and my hands stay steady on the hammer the same as they stayed steady on the wound. And outside the boots keep circling, patient, in no hurry, and under my floor the axe waits, patient and familiar and untouched for 3 years. I don't look down.
The smoke is wrong. That's the first thing, before the pain, before the cold stone under my back. The smoke, chimney damper half closed. I know the smell of a blackout fire, the air thickening when you choke a hearth to embers so the glow doesn't show through windows. Someone in this inn knows what they're doing. I open my eyes, low ceiling, dark beams. The wound in my flank has opinions. The poison has spread, heat reaching my hip, the lower edge of my ribs. I try to make a fist. My fingers close, but the effort reaches my shoulder, my neck. I try to sit up, my arms fold, the floor wins. She's waking people, doors opening, voices startled. Sorcha, I remember her name. Up, everyone up, bring your blankets, leave everything else. What's happening? A woman's voice, thick with sleep. Is it the soldiers? It's morning and we have work to do. Move. My boy's fever hasn't broken, he can't. Then carry him, Mrs. Garrett, I need you in the main room in 2 minutes. Bring your husband. Sorcha, what's going on? 2 minutes. She speaks and they move, no shouting, no repetition. Her voice carries the length of the room and people get up. The dark takes me. I surface to the sound of furniture being broken on purpose. Barricades, someone built barricades while I was gone. The old orc comes through my line of sight, dragging a bed frame, limping on his left side. The second frame, Sorcha says from somewhere I can't see. Behind the table, stack them tight. I know how to build a barricade. Then build one and stop telling me you know how. A pause, a half smile crosses his face. Yes, ma'am. Don't call me that either. What should I call you? Sorcha or nothing, nothing's fine too. She moves into my sightline, pointing at the windows. Crossbow mounts, the hardware from the shutters will work if we bend the brackets. Can you do that, Torvek? With my hands. With whatever you have. Give me the tongs and 20 minutes. A woman with grease on her fingers appears from behind the bar. The bracket won't seat flush on the west window, frames warped. Then shim it, use a wedge from the kindling. You know, for an innkeeper, you know a lot about crossbow mounts. I know a lot about keeping people alive. The crossbow helps. The cam mechanism I've been working on, it'll double the reload speed if I can finish it. Finish it how long? Give me an hour and something to eat. The brackets need to be heated first. You have a forge. I have a hearth and a pair of tongs. That'll do, wrench, by the way, since nobody's introduced themselves. Sorcha, since you asked. I didn't ask. And yet you got an answer. Funny how that works. 7 people, I can't lift my own head off the floor. Mrs. Garrett, Sorcha calls. Your husband, I need him on the cellar inventory. Everything down there counted and listed. Jars, sacks, dried meat, water stores, everything. He's with Robbie, the boy's not well. I know the boy's sick. I need the stores counted more than I need another body sitting vigil. He can sit with Robbie after. You don't have children, do you? Silence. Then no, I don't, but I have 9 people to keep fed and the stores won't count themselves, please. The please does it. Mrs. Garrett's husband appears, thin, hollow-eyed. He goes to the cellar stairs. Count twice, Sorcha calls after him. If the numbers don't match, count again. I know how to count. Everyone thinks they know how to count until the food runs out and the numbers were wrong. Count twice. Near the back wall, a child, a girl, knees drawn up. She studies the room like a mason reading a cracked wall. That door doesn't latch anymore. The frame's gone square at the top, and the window above it shifts when the wind hits. Lyra, Torvek's voice gentle, come help me with the table. The table weighs more than I do. Then hold the other end and pretend. Weight doesn't move where you pretend it does. Lyra. Fine, she unfolds herself and crosses to him. The south wall's solid, fieldstone foundation, no cracks, but the mortar near the chimney is old. Someone patched it with the wrong mix, too much sand. You can tell that from touching, Sorcha asks. Good mortar's smooth, bad mortar crumbles. She holds up her fingers, gray with dust. This building wants to stand, but parts of it are tired. Check every wall, tell me where it'll give first. Every crack, every patch, every board that shifts. Start with the ground floor, don't go outside. I'm not stupid. No, you're not, and that's why I'm asking you. Gideon. I smell him before I find him. Under the wood smoke, the sweet rot, the sugar and meat smell of flesh going wrong from the inside. The boy is at the table, blanket around his shoulders, the stew bowl scraped clean beside him. The boils on his neck are dark, the skin around them stretched, the blue thread on his wrist, too bright against the gray of his skin. Gideon is changing his own dressing. His fingers move with a precision that doesn't belong on a 10-year-old, peeling the cloth back, checking the color underneath, repacking with strips he's torn from something clean. He doesn't flinch. Sorcha crouches beside him, not kneeling, crouching, a position you can stand from fast. She watches his hands like a commanding officer grading a subordinate, measuring competence, not offering help. How are you feeling? Fine. Don't lie to me. I'll find out anyway, and then we'll both be annoyed. My neck hurts and I'm cold, but I'm always cold now. Where did you learn to do that? She nods at his hands, the dressing work. The healer in Millbrook before she left. He ties off the cloth with a knot too neat for his age. She taught me what she could, then she had to go. Had to go where? Away before the raiders. He looks at me. His eyes find mine across the room, steady and old in a face too young. He found me after, under the floorboards. 9 days I was down there. The edge of Gideon's blanket presses against my hand, pushed off his own shoulders and across the floor until it covers my fingers. He doesn't look at me when he does it. Sorcha follows his gaze, her jaw tightens. Your guest is awake, Gideon tells her. I noticed. His wound needs repacking. The poultice should have been changed 2 hours ago. I can do it if someone props him up. You're 10. I'm the closest thing to a healer you have, unless you want to try it yourself. Sorcha looks at the boy. Wrench, she calls without turning. How are those mounts? 20 minutes, stop asking. Torvek East Barricade. Done, the girl was right about the beam. What beam? I manage. My voice sounds like gravel dragged through rust. Cracked above the east window, Torvek says. Lyra spotted it before I mounted anything to it. Would have collapsed the whole frame. The child's an engineer, Sorcha says. It's unsettling. She's 10, Torvek says. She's useful. I don't care if she's 10 or 100. You should care she hasn't slept. None of us have slept. She can sleep when the barricades hold. Sorcha's boots stop near my head. She's not looking at me. She's looking at the east barricade, the window line, the door, checking the room like a soldier checks a perimeter. How much did you hear? Enough. Your barricade work is good. The crossbow mounts are smart. I run an inn. You've turned it into a fortress. Whatever it was, it's that now. Watch your mouth. You're lying on my floor eating my food. I'm lying on your floor because I can't stand, and I haven't eaten anything. About to change, Torvek, there's a bowl on the shelf, half portion, and water. He's too big for half a portion, Torvek says. He's too big for this floor, but here we are, half portion until I know his stomach can hold it. Can you sit up? She asks me. I tried. Try again. Torvek helped me prop him against the wall. Careful, the left side. Don't touch the left side. Torvek's hands find my shoulders. Easy, soldier, I have you. They prop me against the wall and the wound screams. Gideon, Sorcha calls. He is upright. Do what you need to do. The boy crosses the room with the gray-leafed moss in his hands, wrapped in oilcloth from my pack. He crouches beside me and peels back the poultice. His fingers are small but sure. The air hits the wound. The infection's spreading, Gideon says, matter of fact. The black lines have reached his ribs. Grayleaf moss boiled and packed fresh, changed every 4 hours, not every 6, 4. You told me 4 hours last night, Sorcha says from across the room, where she's checking the south window frame. And it's been 6. He'll be dead in 3 days if the infection goes systemic. The room goes quiet. Then do it on schedule, Sorcha says. Tell me what you need and I'll make sure you have it. The medicine is yours. I need boiled water, clean cloth, and people to stop interrupting me while I work. Done. Anything else? Space and quiet, and someone needs to find me more oilcloth. What I have left won't last 2 more changes. Torvek checked the supply closet. Oilcloth, clean linen, anything he can use. On it. Gideon packs the wound fresh. It burns. You're doing well, I tell him. My voice is gravel. Don't talk, it makes you breathe wrong and the packing shifts. The road, I say to Sorcha, is it still open? Buried. 1 more night like this, and we're not digging out until spring. You say that like spring's guaranteed. Spring's the only guarantee left, everything else is negotiable. Then they don't need to attack, they just need to wait. I know, which is why I'm building crossbow mounts, instead of sitting around discussing strategy with a man who can't stand up. Don't let the captain in, the words come out hard, the one thing I know. She stops. What captain? White mask. He'll wait, he's patient. He'll measure the building, mark the windows, learn the routines. How many? 8 soldiers, the captain and someone else, a voice giving orders about dosages, about the boy. Dosages, her voice goes flat. Someone out there is discussing plague dosages. The alchemist, he built it. Millbrook was a test. The boy saw his face. How long ago, Millbrook? 11 days, maybe 12. And the boy was there the whole time. He hid under the floorboards. His father put him there before. I stop. Before. The boy, I say, they want him dead. He's the only witness. Witness to what? Millbrook wasn't a plague, it was a weapon deployed on purpose. The alchemist built it and Gideon saw his face. Without the boy, there's no proof. 6 more settlements on the list. 6, she says it flat, not a question. Mixed communities, human and orc, the purists want them gone, all of them. And the captain out there, he's here for a 10-year-old boy. He's here for the only witness who can prove what they did. Without the boy, there's no proof. They do it again and again, until every mixed settlement is ash. How do you know all this? Because I got there too late and I dug the graves. 60 graves in frozen ground. I dug every one. Gideon ties off the bandage without a word and returns to the table. Sorcha's jaw does a thing, a tightening, a decision made behind the teeth. What do they have? Weapons, numbers, be specific. 8 soldiers trained, crossbows, blades, winter gear. The captain runs them tight, diamond formation, sweep and hold. They won't rush, they'll wait for us to starve or make a mistake. And the alchemist. He's not a fighter, he's a builder, he makes the plague. The captain keeps him alive. So we take the captain and the rest falls apart. Or the captain takes us and 6 towns disappear. She's quiet for a moment, then not looking at me. I know who you are, I know what you carry on your shoulder. We'll deal with that later. Sorcha. Later, she turns to the room. Torvek night watch rotation. You and Wrench take first shift, 4 hours on, 4 off. Nobody sleeps without someone at the windows. What about the big man? Lyra's voice, small and clear. Is the big man going to die? The room stops. She looks at me with dark, steady eyes, asking because no one else will. No, Sorcha says, he's not going to die in my inn. How does it work? He stays alive, the boy stays alive. Everyone in this room stays alive. Whose job? Mine. Sorcha picks up the hammer. Now someone boil water and stop wasting my firewood. Wrench mutters from the west window, she always like this. Worse, Torvik says, when she's calm, she's worse. This isn't calm. This is her being polite, you'll know when she stops. Wonderful, hand me the shim, and tell her the west mount's done. Tell her yourself, she's right there. I'm not talking to her, she scares me. She scares everyone, that's the point. Mrs. Garrett comes up from the cellar. 37 jars, 12 sacks of grain, 8 bundles of dried meat, 2 barrels of water, 1/2 full. Counted twice, Sorcha asks without turning. Counted twice, the numbers match. Good, thank you. Sorcha, Mrs. Garrett's voice drops. Robbie's fever's worse, and the boy Gideon, the boils are spreading. I know. Do you have a healer, anyone? I have a 10-year-old who knows more about field medicine than anyone in this room. A child, you're trusting a child with this. He repacked a poisoned wound in under 3 minutes and didn't flinch. He knows what he's doing. And if it's not enough, it's going to have to be. And if it's not, if the boy gets worse, if Robbie, then I'll figure something out. That's what I do, Mrs. Garrett. I figure things out. Go sit with your boy. I'll check on him in an hour. Promise. I don't make promises, I make schedules. 1 hour. Wind pushes through the new boards. Gideon breathes somewhere behind me, shallow, uneven. Lyra murmurs to herself, naming the parts of the room that worry her. Wrench hammers metal. And through the upstairs window, a figure. White porcelain, a mask that catches the gray winter light. The figure moves along the tree line in measured steps, not hurrying, counting paces between windows, measuring distances to the door. My shoulder burns, the old wound, not the poison but the other one, left shoulder. A hooked blade 15 years ago, a bridge, smoke and screaming, and a woman on the other side of the line who fought like the world had wronged her and she meant to collect. Something in how this one moves snags on that, how she carries her weight maybe. I can't place it, and my head's too full of fever to chase it down. But it's there, a familiarity I don't have a name for, in the woman who just turned her inn into a fortress and told a room full of strangers that keeping them alive was her job. She knows too, she said as much, and she let me in anyway. The dark pulls at the edges. The mask passes through the trees one more time, white against white, patient. The last thing I feel is the edge of Gideon's blanket pressed against my fingers. The same woman who gave me this scar just saved my life, and I don't know what to do with that.
The nail goes in crooked. I pull it, reposition, and drive it again. Better, the shutter holds. Dawn came gray and thin, squeezing through the slats of the boards I nailed up last night. I haven't slept. I've tested every barricade joint Torvik built. 2 needed shimming. 1 needed replacing. I fixed them all before anyone woke up. I pull the leather collar higher on my throat. The wool beneath is damp with sweat. I pick up the next plank. You look like you haven't slept. Hala, leaning in the doorway again. I don't turn around. I haven't. Have you eaten? I'll eat after. After what? After everything. After the shutters. After the perimeter check. After I figure out what to do about the 8 soldiers outside. So never. So later, is the fire going? It's going. Torvik fed it an hour ago. Good, I need boiled water, more strips of cloth, and someone needs to start portioning breakfast. Same as last night. Same as last night, Torvik gets extra, Gideon gets extra, the orc gets half a portion and water. The orc has a name. I know his name. Then use it. When I'm ready, names make people real and real people are harder to throw out. You're not going to throw him out. I haven't decided that yet. You have already. You decided it the moment you started cleaning his wound. I clean everything, not a decision, just a habit. I drive the last nail and test the shutter. It holds. He's awake. He's been awake for an hour, sitting against the wall, watching everything, hasn't said a word. Good, he can start talking to me. I cross the room. He's where Hala said, propped against the far wall. The poultice on his flank is fresh. Gideon changed it at the 4-hour mark, on schedule, because the boy does what he says he will do. He's still breathing, shallow, rough, but present. Harkin's eyes find me as I approach. Gold. Clearer than last night, the fever down but not gone, his jaw is set. The broken tusk catches the light from the slats. I crouch, not kneel, never kneel. We need to talk. I gathered, his voice is low, rough, but steady in a way it wasn't last night. Last night you gave me the headlines. Millbrook, 8 soldiers, the captain, the alchemist, a plague that wasn't a plague. Now I need the details. What kind of details? The kind that keep people alive. How did the alchemist distribute it? Water, air, contact. Water, he poisoned the main well, but it wasn't just the well. There were casks placed at the edges of the settlement, open casks like rain barrels. The villagers thought they were for runoff. How many casks? 7 that I found. There could have been more. And the timeline. How long from deployment to first symptoms? 3 days. First symptoms were mild. Fatigue, headaches. Everyone thought it was the weather. By day 5, the boils appeared. On the orcs first. On everyone. That's what they didn't expect, or maybe they did and didn't care. The plague was meant for orc blood, but it jumped. Humans started showing symptoms on day 6. So 3 days to headaches, 5 to boils, 6 to humans and the raiders. Day 8, the plague had done most of their work for them. The raiders came in and killed anyone still standing. How many still standing? Maybe 20 out of 60. The number sits between us, 20 out of 60. I let it sit before I keep going. How many raiders? 12, light armor, short blades, crossbows, the same formation the ones outside are running. Diamond sweep. Same unit. Different soldiers, same command structure, same captain. The one in the white mask. He wasn't at Millbrook, he was here, he was waiting. Waiting for what? For us, for the boy. They knew Gideon survived, someone told them. Who? I don't know, but the captain knew where to look for the boy, under the floorboards west side of the house. He gave the order to check there first. My stomach turns. Someone in Millbrook, someone who survived, sold that information. How long were you tracking the silence before you reached Millbrook? His jaw works, 17 days. 17 days. And the timeline you just gave me says the plague was deployed 8 days before the raiders hit. So where were you for those 8 days? He doesn't answer. His hand goes to the wound in his flank and presses there, holding something down. I'm asking because it matters. 8 days between deployment and attack. 8 days where someone could have warned them. Where were you? South, the word comes out flat. I was south, tracking a different lead. I heard about Millbrook on day 12 and I turned around and I was still too late. Too late by how much? 11 days. His eyes dropped to the floor. 11 days of frozen bodies and empty houses and a child under the floorboards who'd stopped listening for anyone because there was nothing left to hear. The silence between us goes cold, worse than hostile. The silence of a man who knows how late he was and will never stop knowing. I let it hold 3 heartbeats, 4, then I pull us back. And the alchemist, what do you know about him? He's not military. Harkin's voice is steadier now, back on operational ground. He doesn't carry a weapon. He travels with the unit but stays back from the line. The captain protects him like cargo. What does he look like? Gideon can tell you that. The boy saw his face. I'm asking you. I never saw him well. Hooded, thin. He smells like chemicals, metal and something sweet. Sweet like the boy's boils. Yes. Wrench appears from behind the bar, wiping her hands on her apron. West and south mounts are done. The east one needs a new bracket. I can fabricate one, but I need the hearth for an hour. Take it, use whatever you need. I turn back to Harkin. You said 6 more settlements. That's what I overheard, the captain talking to the alchemist. Millbrook was the test run, 6 more targets, mixed human-orc communities. Which ones? He didn't name them, but the pattern's clear. Border settlements, places where humans and orcs live together. Places nobody important cares about. I care about them. I know you do, that's why I brought the boy here. That stops me, you knew about this inn. I knew about the woman who runs it. Word travels on the border, an ex-soldier who takes in refugees and doesn't ask questions. I ask plenty of questions, I'm asking them right now. You ask the right ones, that's different. How did you even know to go to Millbrook? Reports, whispers, traders stopped coming through. An orc settlement going quiet doesn't make the news, but it makes the trade routes nervous. I followed the silence. Either very brave or very stupid. Both, at the same time, usually. The smart ones stay home. I've never been accused of being smart. And when you got there, I was too late. The raiders had come and gone. The bodies were frozen. I dug 60 graves and ground so hard it took me 3 days. Alone, 3 days of digging. My hands bled through the gloves. I buried them in rows because they deserved rows. His expression shifts, a flicker of recognition of something I don't want recognized. I don't like it. The boy's father, I say, tell me about him. He hid Gideon under the floorboards on day 7, nailed them shut from above, told the boy to count to 100 and then stop. Stop. Because the screaming would start, and counting wouldn't help him after that. The room is quiet, except for Wrench's tools and the fire. The father, dead, along with Gideon's mother. He was under those boards for 9 days before I dug him out. 9 days. He lived on rainwater that seeped through the cracks, and whatever his father had put down there with him, a blanket, a water skin, a blue thread. The one on his wrist. His mother's, she tied it there the morning before the plague hit, told him it was for luck. I look across the room. Gideon's sitting by the hearth, rewrapping a strip of cloth. His fingers move with that same controlled precision. His mother's thread catches the firelight, that startling blue against his gray skin. The wound on your shoulder, I say, turning back, that's not from Millbrook. His jaw tightens, no. That's old. 15 years. I know how old it is. Then why are you asking? Because I want to hear you say it. He holds my gaze. Ashford Bridge, you gave it to me. Left side, hooked blade, I didn't dodge fast enough. You dodged plenty fast, I was aiming for your throat. The silence between us fills with 15 years of distance. His gold eyes don't flinch. We'll deal with that later, I say. Later's carrying a lot of weight in this conversation. Because right now I have 8 soldiers outside, a sick child, a building that wants to fall apart, and an orc on my floor who can't stand up. Later's all I have. Then later it is. I stand and cross to the east wall where Lyra is sitting. The girl hasn't spoken to me since yesterday. She's drawing in the ash on the floor with her finger. I look down, my stomach tightens. It's a floor plan. My inn. Every room, every doorway, every window. The proportions are right. She's marked the barricade positions with small X's and the crossbow mounts with circles. There's a dotted line from the cellar to the tunnel entrance. How do you know about the tunnel? I ask her. The bolt, I can hear you check it at night. Metal on metal, it's behind the 3rd shelf. The sound carries back too far for solid stone. It opens into something long, 40 feet at least. You worked that out from sound. Sound and the draft. There's airflow from the cellar that doesn't match the ventilation. Something goes somewhere. I look at this 10-year-old girl who's mapped my inn from sound and a draft. Don't tell anyone about the tunnel. I wasn't going to. I don't tell people things they haven't earned. Smart will get along. I don't need to get along with you. I need the building to not fall down. The soldiers outside changed positions this morning, she adds. 2 moved east. The spacing's wider now. They're watching more ground, but each position's weaker. I noticed. I know, I watched you notice. The one at the northwest corner favors his left leg. He keeps shifting his weight off it. You've been watching them. I watch everything. It's how I make sense of things. My vision grays at the edges, just for a second. I grip the windowsill and it passes, but the dizziness leaves a thumbprint behind my eyes. I can't remember the last time I ate. Last night I gave my portion to Gideon. Torvik, how's the north wall? Solid. Lyra found a crack in the mortar near the ceiling, but it's structural, not a breach. She says it's been there for years. She's right. I cross back to Harkin. His poultice needs repacking. I kneel and unwrap the cloth. The infection lines are darker than yesterday, reaching up toward his ribs like black roots. I fold the fresh cloth twice before pressing it to the wound edge. Tight, clean, don't flinch. Ren taught me this. A lifetime ago, a war ago, a man who breathed slow and steady before every shot. My hands are steady, too steady. The smell of blood and infection should turn my stomach, but instead the world sharpens. I can feel the grain of the cloth against my fingertips, every thread. The fire sounds louder than it should. Harkin's breath catches when I press the cloth in, and the air through his teeth lands like it's against my own ear. The battle fever, just a whisper. A coil shifting in the dark of me, testing whether I'm paying attention. I manage it. I've always managed it. My hands finish packing the wound and pull away, and I breathe out through my nose and the sharpness fades. Enough to move past it, though the edge never leaves. Your hands, Harkin says. What about them? They're very steady. Comes with the trade. Not what I mean. I know what you mean, don't. He closes his mouth, smart man. Mrs. Garrett comes down from upstairs. Sorcha, Robbie's fever spiked again, he's not keeping water down. Is Gideon free? Gideon's 10 years old, he shouldn't be. Gideon, I call across the room. Can you look at Robbie Garrett? Same symptoms as before. Worse, Mrs. Garrett says. Gideon sets down his cloth strips and stands. Has he been vomiting? Since dawn. What color? I don't want to discuss the color of my son's vomit with a child. Then discuss it with someone who can help. What color? Mrs. Garrett looks at me. I nod. Yellow, and there's blood in it. Gideon's face doesn't change. I need to see him right now. Bring a candle so I can check his eyes and his tongue, and bring me whatever herbs you have left. There aren't many, I say. Then bring what there is. I'll figure out what to do with it. Mrs. Garrett leads him upstairs, looking over her shoulder like she can't believe she's following a 10-year-old's instructions. Neither can I, but the boy knows more about this plague than anyone else in this building, and we all know it. I cross back to Gideon's spot by the hearth. He left his cloth strips folded in a neat row. I check his boils without him here to object. The dark spots on the discarded bandage are larger than yesterday. The sweet rot smell is stronger. Different from battlefield plague, sweeter. My gut says this isn't natural, but I don't have the words for what it is yet. I turn back to Harkin. He's watching me with an expression I can't read. What? You trust the boy. I trust competence, he has it. He's a child. He's a child who can identify wound infection by smell and repack a poultice in 3 minutes. I'll take that over 100 adults who don't know which end of a bandage goes up. A lot of weight to put on a 10-year-old. He put it on himself, I'm just not taking it away. You're leaning your whole weight on a 10-year-old. That breaks something in him eventually. Thank you for the parenting advice from a man who can't stand up. Any other wisdom? He'll burn out. Not while I'm watching. You can't watch everyone. Watch me, I pick up the hammer. I watch, I keep people breathing. He shifts against the wall. The wound pulls and his jaw tightens, but he doesn't make a sound. You asked me how I knew to come here. I told you about the woman who runs the inn, but that's not the full answer. Then give me the full answer. The boy asked me to. On the 3rd day, when I was carrying him through the snow, he said there was a place on the border where a soldier lived who took in people nobody wanted. He said the healer told him about it. The healer, Ember. He didn't say her name, but she told him this place was safe. She told him if he ever needed to run, he should come here. She sent him to me. She sent him to the woman who'd opened the door, and she was right. I'm crossing back to the window when Gideon's voice comes from behind me, small and clear. You came back. 2 words, aimed at Harkin, not at me. Gideon's standing at the foot of the stairs, Mrs. Garrett behind him, and his eyes are on the orc propped against the wall. The room doesn't stop. Wrench keeps hammering. Torvek keeps reinforcing. But I stop. Because those 2 words carry the weight of a boy who was left under floorboards for 9 days, who expected everyone to leave. And 1 person came back. Harkin's gold eyes find Gideon's, a small movement of his jaw, a nod, there and gone, but enough. The collar shifts and I catch it, pressing the leather back into place. I pick up the hammer, and the next shutter is waiting.
She sharpens the knife like she is alone in the room. Stone on steel, stone on steel. Firelight catches the blade edge each time she draws it forward. She sits by the hearth, legs crossed, back straight. The rhythm never breaks. Same pressure, same angle, same number of strokes to a side before she turns the blade. A person who learned this a long way from a kitchen. I watch from the wall. Sitting hurts less than standing, and standing hurts less than lying down. So I sit and I watch, because watching costs nothing and gives me something to do with the pain besides feel it. You should eat, I say. The sharpening doesn't stop, I did. No, you didn't, the portions went out, Torvik got extra, Gideon got extra, Wrench, the Garrett's Hallelujah, me not you. You're tracking my meals now. Hard to miss when you're the one handing out the bowls and never sitting down. She looks at me, the look is flat, the same one she used during the interrogation. Don't watch my portions. I'm watching what everyone else already sees. Watch something else. Like what? The ceiling, I've had a good look at it. There's a crack running from the chimney to the far wall. Lyra already mapped it. Of course she did. She mapped everything, floor to rafters. She told me the mortar near the chimney is soft and the northeast support beam has a hairline split. And you trust a child's assessment. I trust anyone who looks at a building and sees what's going to break before it breaks. I don't care if she's 10 or 100. She goes back to the knife, I go back to the wall. Gideon comes down the stairs, quiet footsteps placed with care. Robbie's fever is holding, he says to Sorcha. High but not climbing, eyes are responsive, tongue is clean. The plague. Not yet, could be, flat, precise, the same tone he uses for everything. He needs water every hour, Mrs. Garrett is with him. What about the herbs? Yarrow and willow bark left, enough for 2 days if we quarter the doses. The chamomile's gone. Gone where? I used it on the orc's wound, he glances at me. Ember said chamomile slows infection spread in orc tissue. The blood carries it different, she said. Different how? She didn't explain different how. She said use the chamomile and I used the chamomile. You did right. I know. The confidence on this child, Hala says from the doorway. She's carrying folded blankets, arms full, 10 years old and telling us he knows. I'd rather he knows than guesses, Sorcha says. Wouldn't kill him to say I think so once in a while. It might, Gideon says, guessing gets people killed, knowing keeps them alive. Ember said that the first day she started teaching me. Ember sounds like a real comfort, Hala says. She wasn't a comfort, she was right, I'd take right over comfort. Hala looks at Sorcha, Sorcha shakes her head, Hala goes back to the stores. Gideon crosses the room and sits beside me, close enough that I can feel the heat coming off him. Too much heat. It comes through his shirt like he's a stone that's been sitting in the fire and he doesn't seem to notice it, which is its own bad sign. The boils on his neck have darkened since this morning, and when he tilts his head the bright thread at his wrist stands out against skin that has gone gray at the edges. He came down the stairs and sat himself next to me because I'm the one who won't tell him to rest. How is the shoulder, he asks. Which one? The poisoned one. It hurts. Good, pain means the tissue is still fighting. I'll change the poultice at the 4-hour mark. You don't have to do this every time. Ember said every 4 hours. She didn't say unless the patient argues about it. You're warm, I say. I'm always warm now. Warmer than yesterday. I know what warm means. You don't need to worry about me. Someone should. Plenty of people should do plenty of things. Worrying about me won't change my temperature. He leans his head against the wall. Can I ask you something? Yes. The woman from Millbrook, the one who kept chickens, you said her name when you were feverish, Mrs. Thatcher. What about her, I ask. Was she nice? She sang to her chickens every morning, off-key in ways that shouldn't be possible. Did the chickens care? Not even a little. He almost smiles at that, not all the way. His face has forgotten how to go all the way, and I understand the feeling, so I don't push it. You came back, he said it in the main room, and I am still carrying it. The miracle for this boy wasn't the rescue. It was that someone returned, people leave. That's the lesson a burned town teaches a child first. Somebody stayed long enough to walk back into it, and that broke the lesson, and he hasn't gotten over the crack it left. Gideon is quiet for a moment, then, what about my father? Tom was the miller, I say. He told the worst jokes in the valley, terrible. He'd laugh before the punchline every time, and you'd laugh too, not at the joke but at him laughing. I remember that. Gideon's voice is steady. His hand holding his mother's thread trembles just once, and he stills it. He couldn't tell one about a duck and a priest without losing it halfway through. I heard that one 3 times. He always forgot he'd already told it. He didn't forget, he just thought it got funnier. It didn't get funnier. Not once. Gideon's hand finds the frayed thread and holds it. Who else do you remember? Kesrick, I give the name its proper orcish weight, the click at the back of the throat. Goblin butcher on the east side, made sausages so good that humans crossed the border for them. I know Kesrick, he gave me free ends when my mother wasn't looking, said a growing boy needs fat in his diet. He had a sign in 3 languages. The goblin one just said, wait your turn. It didn't. It did, I asked him. You speak goblin. Enough to read wait your turn, that and the prices are final. You buried them all, Gideon says, not a question. Yes, even Kesrick. I carried him to the east ridge. Goblins face east when they're put in the ground. I wasn't certain that was true, but I wasn't going to get it wrong. It's true, Gideon says. Kesrick told me. He said his grandmother told him the son needs to see your face one last time. Mrs. Thatcher's chickens, Gideon says, were they copperback layers? I have no idea. They were brown with the spots, copperback layers. My mother said Mrs. Thatcher loved those chickens more than her husband. Your mother might have been right. My mother was always right, he pauses. She said that about herself too. Sorcha speaks without turning. How many hearken? I know what she is asking. 60. You buried 60 people by yourself. There was no one else. The ground was frozen. My hands bled through the gloves before I was halfway done. I kept going because the dead don't care if you're tired. I look at my hands now. The scars from the shovel haft are still there, pale ridges across both palms, healed over months ago and not going anywhere. You dig until the digging is done, then you dig the next one. How long? 3 days. 3 days, she repeats. The last of them I couldn't dig deep enough, I say. The frost line was too far down. I piled stones instead. Cairns, the goblin way, the orc way, the human way, whatever I could remember. I got some of them wrong. You got them buried, Gideon says, not wrong. Ember would say you did more than most, Gideon adds. She said most people walk past the dead, they don't stop. I couldn't walk past them. I know, that's why I told you about the inn, because you stopped. The fire settles. Move, Sorcha says. I look up, what? You're against the west wall. I need to check the draft points behind you. Can you stand? Torvek comes over. He takes one side, Sorcha the other. Easy, Torvek says, 1 step at a time. 1 step is all I have in me. Then 1 step is enough. 4 steps, the wound screams. Each one pulls the torn edge of my side a little wider, and by the 4th the room has gone bright at the corners. I make it to a chair. Oak or something pretending to be, built for someone half my weight. I sit, it holds for 1 breath, long enough for Torvek to let go. The legs buckle outward, all of me on the floor, the wound tears, and the sound of breaking wood fills the quiet room. The stone comes up to meet me and knocks the wind loose, and for a moment I just lie there and let the pain finish its lap before I try anything as ambitious as breathing again. I'll get you a bench, Sorcha says. She is walking away, solving the next problem. The ease of it loosens something in me. The mighty warrior, Torvek says from the window, affection in it, not mockery, felled by a chair. The chair started it, I say from the floor. The chair's dead, Wrench says without looking up from her file. You won. Barely. Lyra lifts her head from her ash drawing. That chair had a crack in the rear left joint. I saw it this morning. You should have asked me. I'll remember that. You won't, but I'll remind you. Sorcha comes back with a bench from the cellar. Solid oak, no back. She sets it down and goes back to the knife. It holds. Better, Torvek asks. It holds all I ask. You know, Torvek says, settling back against the window frame, I served with an orc in the Dreneth campaign who was bigger than you. Broke 3 cots in 2 weeks. They ended up building him a sleeping frame out of wagon parts. How did that work? Like a dream until he rolled over, took out half the tent. Torvek's mouth pulls sideways. You remind me of him, same problem. The world builds everything for the small ones and expects the rest of us to make do. Did he make do? He died at Dreneth, took a crossbow bolt standing in a doorway because the doorway wasn't wide enough for him to dodge. Torvek's voice doesn't change. Soldier's voice, the voice of a man who has lost enough friends that the grief comes out level. Always thought that was a stupid way to lose someone, not the enemy, the doorway. Wrench looks up from her bracket work. Speaking of doorways, Sorcha, the east mount's done. I reinforce the bracket with a double shim. Should hold a good while before the wood starts splitting. How many bolts do we have? 14, 3 cracked, so call it 11 that fly straight. 11 bolts and 8 soldiers, Sorcha says. She doesn't look up from the knife. Not generous. No, it isn't. I can make more if I have straight wood and something for the heads. The table legs, Lyra says from the floor. The broken chair had good wood in the legs. The grain runs straight. The child just volunteered my dead chair for the war effort, I say. Your chair died in service, Wrench says. It should be honored. Build me a bolt from its legs, honor enough. You want to name the bolt, Wrench asks. Name the bolt. Soldiers name their weapons, don't they? You could call it revenge or second chance or something dramatic. Call it the chair, Torvik says. Let the soldiers wonder why an orc is shouting about furniture when he shoots them. Nobody's shouting about furniture, Sorcha says. I say, depends how the night goes. Wrench picks up the broken chair pieces. She turns a splintered leg in her greasy fingers, testing the grain. 2 bolts from this, maybe 3, not bad for a dead chair. The bench holds and a dead chair is becoming ammunition. That is enough. Smoke, Ashford Bridge, 15 years ago. The sky gone black, a woman with an axe who moved too fast, too clean. My shoulder laid open to the bone, hot, then cold, then the retreat horn. I look at her now, same jaw, same movement. Torvik catches my eye from the window. She brought you a bench, he says. In my experience, that counts for something. What does a bench count for? More than a chair says sit down, a bench says stay a while. You're reading a lot into furniture. I'm old soldiers read into everything, keeps us alive. The knock comes after midnight. 4 beats on the barricade, spaced, precise. The sound carries clean through the boarded wood, no hesitation in it, each strike landing exactly where the last one did. Sorcha's hand stops on the knife. She is motionless, though not with surprise. The stone rests against the steel and doesn't move. Whatever is happening on her face, she keeps it turned toward the blade so the rest of us can't read it. You know that pattern, I say. She is on her feet. The knock comes again, same spacing. From my manual, she says, her voice is stripped of everything. Page 12, tactical approach cadence, friendly identification at a defended position. Who did you teach it to? The voice comes from outside instead, muffled through wood and snow. Male, young, Commander, I know you're in there. I know you remember teaching me this. Sorcha's hand goes to the collar, not the absent adjustment I've seen before. She grips it, holds it, like she is holding herself together at the throat. Who is that? Torvik asks from the window, hand on the barricade frame. A student, Sorcha says. I had a student. A student who joined the people trying to kill us. Apparently. The voice again, we don't want the refugees, Commander. We want the boy. 1 child for 8 lives. You were always good with priorities. Don't answer him, I say. I wasn't going to. I mean, don't think about the offer either. Don't tell me what to think. Her voice is cold, and under the cold there's a fracture widening. 1 child for 8 lives. And you know it's not a real offer. I know what it is. A door he wants you to open. You open it. They take the boy and they take the rest of us too. I said I know what it is. She turns to the room. Nobody responds. Nobody goes near the door. What about the tunnel? Torvik asks. If they know the knock pattern, do they know about the tunnel? I didn't teach anyone about the tunnel, Sorcha says. The tunnel was built after I left the service. But the student who knocked, how much does he know? Enough, 1 word, final. So we do nothing, Torvik asks. We hold position, we watch, we don't give them anything to use against us. They already have plenty to use against us, Wrench says. They've got the snow, the numbers, the food advantage, and now they're knocking politely. Polite isn't the word I'd use, I say. It's the exact word, Sorcha says, and that's what makes it dangerous. He isn't threatening, he's offering, threats you can refuse, offers sit in your head and rot. Then we don't let it sit, I say. We answer it, not to him, to each other. The boy stays, there's nothing to discuss. He has a point, Torvik says, the boy stays. I wasn't asking for a vote, Sorcha says. You're getting one anyway, Wrench says from the hearth. The boy stays. Anyone disagrees, they can talk to me in my bracket. Lyra lifts her head from the floor. 7 barricade points, 1 tunnel, the boy stays. Sorcha looks at me. For one breath, the composure fractures and I see through it. Then it is gone. The boy stays, she says. The voice doesn't come again. The snow keeps falling. The fire fills the space where the voice was. Gideon is asleep against my side. His shoulder burns through his shirt where it presses against my arm. 9 days I carried this boy and I learned the weight of him, the exact heat of a fever climbing, and this is hotter than the worst of the road. I put my hand there, light, careful not to wake him, and the fire settles lower, and somewhere upstairs Robbie coughs, a sound that goes on for a long time, filling the silence until even the flames seem to listen.
I press my forehead to the upstairs window glass and go still. The glass is cold enough that it aches against my skin, and I hold there anyway, breath fogging a small circle I have to keep wiping clear with my sleeve. Pre-dawn. The yard is blue and gray, fence posts just visible through the drift. Something hangs on the center post that the snow didn't put there. Porcelain. A mask, white and smooth, hung from the wood with a leather cord. Placed, not dropped. Hung at the height of a standing man's face at the exact center post where the first light of the window would find it. The face turned toward my window. Beneath it, scratched into the frozen ground, the contamination symbol. 3 lines crossing a circle. I taught that symbol 15 years ago. I dress in the dark and go downstairs. The well is 12 steps from the back door. The cold out here is a different animal than the cold inside, dry and total, and it goes straight through the wool to the skin. I draw the bucket in gray light. The rope is stiff with ice and the crank fights me, and the bucket comes up slower than it should, heavy on the line. The water comes up wrong. Iridescent sheen on the surface, faint like oil on a puddle. I dip one finger, touch it to my tongue. Spit. Metallic, bitter. It sits on the back of the tongue and won't rinse. I pour the bucket back and watch it swallow into the dark of the shaft, and I walk inside. Harkin is on the bench where I left him. Awake, his gold eyes track me from the doorway to the hearth. The well is poisoned, I say. He doesn't flinch. How? Standard contamination protocol. Something dropped through the shaft cover overnight, most likely. The sheen says mineral-based, not organic. We can't boil it out. How much stored water do we have? Root cellar, 2 sealed casks. Maybe 2 days if we ration hard. And after 2 days. Melted snow, which takes fuel, which we also don't have enough of. So we're on the clock, he says. We've been on the clock since they showed up. They just shortened it. The mask, he says, on the fence. You saw it. Hard to miss, white on white. That's the point, isn't it? They want you to know it isn't the snow. It's a message. The contamination symbol underneath tells me they know what I was. The mask tells me they want me to know who they are now. And who are they? Someone who studied my playbook. Hala comes down the stairs with a basin of dirty water from the upper room. She looks at my face and stops. What happened? The well's gone, I say, poisoned overnight. Can we clean it? No, mineral contamination. The whole aquifer under the well shaft is compromised. So what do we drink? The root cellar casks, 2 days. 2 days, Hala says. She sets the basin down. And after that? After that we get creative or we get desperate. I'd rather be creative. You always were, Hala says, steel in it. The voice of a woman who has watched me solve problems before and knows the cost. Gideon appears at the top of the stairs. The boils on his neck have spread past his jawline to the skin beneath his ear, darker than yesterday, almost black at the centers. His breathing comes shallow and quick, like his lungs won't fill all the way. He leans against the wall at the bottom for 3 breaths before speaking. Robbie's fever spiked in the night, he says. He's keeping water down, but I need to change his compress. Use the stored water, I say. Not much, the well's compromised. Compromised how? Poisoned. What kind? Mineral-based, iridescent sheen, metallic taste. Ember called that a salt drop, heavy metal suspension, non-boilable. Flat, clinical, no fear in it. How much clean water is left? 2 days. Not enough for Robbie. He needs fluids every hour. 2 days of rationed water means he gets maybe a third of what he needs. I know. You know, but you don't have a solution. Not yet. I have one. Snow. Melt it slow over low coals, not over direct flame. Direct flame changes the mineral content. Ember taught me that. Low coals, slow melt, strain it through cloth twice. It isn't perfect, but it's drinkable. That takes fuel. Everything takes something. The question is what we can afford to spend. I look at him, 10 years old and running triage on our water supply. Do it. Use the smallest fire you can manage. Hala will help you. I don't need help. Hala will help you, I repeat, not a suggestion. Hala moves to the stairs without being told twice. Gideon follows her. At the landing, he turns back. You haven't eaten. I'm aware. Aware doesn't put bread in you. I'm watching. Go tend Robbie. He goes. I cross the main room to the 2 boards I've been stepping over for 3 years. I kneel. My knees find the floor and my hands find the edge without looking, the seam I've never once let my eyes rest on. The first board lifts. Dust in the crack, undisturbed, 3 years of it. The second follows. Oilcloth, waxed and folded in the same tight squares I made of it the night I put it down. The oak box. Her. The axe, ash handle, 26 inches. 3 pounds, balanced at the wrist. I made this handle myself, shaped it against my own grip through a whole winter, and the wood remembers the shape of my hand even if I've spent 3 years telling myself I forgot the shape of it. I lift it out. It fits my hand like it never left. That's the part I was afraid of. Not that it would feel strange, that it wouldn't. I thought you buried that, Hala says from behind me. I didn't hear her come back down. I did. And now I need it. Is this the part where I talk you out of it? Has that ever worked? No, but I keep trying because somebody should. Noted, I stand. The axe hangs at my side, and the weight of it is so familiar that 3 years might as well be 3 minutes. When's the last time you held that? Hala asks. The day I put it down. And before that? Every day for 15 years. I remember, she says. I remember Blackwater. I remember what you looked like after. Don't. I'm not judging. I'm reminding you that I was there. Whatever this costs, I've seen the bill before. This time the bill's different. It's always different, and you always pay it the same way. The battle fever notices. Louder than the whisper from 2 nights ago. Colors shift, the grain of the axe handle sharp under my fingers, the edges of the room going hard and clean and close. Everything unimportant falls away, and what's left is the weight in my hand and the door and the distance between them. My hand tightens on the ash wood and doesn't want to let go. My pulse picks up. My breath goes shallow and easy, same as it used to before, the body settling into something it's good at. Not fear. The opposite of fear. The wrongness of how right this feels, how the whole of me quiets down and agrees. I set it down on the table. It's harder to let go than it should be. Pick it up. Set it down. Sorcha, Hala's voice careful. I'm fine. You're breathing fast. I said I'm fine. She doesn't push. She was there at Blackwater Crossing. She saw the smile. I take the axe to the upstairs window. The mask is still on the fence post. White porcelain in the gray morning, patient and eyeless. The blizzard is wrong. The wind doesn't shift. It rotates like a hand stirring it from above. The snow falls in patterns that aren't random, and the cold tastes wrong, metallic, sweet like an old copper coin on the tongue. That can wait. The mask can't. Gideon, I call down the stairs. Come up here, bring Lyra if she's awake. He comes. Lyra follows, her hand trailing the rail, testing each tread before she trusts it. I need you both to help me with something. Gideon, you've been watching the soldiers. Where are they positioned? 2 north, 2 east, 1 southeast, 1 southwest, 2 west. The northwest one favors his left leg. How do you know that? Lyra saw it, how careful he is setting that leg down. Lyra nods. He keeps his weight off it, same every time. It hasn't changed in 2 days. Good, now look out the window. Tell me what you see in terms of approach routes. Gideon moves to the glass. Lyra stands beside him, her head tilted, studying the yard. The fence line creates a channel, Gideon says. Anyone coming from the road has to funnel between the barn and the woodshed. The gap is maybe 8 feet. And from the south. Open ground, no cover for 40 yards, then the tree line. The east. The well house blocks direct approach. They'd have to go around it. That puts them in view of the upstairs window long enough to matter. Lyra. The chimney wall on the east side holds the weight. Thick, the west wall is just framing. She lays her palm against the inner wall as if she can feel which one would give. If someone wanted to break in, they'd come through the west. It's the part that wants to fall down. Now tell me what all of that looks like from above, I say. If you were standing on the ridge looking down at this inn, what shape does it make? Gideon thinks, Lyra doesn't. A funnel, she says. Everything leans inward. The ground, the buildings, the fence, it all points here. Page 47, I say. What? Page 47 of a tactical manual I wrote years ago. Containment formation for a defended position. You funnel the approach, you own the sight lines, you let the ground do half your work. I press my palm flat against the window. The glass is cold enough to burn. I designed this, not the buildings, the shape. The reason the barn sits where it sits and the fence runs where it runs. I rebuilt this inn's ground to match a formation I taught my unit. You built your own kill box, Harkin says from his bench below. His voice carries up the stairwell. Low, not surprised. And now someone's using it. How long have you been listening? Long enough. You said the ground does half the work. What does the other half? The defender's belief that they chose the position. That's the whole trick. Make every other option worse until the one you want them in feels like their idea. And you chose this one. 3 years ago, without admitting it to myself. He follows the talk like a soldier in a briefing, leaning forward on the bench despite the wound pulling at his side. He shouldn't be this sharp 3 days into a poisoned wound. But he is, and I see it. Did you make every other position worse? I made this one the best. 3 years ago, when I was just an innkeeper fixing up a building. I put the fence here, I cleared the sight lines, I angled the woodshed. My hand is still on the glass. I didn't know I was doing it, or I told myself I didn't. You knew, he says. I knew. So what do we do about it? We use what we know. The kill box works both ways. I built the approach so I know where it goes blind. 3 places. 3 blind spots in your own formation. Every formation has them. The manual assumes the defender doesn't know they're inside the pattern. We do. That changes everything. Explain it to me, he says, like I'm not a soldier. You're a soldier. Like I'm not a soldier who wrote the manual. The southeast corner, behind the woodshed. The shed blocks the north sight line, so nothing converges there. If someone moved from the inn to the tree line using the shed as cover, the formation can't see them for the time it takes to cross. How long is that? Long enough, a lifetime if you know what you're doing with it. The other 2. The root cellar exit drops you below the sight plane. You'd come up east of the well house, shielded by the stone foundation, and the tunnel. The tunnel they don't know about. The tunnel they don't know about yet. You said your student knows enough. He knows the manual. He doesn't know what I built after I stopped teaching. Torvek appears at the base of the stairs, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Someone want to explain why the boy's melting snow over a candle flame, and the young woman's telling him he's doing it wrong. The well's poisoned, I say. Of course it is. He says it with the resignation of an old soldier who expected it and is disappointed it didn't happen sooner. What kind? Mineral, non-boilable. 2 days of stored water. You're getting good at this. I'm getting old at this, different thing. He stretches, joints popping. What's the play? We map the blind spots, we plan for movement, and we don't drink the well water. The last part I figured out. He looks at the axe on the table, looks at me. That's new. That's old. Old things coming back, never simple, is it? No. Wrench comes up from the cellar with grease on her hands and sawdust in her hair. I finished the chair leg bolts, 3 usable, the grain split on the 4th. How many total now? 14. I tested the draw weight on the east mount, holds clean. Good, what about the west mount? Needs a new cam pin. The wood cracked in the cold last night. I can carve a replacement from the broken chair back, but it'll take a while. Do it. Started already. Came up to tell you the well bucket smelled wrong. Poisoned, we know. You people are dead calm about your drinking water being toxic. Calm's all we have, Harkin says from the bench. Calm and an innkeeper who designed her own siege, Torvek says. I've seen worse odds. When, Wrench asks. Once held a mill with 6 soldiers and a door that wouldn't close. Compared to that, this is luxury. Your definition of luxury needs work. Wrench shakes her head. 14 bolts, more if I find straight wood. Lyra looks up from the window. The fence rail on the south side has a clean section, ash, good for shafts. The child's arming us with fence posts, Torvik says. The child's solving problems, I say. Let her. Sorcha, Harkin says, his voice is different, softer. When did you eat last? Don't start. I'm not starting, I'm asking. Yesterday. Yesterday when? Yesterday. She didn't eat yesterday, Hala says from behind me. I watched. I don't need 2 people tracking my meals. You need at least 2, Harkin says, since one wasn't working. I'll eat when there's time. There's time now. There's a poisoned well and a kill box and a mask on my fence. There isn't time. There's bread on the table, Hala says. Eat the bread. Nobody's asking you to sit down to a feast. I take the bread, I tear it. It's dense and a little stale and it sits in my throat, and I make myself swallow, and I eat it standing up because sitting would mean they won. Happy, I say. Getting there, Harkin says. The mask watches from the fence post. My doctrine, my angles, my trap with me inside it. 3 years I spent building a place where the war couldn't reach, and I built it in the exact shape the war taught me, and now the war has come and found itself right at home. I press my fingers against the scar underneath my collar. You keep touching that, Lyra says from the window. Habit. It's not a habit. Habits are things you do without thinking. You think about it every time. How do you know that? Your eyes change, like you're checking something's still there. She's right, Harkin says. I didn't ask for a consensus on my collar. You didn't, Lyra says, but the consensus exists anyway. The axe sits on the table. The battle fever sits low and waiting. And outside, the patient soldiers wait in a formation I designed, inside a kill box I built, while a mask that knows my name watches from the fence.
The floor is trembling. Heavier than wind, heavier than the building settling. I press my palm flat against the bench and feel it through the oak, up through the wood and into the bones of my hand. A rhythm, measured, boots on frozen ground, many of them moving together, carried through the foundation like a heartbeat that belongs to no one inside. The bench doesn't lie about it. The building tells me what my ears haven't caught up to yet. Zorja, I say. She is at the window, axe in hand. She heard it before I felt it. 8, she says, full formation, they're not hiding. They're walking up to the front door. Walking, not running, not sneaking, walking like they own the road. Gideon comes down the stairs, Lyra behind him. His breathing is worse than yesterday. Each inhale catches partway through, like his lungs are refusing to fill. The boils beneath his ear have spread to the hollow of his throat. He doesn't mention any of it. How many, he asks. 8, Sorcha says, same as before. They've dropped the perimeter and moved in. That means they're done watching, Torvik says from the cellar stairs, a crossbow bolt in each hand. They've decided something. Or they want us to think they have, Wrench says. She is at the east mount, fingers testing the new cam pin she finished an hour ago. Could be pressure. Walk up big, make us panic, see what shakes loose. It's not pressure, Sorcha says. Listen. We listen, the boots stop, all 8 at the same time, as if the silence was rehearsed. Then a voice, male, calm, the measured calm of a man who knows how the next hour will go. Commander Sorcha of the 3rd Forward. The room changes, Hala's hand freezes on the water basin. Torvik's jaw sets. Gideon looks at Sorcha with an expression I haven't seen on his face before. The refugees upstairs go quiet. Commander Sorcha of the 3rd Forward, the voice repeats. The Butcher of Blackwater Crossing, I know you can hear me, I know you're listening, you taught me to always listen. You taught someone, I say. I taught a lot of people. Her voice is flat, the axe hangs at her side and her knuckles are white around the handle. He knows your name. He knows my title, my name is what the people who survived called me. What's the 3rd Forward, Gideon asks. A unit, Sorcha says, I commanded it. During the border wars. During several things, the border wars, the crossing campaign, things that got names after enough people died in them. Commander Hala says, the refugees are hearing this. Let them hear it, Sorcha doesn't turn from the window. They were going to find out, better from him than from me trying to explain it. They'll be afraid of you now, Torvik says. They should have been afraid of me before. The only thing that changed is they know why. Not how fear works, I say. Before, they were afraid of the soldiers outside. Now some of them will be afraid of you too. Good, afraid people stay quiet and follow instructions, keeps them alive. The commander talking, Hala says, not the innkeeper. Sorcha's jaw tightens, her hand drifts toward the collar at her throat, then drops. The innkeeper doesn't have an answer for 8 soldiers and a poisoned well. The commander does. The voice outside continues. I'm going to tell you what happens next, Commander, not because I'm generous, because you trained me to be precise and I'm honoring that training. He's reading from your playbook, Torvik says. Page 3, Negotiation Protocol. State your terms, state your timeline, state the consequences. Remove ambiguity. We have a schedule, the captain says. The boy's on it. The schedule doesn't care about your readiness, your supplies, your feelings about the situation. It exists because the alchemist requires a specific stage of progression, and the boy's approaching it. You have until sundown tomorrow. Sundown tomorrow, Wrench says, generous. The alchemist's timeline, not the captain's, Sorcha says. The captain would wait us out. The alchemist needs Gideon at a specific point in the plague's progression. After that, the data goes unreliable. Data, I say, the word sits wrong in my mouth. That's all Gideon is to them, a data point. Then a second voice, someone behind the captain, farther back, speaking to a subordinate, higher than the captain's, thin and precise. Stage 3 onset should peak within 48 hours. The vascular inflammation is consistent with accelerated progression. We need viable samples before the immune cascade begins, or we lose the markers entirely. I know that voice, a sound out of a nightmare. The tone, not the words, the absolute absence of care. Someone discussing a boy's blood like a grain yield, a voice that can put a child and a spoiled harvest in the same breath and feel nothing about the difference. I have heard it before and I hope never to hear it again, and the cold that goes through me now is the cold of being right about it. My hands close into fists, the knuckles crack loud enough that Gideon looks at me. Don't, he says. Don't what? Don't break your hands, you'll knight them. That voice, I say, the second one. The alchemist, Sorcha says, running the plague research. The captain's the muscle, the alchemist's the reason. He's talking about Gideon like he's a specimen. He is, and he's right that the timeline matters. Whatever they did to Millbrook, they're measuring it. Gideon's the control or the variable, or whatever word you use when you run experiments on children. We're not giving him up, I say. Nobody said we were. I'm saying it out loud so the room hears it. We're not giving that boy up. You carried him 9 days through a blizzard, Torvik says. Nobody in this room thinks you're giving him up. The people upstairs might. They heard the timeline. They know what happens if we don't hand him over. The people upstairs are refugees who made it this far because someone sheltered them, Sorcha says. They know what it means when you turn someone over to people who talk about children like livestock. And if they don't agree, then they can walk out the front door and introduce themselves to the captain. That door works both ways. Nobody's walking out any doors, Hala says. Sit down before you tear that wound open. I hadn't realized I was half standing. My legs did it without asking, the old instinct to put my body between the threat and the ones behind me, and then the wound in my side screams and reminds me what I am right now. I lower myself back to the bench in pieces. My body wants to fight and my body can't stand. The helplessness sits low and heavy, a stone I can't cough up. 300 pounds of orc, and the most useful thing I can do is not fall off a bench. Torvik puts a hand on my shoulder. Easy, brother. The captain's voice comes again. I remember Blackwater Crossing, Commander. I remember what you looked like when you were doing what you do best. A pause. I watched you smile. I'm counting on that smile. Nobody speaks. The fire pops once. Somewhere upstairs, Robbie coughs. A shadow crosses Sorcha's face, older than anger. It reaches me too, the first crack underfoot on frozen water. Whatever holds her together just shifted. Hala takes one step toward her, then stops. Sorcha, I say, just her name, nothing else, because I don't know what that was and I don't know what to say about it. I'm fine, she says, the same words she used with Hala in the morning, the same flat tone, the same lie. The captain is quiet, he said what he came to say. The Blackwater line was the knife, everything else was the sheath. Wrench, Sorcha says after a long silence. The cam mechanism, show me. Wrench brings it over, a small wooden device carved from chairback oak. She sets it on the table next to the axe. Doubles the reload speed, Wrench says. The cam rotates the string back to the catch in one motion instead of 3. You pull, it locks, you load, 3 seconds instead of 8. You built this from chair wood, I ask. Chair wood, bent wire and spite. The principle isn't complicated, the execution's fiddly. Took me 6 tries to get the spring tension right. First 3 snapped, fourth one locked, fifth one fired the bolt backward into the cellar wall. Learned a lot about trajectory from that one. Valuable lesson, Torvik says. Always stand behind the person testing the crossbow. Or below them. The bolt went up before it went back. Physics get interesting when they're trying to kill you. Nobody was in the way, mostly. Sorcha picks it up, tests the spring with her thumb. Build 4 more, she says. That'll take the rest of the chair wood and most of the spare wire. Do it. How many bolts now? 17. The south fence rail gave us 3 good shafts. Lyra was right about the ash grain. West mount. New cam pins in, holds clean, both mounts operational. Reload speed with the cam. 3 seconds on the east mount. West's a touch slower because the pin's carved, not turned, still half what it was. Good. What about accuracy at range? Through the window I can hit the fence post across the yard. Consistent. The bolts fly straighter than the old ones because the ash grain's tighter than pine. That covers the approach from the road, Sorcha says. And the gap between the barn and woodshed, Wrench adds. Anyone walking that channel is in range long enough to drop. Good. The boots outside begin again, circling the building, measuring, taking the building's dimensions in footsteps. I feel each pass come around through the floor, along the east wall, past the door, gone, then back, unhurried, a man who has already decided he has the time. Gideon sits on the floor next to my bench. He isn't looking at me. He's listening to the boots, his head tilted the same way Lyra tilts hers. They're pacing it off, he says, mapping the exterior. How do you know? Because that's what Ember would do, measure first, move second. Lyra has been standing at the foot of my bench a while. I didn't notice her until now. She's looking at me with that flat, level stare. 3 windows, she says, 1 door. The door's the part that'll go first. She pauses. Is the big man going to die? The room goes quiet, the light, breakable quiet of a child asking the thing everyone was thinking. I don't plan on it, I say. A plan isn't a promise. I've read enough cracked beams to know which one holds. No, it isn't. The beam above your bed is cracked, she says, not holding weight but cracked. If someone hits the east wall hard enough, it'll drop plaster on you, just so you know. Thank you, Lyra. I didn't say it to be nice, I said it because nobody else noticed. She keeps looking at me a moment longer, the same flat study, reading my strain the same as she reads a beam's. Then she seems satisfied she's told me what needed telling and she's done. She notices everything, Gideon says after she walks to the window. In Millbrook, she was the one who heard the soldiers first. She knew their footsteps from under the floor. How long were you both under there? I was under for 9 days, Lyra longer. She was already there when I found the hiding spot. Under a floor that long, Torvik says. She knew every footstep above her, whose boot, which way they were headed, before I could even tell there was anyone up there. Lyra doesn't turn from the window. She watches the soldiers move, her lips shaping the rhythm of their steps without sound. Gideon's hand finds the thread at his wrist, his mother's thread, the blue faded now at the edges. He turns it once, twice. The alchemist said 48 hours, he says, just to me. I heard. That's how long I have before whatever they put in me finishes what it started. That's how long they think you have. They don't know you. They know the plague, they made it. They made a disease, they didn't make you. He looks at me, those 2 steady eyes. You can't fight a disease by being stubborn, hearken. I fought a blizzard by being stubborn. 9 days, ask anyone. I was there. I'm the one who had to listen to you talk to yourself for 9 days. I wasn't talking to myself, I was talking to you. You were delirious for 2 of those days. You called me Tom 3 times. My throat tightens. Tom, his father, the miller, terrible jokes. I'm sorry, I say. Don't be, it meant you remembered him. The boots outside complete their circuit. The formation settles into position. Whatever the captain came to do, he has done. Then one last time, the calm voice. We know about the tunnel, Commander. We're already in it. Sorcha doesn't move. Her hand doesn't tighten on the axe. Her breathing doesn't change. She looks at the wall and says nothing. Is that true? Torvik asks. I don't know, she says. You built the tunnel. I built it after I stopped teaching. He shouldn't know about it, but shouldn't isn't the same as doesn't. If they're in the tunnel, Wrench says, we have no escape route. If they were in the tunnel, they'd have used it already. Sorcha turns from the window, her face is composed. Whatever cracked when the captain mentioned Blackwater has been patched over. Patched, not healed. A bluff. He wants us to panic and do something stupid. How sure are you? I ask. Sure enough to bet on it. But not certain. Certain's a luxury. I'm working with probable. What happens if probable's wrong? If they're in the tunnel, they've been in it for hours and haven't moved. That means they're waiting, not breaching. If they meant to use it, they wouldn't announce it first. Unless announcing it is the point, Torvik says. Scare us into sealing our own escape route. Which is what a bluff looks like, Sorcha says. The southeast blind spot is still usable either way. The woodshed blocks the sight line whether they know about it or not. One escape route, Wrench says. One we're sure about, which is one more than most sieges offer. She sets the axe on the table. We work with what we have. Lyra turns from the window. The big man needs water, she says. He hasn't had any since the well bucket. I'm fine, I say. You're not fine, your lips are cracked and you keep swallowing. That's the dry setting in. Ember said cracked lips are a sign. Ember taught you that. Ember taught Gideon. Gideon taught me. Gideon teaches everyone everything because he thinks if he stops talking about medicine, he'll have to think about other things. Gideon doesn't deny it, he just turns the thread on his wrist. There's snowmelt cooling in the back, Hala says. I'll get it, Lyra says and goes. Gideon's head drops against my arm, his forehead is burning, I can feel it through my sleeve. 48 hours, he says again, softer this time. I carried him 9 days, every sunrise, every mile, every time his breathing changed in the dark and I stopped in the snow and put my ear to his chest and waited to hear it start again. I know what a clock sounds like when it is tied to a child. It sounds like a small breath catching. It sounds like the one I'm listening to right now. Then we have 48 hours, I say, and I put my hand on his shoulder because I have outlasted worse, and the boy leans into the weight of my palm and breathes. I keep my hand there and I feel each breath go in and come back out, the same as I did on the road, waiting for the next one every time like it might not come.
The axe handle fits my palm. I carved it that way 3 years ago. The balance point sits between wrist and elbow, the place where the weapon stops being held and starts being part of you. My calluses know the grain. East wall, Wrench says from the mount. 3 coming through the tree line, fast. I am already moving. The axe swings to my side. Formation, I ask. Split approach, 2 from the northeast, 1 southeast. The southeast one's alone, which means he's bait or he's stupid. He's bait, they want us watching him while the other 2 breach. How far out? 30 yards, moving fast, 20 seconds maybe less. Torvik, what do you see from the cellar window? There's a 4th, he says from the cellar stairs. Porch, moving slow. How slow? Measuring slow. He stepped on the first board and stopped. He's thinking about it. The other 4. Holding back, tree line, the captain's watching from the ridge. He's sending 4 and keeping 4. Standard probe. He wants to see what we do before he commits everything. Get Gideon behind the bar, I tell Hala. Lyra too, now. Already done, Hala says. She's pulling them toward the bar. Gideon doesn't resist. Lyra, the bar to the cellar door. How far? I ask. Close, the wall to your left will give before the door does. I'd go around it. She points where the plaster has cracked. If things go wrong, you take Gideon to the cellar. Don't wait for instructions. What counts as wrong? If I stop talking, that counts as wrong. Go. Hearken, I say, stay on the bench. I can hold a crossbow. You can't stand. Stay on the bench, and if anyone comes through the back door, yell. My contribution's yelling. Your contribution is being alive tomorrow. Stay down. Wrench fires the east mount. The bolt goes straight through the window and hits something that isn't wood. A sound between a thud and a crack. Someone outside grunts. Hit, Wrench says. Northeast left side. He's down but moving. The bolt caught his shoulder, not his chest. Reload. 3 seconds. The cam mechanism clicks, the string catches, she loads. Ready. The east wall shudders. Someone hits it from the outside with a shoulder, not a ram. The mortar around the window frame cracks and plaster falls in a line across the floor. The second one, Torvik says, he's trying to widen the window breach. Let him. I shift the axe to my right hand. My heartbeat slows. The wrongness of it is almost pleasant. The fever wakes all at once, warm behind my sternum, unfolding like something that was only ever pretending to sleep. Everything in the room gains an edge. The grain of the wood under my fingers stands out. The fire sounds louder. I can hear wrench breathing. Sorcha, Hala's voice, you're breathing. I know. Is it the fever? I know what it is. Stay behind the bar. Don't come near me. I've seen you like this before. Then you know what happens next. Stay back. The window frame gives. The second soldier comes through feet first, rolling into the room. Shoulder tuck, weapon up, scan left before right. I design that entry. He scans left. I'm on his right. The axe takes him in the side below the arm. One stroke. The vibration travels up the handle into my wrist. He falls. The third comes through the door. Fast, short blade, low stance. Page 9 of a manual I wrote when I was 26. I step inside her reach. The axe handle catches her wrist. She adjusts, tries to grab the haft. I let her. When she pulls, I push. The butt catches her temple. Her blade rings against the floor before she does. 2 down. The first one through the window is not moving anymore. Cold air hits my teeth. My jaw has pulled tight and open, and there's nothing I can do to close it. The fever has my face, and it's bearing everything I've got. The fourth soldier on the porch. He paused, and the pause saved his life, because I kick the support beam and the porch roof drops. The 3 who came through without hesitation are dead or dying. The fourth scrambles backward through the timber, gets to his feet and runs for the tree line. Young, narrow shoulders. He holds his left arm close to his body where the timber caught him. The snow outside has blood on it. 3 shapes that were people a minute and a half ago. 3 down, Wrench says. The shoulder hits crawling west. The runner made the tree line. She pauses. 5 left. The captain pulled the rest back. Smart. Not smart, reassessing. He sent 3 through the wall to test what I'd do. Now he knows. What did you do? Torvik asks. His voice is level, but his eyes are on the axe, the blood on the blade, the blood on my hands. What I was built to do. Sorcha, you're bleeding. Not now, Torvik. Your arm, left side. The third one nicked you on the way down. A scratch. It's bleeding through your sleeve. Then it'll stop bleeding through my sleeve. Not now. The one on the porch, Wrench says. The one who ran, he hesitated before the roof came down. Did you see that? I saw it. He stopped on the step, a full second of nothing, then the timber hit. He wasn't committed, I say. The other 3 came through without thinking. He thought about it. And that saved him. That's what happens when you send people who aren't sure about the killing. The sure ones are dead, the unsure ones alive. The captain will notice. What does that mean for us? Harkin asks from the bench. It means next time, he sends the ones who are sure. The fever recedes. Not all the way, it never does once it's been fed. The heat stays behind my ribs, banked but present. Gideon is looking at me. He should be behind the bar. He's standing 3 feet away, looking at my face, at the blood, at the axe. You were careful, he says. What? You were careful. The second one, the woman with the short blade. You hit her with the handle, not the edge. She's breathing. I wasn't being careful. You were being precise, same thing. Precise was the hand. Careful was never the plan, Gideon. Ember said precision is what separates protection from harm. You chose the handle. You chose it fast, but you chose it. He watched me kill people, and he isn't afraid. Why aren't you scared? I ask. Of what? Of me, of what you just saw. In Millbrook, the raiders smiled too. He pauses, breathes. They smiled because they liked it. You smiled because your body made you. Another breath, shorter than the last. I could see the difference. You're 10 years old. You shouldn't be able to see the difference. I'm 10. I hid under a floor for 9 days while people died above me. He swallows. I learned to see the difference because I had to. Behind the bar, I say, now. The fight's over. Behind the bar, Gideon, please. He goes. Lyra, I say, what's left out there? Two went west, one's crawling. Slow, he won't get far, one made the tree line. The captain hasn't moved. She tips her head, that look she gives a wall she doesn't trust. 5 still standing. Hala appears beside me. The refugees. Upstairs, quiet, Mrs. Garrett has them in the back room. She barricaded the door with the dresser. Good, Robbie. Coughing but safe. Mrs. Garrett had him under the bed before the first bolt flew. The woman on the floor, tie her hands, gag her, put her in the cellar. You're keeping her alive. She's intelligence, the dead ones aren't. Sorcha, she's one of them. She came through that door to kill us. And she failed, now she's useful. Tie her hands, Hala. What kind of intelligence? Formation patterns, supply lines, how many more the captain can call in, whether the tunnel claim from yesterday was real or a bluff. She knows things the dead ones took with them. Hala looks at my face. You sound like the commander. The commander just kept everyone in this building alive. You're welcome. She turns away. Torvik helps her with the unconscious soldier. Wrench bolt count, I say. Fired 2 during the breach. 1 hit, 1 went wide through the broken window, 15 remaining. The wide one recoverable. If someone wants to walk 10 yards into the snow with 5 soldiers watching, so no. 15, how many can you make from what's left? The porch timber that fell might give me 2 shafts if the grain held, 3 if I'm lucky. Check the timber. Torvik, the window needs boarding. Use the bed frame from the back room. The refugees are in the back room. Then move them to the cellar, it's safer anyway. The breach changes our defensive layout. Ground floor won't hold. Moving 11 people into a cellar with a tied-up soldier, Torvik says. A cheerful afternoon. Cheerful keeps nobody alive. Do it. What about the dead ones? Wrench asks. The 2 in the room and the 1 by the wall. Drag them outside. Through the broken window, we're not keeping bodies where people sleep. And the blood. Scrub it with snow melt. Hala, we have cloth to spare. Not to spare, but enough to clean a floor. Do it. The refugees don't need to see this when they come down. The refugees heard the screaming, Torvik says. They know what happened. They heard it through the floor. They don't need to step in it on the stairs. Clean the floor. The prisoner, Hala says from the cellar stairs. She's waking up, moaning. What do you want to do about it? Nothing yet. Let her wake. Let her figure out where she is. Fear makes people talkative. And if she doesn't talk, she will. She came through that door expecting to grab a boy and walk out. She woke up tied to a chair in a cellar with a dead comrade outside the window. She'll talk because talking's the only thing she can do. You sound sure. I trained the people who trained her. I know what breaks them. The commander again, Hala says. The commander just saved every life in this building. Stop worrying which part of me did it and start worrying about the water we have left. 2 days of snow melt if we ration hard, Hala says. Gideon's been melting snow all morning. He's got a system. Slow melt, double strain, cool in the back, says the snow here runs clean. Good, the boy's useful. The boy's sick. He sat down twice while melting snow and didn't get up for a full minute either time. I know he's sick, Hala. His breathing's worse than yesterday. Shallow, quick, like he's panting even when he's sitting still. I know what it sounds like. I can hear it from across the room. What are we going to do about it? What herbs do we have? Half a pouch of yarrow. Willow bark for 1 more day. Nothing for the boils. Nothing that touches whatever's rotting him from inside. Then we keep him hydrated, and we hope the alchemist was wrong about the 48 hours. And if he wasn't, then we find him and we make him fix what he broke. 1 problem at a time, Hala. I go to the basin, the water's cold. I put my hands in and watch the color change. Pink, then red. My hands keep moving, scrubbing. Harkins in the doorway, leaning against the frame, weight on his good side. He dragged himself off the bench to stand here and watch me wash blood off my hands. He isn't here to help or to lecture. He's here to be present, and it costs him more than any of the words he's holding back. Don't say anything, I tell him. He doesn't for a while. Your arm, he says. I told Torvik, a scratch. It's not a scratch, it's a 3-inch cut and it's still bleeding. Let me see it. You can't walk 3 steps without your wound tearing open. You're not playing healer. I'm not playing anything. You're bleeding, and you're washing the wrong blood off your hands. I stop scrubbing. He's right. My left sleeve is wet and dark, and the scratch that isn't a scratch is dripping pink into the basin. Sit down, he says. Let Hala wrap it. I don't need wrapping. You need to stop bleeding before you lecture anyone else about staying alive. Hala, I say without turning. Bandage left arm. Already behind you, Hala says. She's been waiting, the cloth's in her hand. She wraps it fast and tight, the pressure hurting in the good way, holding something together. I scrub the other hand until it stops being practical and starts being punishment. Then I lift my hands out. Clean, not a tremor in them, and I hate that more than I'd hate the shaking. 3 dead, I say to the room. 5 remaining. The captain will adjust. The next assault won't come through the wall. My hand finds the collar. Wet fingers on wool. I press the fabric against the scar. The scar is cold. It's always cold, even when the rest of me burns. I hold the collar there until the heat behind my ribs meets that cold and both fade to a weight I can carry. Gideon's behind the bar again, watching me through the gap between the bottles. He isn't afraid. He should be. Every person in this room should be afraid of me right now. But the boy who lay under the floorboards for 9 days looks at the woman who just killed 3 people and sees something he recognizes. I pick up the axe. I wipe the blade on my thigh. I set it on the table next to the basin, where the water's still pink. How long before they come again? Wrench asks. The captain lost 3 before he could blink. He'll take hours to regroup. He's patient, but he just learned patience costs bodies. So we have tonight. We have tonight, maybe tomorrow morning. After that, he comes with everything he has left. 5 soldiers, the captain, and the alchemist, Torvik says, against 1 woman with an axe and a crossbow operator who fires backward half the time. That was 1 time, Wrench says, and I fixed the cam. Harkin, I say, get back on the bench before you fall down. I'm fine. You're leaning so hard on that doorframe I can hear the wood bending. Sit down. He pushes off the frame, takes 1 step. His face goes white and Torvik catches his arm before he drops. Easy, Torvik says, back to the bench, hero time's over. We need to secure the window, I say, and someone check the porch timber for bolt shafts. The night is ours, but the captain isn't stupid, and 3 dead soldiers buy us hours, not days. Somewhere out there he's reworking the problem, using everything I taught him, and the next answer he reaches won't include knocking first.
Sorcha's face through the window glass still carries the ghost of the smile. The winter light catches her at an angle hard along the cheekbone, flat in the eye. She's wiping the axe with a strip of cloth. Her hands are steady. The blood comes off in long strokes, dark on the cloth, and she folds the cloth to a clean face and goes again and again until the ash handle and the steel are the color they're supposed to be. She doesn't look at the bodies outside. She doesn't look at anything but the axe. I watched the whole thing from the bench. 3 soldiers came through the wall and the door, and she killed them before any of them reached the stairs. It took no time, less than it takes to tell it. She moved into them instead of away, which is the thing nobody expects, and by the time the 3rd one understood what was happening, he was already on the floor. The 4th ran, she let him. She smiled while it happened. What frightens me isn't that she killed 3 people, it's her face while she did it. There was no anger in it and no fear in it. There was something worse, something that looked like relief, like a held breath finally let go. I've seen that look once before on someone my own blood, and I know where it ends. She might survive the killing. I'm afraid she won't survive what it costs. You're staring, she says without looking up. How's the arm? Bandaged, Hala wrapped it. Not what I asked. It's what I answered. She sets the axe on the table. The blade catches light. 3 hours ago it was inside a man's ribs. Wrench, I say, the bolt count. 15, Wrench says from the east mount. Porch timber gave me 2 good shafts, 17 total now. And the window boarding. Torvik finished it, bed frame holds, not pretty, but it holds. The prisoner. Cellar, Hala says from the stairs. Tied, gagged, awake. She's been staring at the wall for the last hour. Has she said anything? Can't say much through a gag, Wrench says. When Sorch is ready to talk to her, she'll talk to her, Hala says. Until then, the gag stays. I'm ready, Sorcha says. She picks up the axe. You're taking the axe to an interrogation, Torvik asks. I'm taking the axe everywhere. The window's boarded, not sealed. 5 soldiers and a captain who knows my tactics. The axe stays with me. Can't argue that, Torvik says. The refugees, I ask. Seller, Hala says, all 11 plus the prisoner behind the partition. Mrs. Garrett has them organized. She moved Robbie's blankets herself. How's Robbie? Coughing more or less between coughs. Lyra says his breathing sounds different from Gideon's. Different how? Lyra says Robbie's cough is wet and regular. Gideon's is dry and catching. Wet and regular's the better one. She's right, Gideon says from his blankets. His voice is thin but certain. Wet means the lungs are clearing, dry means they're not. Ember teach you that, I ask. Ember taught me most things worth knowing. Hearken, Sorcha says, eat. She sets a portion next to my bench, dried venison torn even, hard bread scored with a blade and snapped clean along the break, preserved apple with the brown cut away, only the white left, a cup of snow melt. She does this for everyone, every portion set where each person can reach it without moving. The venison torn even so no one gets a bigger piece than the next. The brown cut clean off the apple so the sick don't get the spoiled part. She drinks last and eats least. She feeds a room the same way she cleared it, without wasted motion, without asking anyone how they feel about it. You need to eat more than that, I say, watching her set her own portion aside. Half the size of anyone else's, and I have watched her make it half the size on purpose, cutting her own share down so the pile in front of the rest of us stays whole. I need to interrogate a prisoner. You need to not fall over while you're doing it. I've fought on less, eat your food, Harkin. I eat every mouthful weighs 3 times what it should. An orc in winter needs close to 3 times what a human does. I'm the biggest drain on the food and Sorcha doesn't hesitate to hand me the largest portion. It sits heavy in me, a debt I haven't earned. Gideon surfaces from his blankets. His breathing catches on every third inhale. The boils at his throat have darkened. The thread at his wrist looks like a wound of its own, too bright against skin that's going gray, a stripe of color where there shouldn't be one. You gave him the biggest piece, he says to Sorcha. He's the biggest person. Good, the biggest body needs the most fuel. He pauses to breathe. You need to sleep 4 hours. A boy this competent shouldn't exist, and he only does because no one else kept these people alive. I don't need a 10-year-old managing my schedule. You haven't slept since yesterday. You're slower than you were. I can see it in your eyes. They stay shut too long when you blink. You're watching how I blink. Ember taught me the blink goes slow when the body starts choosing survival over staying awake. Yours has been doing it since the fight. I eat your food, Gideon. I'll eat if you promise 4 hours. I'll promise 2. 3. 2.5 and stop negotiating with me. Deal. He picks up the bread, works it between his teeth, swallows with effort. He's a 10-year-old running a siege kitchen because no one else will, and the thing that breaks my heart is that he's good at it. I run my tongue along my broken tusk. The ridged edge where it healed wrong has been catching there for 15 years, the same rough spot my tongue has found 10,000 times without meaning to. She broke this tusk at Ashford Bridge 15 years ago. The same jaw, the same movement, the woman with the axe who moved too fast and too clean, and I walked away from that day carrying a piece of her in my own mouth without knowing whose it was. Now I know. I'm touching her mark on me while I watch her feed the people she'd die to protect, and I haven't found the words for that yet, so I keep it behind my teeth with the broken tusk. Torvek, I say, how long can we hold? Water's 2 days at current rationing, he says. Gideon's snow melt is working, but the supply isn't endless. The snow near the building's fouled with blood and debris. Clean snow means someone going farther out. Which means someone in the open. Which means someone in range of 5 soldiers, yes. Food. 4 days if we cut portions again. Maybe 5 if we're creative with the preserved stock. Medicine. Half a pouch of yarrow, Hala says. Willow bark for 1 more day, after that nothing. And Gideon's condition. Worsening, Hala says. The alchemist's 48 hours started yesterday. We're past the halfway mark. Can he travel? He can sit up, that's about the limit. Not what I asked. If someone carries him, he can travel. If someone carries him and keeps him warm and keeps his head up so the breathing doesn't collapse, he can travel. That someone's you. I can't stand. You stood in the doorway 20 minutes ago. Torvek caught me before I hit the floor. You stood a start. Gideon has fallen asleep against my arm. His forehead burns through my sleeve. Each breath sounds like someone pulling cloth through a narrow gap. Torvik sits down across from me. He has a knife and a piece of chair wood, carving with care. You carry it, he says, a statement, not a question. I don't answer. My father did too, Torvik says, carried a stone for every man he lost. When I was young I thought they were just rocks he collected. River stones, field stones, road stones, he had a bag of them, heavy. You could hear them shift when he walked, like bones settling. He wore the strap over his left shoulder because his right one had been broken twice and couldn't take the weight. He turns the wood in his hands. A curl of shaving falls to the floor. By the end he couldn't stand, not under the stones, under the knowing, how many there were and that the number would never come down. I run my tongue along the tusk. The silence between us holds full and unforced. How many did he carry, I ask. More than 100, I buried them with him. Was he at peace at the end? He was tired and finished. For a man like that, they ran together at the end. Tired you sleep off, finished you don't. No, you don't, but he pretended you could, and we let him. Gideon shifts against my arm. His breath catches, holds, releases. His mother's thread turns on his wrist as he moves. I don't carry stones, I carry names. The dead from Millbrook, 60 of them, every face I buried or laid stones over with my own hands. 3 more today, though those 3 I didn't bury and won't. Sorcha's, not mine. It doesn't balance, it isn't supposed to. There's no putting the load down at the end of the day, and no day it stops growing. It's supposed to be carried, that's the whole of it. You get up under the weight, and you keep your feet, and you go. Lyra, I say, come here. She appears from behind the partition, that assessing look. She studies me like a cracked beam, finding where the strain runs. How are the refugees? Scared, quiet, Mrs. Garrett told them to pray. 3 of them are praying, the rest are staring at the ceiling. And you? I don't pray, I watch. What are you watching now? Your pulse moves slower than everyone else's. I can see it in your throat. Orc hearts run slow. Sorcha's runs faster than it should for someone sitting still. You can see that. It's the same as the footsteps, you just watch for the movement. She goes back behind the partition. Sorcha comes up from the cellar. Her face tells me nothing. The axe is in her right hand and her left hand is at her side, and neither of them is shaking. What did she say? Hala asks. Enough, the captain has supply lines from Coldwater, 3-day resupply cycle. He can call in 12 more soldiers if he sends a rider. 12 more, Torvik says. But he hasn't sent the rider, not yet. She says he wants to take us with what he has, personal. Personal how? I trained him, he wants to prove he's better than the teacher. That's the weakness. A captain running a personal grudge makes mistakes a captain running an operation wouldn't. What kind of mistakes? He sent 4 soldiers through a wall instead of waiting us out. Waiting would have worked, patience would have starved us, but he wanted to see my face when his people came through. And is he better than the teacher? He sent 4 and 3 are dead. No, he's not. The tunnel, I say, did she know about the tunnel? The captain told them before the assault. She says they've located the entrance. They haven't entered it. He wants it as leverage, not as a way in. So it's real. The tunnel's real. The claim that they're inside it was a bluff, like I said, but they know where it is. That changes things. Changes what? Whether we can use it to leave. They know the entrance. They may be watching it. Can we go around them? There's a junction 40 yards in. One branch goes east toward the settlement road. The other goes north toward the ridge. If they're watching the main entrance, we take the north branch. And if they're watching both, then we have a different problem. The word sits in the room, leave, the first person to say what everyone's been thinking since this morning. We can't stay, I say. 3 days of food left, Sorcha, maybe 4, 2 days of water, 1 day of medicine, 15 bolts, 5 soldiers outside with supply lines, 12 more, 1 rider away, a boy who can't sit up and an orc who can't stand. We can't hold this. I know what we have. Then what's the plan? The plan is I go down to the cellar and ask her about the tunnel entrance, whether it's watched, what angle they're covering, how many eyes. And then we decide whether we leave through it or die inside this building. When? Tomorrow before dawn. Gideon opens his eyes. He's been listening with them closed, faking sleep so people say things they wouldn't if they knew he was awake. Thornfield, he says, that's where we need to go. How do you know about Thornfield? Ember told me if anything happened to Millbrook, go to Thornfield. There's a healer there, someone who knows about the plague. How far? 3 days on foot, Sorcha says, in good weather. In this weather, with a sick child and a wounded orc, call it 5. I'll walk, I say. You'll be carried. Nobody here can carry me. Then you'll lean on me and move your feet, and we'll call it walking. The fire pops, the wind pushes against the boarded window. Under the floor, a vibration, not rats, not settling wood, a scraping with direction to it. With patience, it stops, it starts. It stops again, like something that hit a root or a stone and has to work around it, then goes back to it. Torvek hears it too, his hands stop on the carving. Not the building, he says. No, Sorcha says, it's not. The tunnel. Under the floor, moving toward the sealed section. They're digging, I say. They're digging, Sorcha sets the axe on the table. The tunnel bluff was a bluff, the digging isn't. How long before they break through? Depends on the soil and what tools they have, hours, not days. Then tomorrow before dawn might be too late. It might be. Gideon's hand finds the frayed thread at his wrist. He turns it twice. His eyes are steady and too old for his face. Then we go tonight, he says. Can you walk, she asks. I can try. Trying isn't walking. Then I'll walk, give me something to lean on and point me at the door. The tunnel ceiling's 4.5 feet. Then I'll crawl. You can't crawl with a wound in your side. I crawled 9 days through a blizzard with a wound in my side and a boy on my back. I'll manage a tunnel. She looks at me for a long time. The axe hangs at her side. The collar sits high on her throat, hiding whatever scar lives beneath it. Her hand doesn't reach for it. She keeps both hands still. We go at midnight, she says. Wrench leads the refugees east through the main tunnel. We go north. The split's at the junction, 40 yards past the cellar entrance. And the digging. If they breach before midnight, we go early. Wrench triggers the collapse behind us. The collapse. She built a mechanism into the tunnel supports, spring-loaded. 1 pull and 3 tons of earth come down. 1 use, no going back. Did you tell her to build that? I told her not to, she built it anyway. Smart woman. Infuriating woman, but yes, she built it into the 3rd support beam. 1 pull on the trigger line and the whole section drops. How does she know it works? She tested it on a smaller section last night. While we were sleeping, she's thorough. The floor shifts again. I feel it through the bench, through my palms, carried up the same foundation that carried the boots 2 days ago. Under us in the dark, they're digging toward the place we thought was safe. I put my hand flat to the bench and hold it there and let the scraping come up into my palm, and I think about the boy burning against my other arm and the tunnel ceiling 4.5 feet high, and how far 3 days is on foot in this weather with a wound in my side. Small, steady, patient, the scraping goes on, and it doesn't care about any of that.
The digging under the floor has hardened from a suggestion into a schedule. Wrench comes up the cellar stairs with the number. 4 hours, she says. Maybe less, they've got tools now. A pick and a shovel working in rotation, 2 people at least. Steady, not desperate. Where? Southeast, moving toward the sealed section. When they break through that, they're in the tunnel. When they're in the tunnel, they're under this floor. So the sealed section's the only thing between us and them. 3 feet of packed earth and some rotted timber. Call it 4 hours. I don't pad my estimates, Sorcha. I know you don't. I look at the room. Torvek's boarding the last window gap with bed frame timber, driving each nail in 3 strikes and no more, saving his arm for later. Hala's in the cellar, taking stock of the water. Harkin's on the bench with Gideon asleep against his arm. The fire's low. The wind pushes at the walls and finds every gap Torvek hasn't reached yet. 4 hours. The plan was dawn. Dawn's 7 hours off. Somewhere under my boots, 2 people are trading a pick back and forth in the dark, and they don't know I've heard them, and they don't know I've moved the clock to meet them. We move it up, I say, midnight. 3 hours from now, Torvek says. I know what midnight is, Torvek. Can you pack 11 refugees, a sick boy, and a man who can't stand into a tunnel in 3 hours? Watch me. You'll need someone on Harkin, Torvek says. He's too big for one person to hold up in a low tunnel. I'll take his left side, you take his right until the junction. After the split, he's mine. You're going to hold him up through a tunnel by yourself. He said he'd walk. He says a lot of things. Half of them are lies he tells so people stop worrying about him. I know, which is why I'll be on his left side whether he wants me there or not. Wrench, I say, the mechanism, walk me through it again. She comes up from the cellar wiping her hands on her trousers. Grease-black fingers, cracked nails. Third support beam from the cellar entrance. I swap the original for a split beam, spring-loaded. The trigger line runs along the left wall. You won't see it unless you know it's there. One pull and the beam separates. The weight of the earth does the rest. 3 tons. Give or take, enough to seal the passage. The beams on either side hold the rest of the tunnel. Only the third section drops. And you tested this. Last night, smaller section, same principle, while you were sleeping. I told you not to build it. You said not to build it. You didn't say I was wrong. I stare at her, she doesn't blink. I didn't say you were wrong. No, you didn't. One use, I say. One pull, no going back. No going back. The collapse seals the section. Rubble, earth, timber, you'd need a week to dig through it. By then we're gone or we're dead, and either way the tunnel doesn't matter. Hala, I call down the stairs. Start sorting. Everything we can carry in one load, everything else stays. Define essential, she calls back. Water, food, blankets for Gideon, medicine, what's left of it, wrenches, tools, weapons. And everything else stays. The refugees have personal things, letters, a locket Mrs. Garrett always wears. Mrs. Garrett can wear the locket. Letters weigh nothing. Anything that doesn't slow us down can come. Anything that does stays. Some of them will argue. Then they can argue while they walk. We leave at midnight, Hala, not midnight and 10 minutes. The prisoner, Torvik says, what do we do with her? Leave her. Tied up in a cellar with no water. She has water. I left a skin within reach of her hands. She'll free herself in 8, maybe 10 hours. By then we're in the tunnel and the tunnel doesn't exist behind us. And if she frees herself sooner, then she runs to the captain and tells him we're gone. By then the collapse is between us and them. Let her talk. Torvik nods, his jaw works once. Stone Road Protocol. Stone Road Protocol. Strip what you carry, leave what you can't, don't look back. My father walked a stone road once. Said it was the longest walk of his life and the shortest distance. Your father sounds like a poet. He was a mason. Poets don't survive stone roads. Wrench, Torvik says. The refugees, some of them are old. 2 have bad knees. The tunnel floor's uneven. I know, Wrench says. I walked it twice yesterday. The worst stretch is between the 3rd and 5th beams. Roots and standing water, I'll warn them. And the children. Robbie's mother carries him. The other 3 can walk. Lyra won't need help. Lyra won't accept help, I say. Different thing. Same result, Wrench says. What about the prisoner? Hala asks from the stairs. She's been quiet for the last hour. She can hear us packing. She knows we're moving. Good, let her wonder. She can't reach the knots. She's been working at them. I checked a while ago. She's got some slack in the left wrist. Then tighten it and leave the water skin closer. I don't want her dying of thirst after we're gone. You're merciful for someone who hit her with an axe handle. I hit her with an axe handle because mercy's easier than murder. Tie the wrist, Hala. And if she works it loose again, then check it again. She's got nowhere to go but through knots I taught you, and you tie a better knot than she unties. Keep the water where she can reach it and the blade where she can't. The tunnel ceiling, Harkin says, how high? 4.5 feet at the tallest, Wrench says. 3.5 at the junction. You'll be on your knees for most of it. Wonderful. You said you'd crawl. I said I'd manage. There's a difference between crawling and managing. Not in a tunnel there isn't. Gideon surfaces. His eyes open and for a few seconds they're clear, focused, sharp in one of his good windows. The blue thread catches firelight. We're going, he asks. We're going. Thornfield. Yes. How far? Far enough, don't worry about the distance. I'm not worried about the distance. I'm worried about whether Harkin can walk it. He looks up at the orc whose arm he's been sleeping against. You're worse than yesterday. I'm fine, Harkin says. Your pulse is faster, and your breathing's shallower, and you're sweating through your shirt even though the room's cold. You're not fine. You're 10 years old and you're dying of plague. You don't get to diagnose me. Ember taught me what to look for. You're running a low fever. The wound's infected, probably. Probably. Your skin's hot where the wound is. I can feel it through your shirt. Infected wounds throw off heat. Ember said if it spreads past the wound edge by more than a hand's width, it's bad. And mind. I'd need to see it to be sure, but the heat through your shirt says it's spreading. Wonderful, add it to the list. What list? The list of things trying to kill us. A crack splits Gideon's composure. The ghost of a smile. Then his eyes close and his head drops against Harkin's arm. Hala, I say, how much willow bark do we have? Half a day's worth, maybe a full day if I quarter the dose. Quarter the dose, give half to Gideon and half to Harkin. Harkin hasn't asked for medicine. Harkin doesn't ask for things, give it to him anyway. He'll argue. And I'll tell him to shut up and take it, we've been through this. The next 2 hours are preparation. I check the tunnel entrance. I go over the supplies Hala's sorted. I argue with Mrs. Garrett about blankets. 3 per person, she says. The children will freeze. 1 per person. We can't carry 33 blankets through a tunnel. 2. Mrs. Garrett. 2, or I stand here arguing with you until the soldiers dig through. Your choice. 2, because she has a voice that doesn't accept no, and I don't have time to outlast her. I check Wrench's trigger line, running my fingers along the left wall until I feel the thin cord. Hidden, taut, ready. I brief the refugees, 11 faces in the cellar light. Mrs. Garrett stands at the front, the locket at her throat, her spine straight, a woman who's decided she'll hold the others together or break trying. Robbie coughs into her sleeve. We leave at midnight, I tell them. Through the tunnel, no talking, no lights until we're past the junction. Wrench leads, Torvik guards the rear. You follow Wrench. You do what she says. If she tells you to stop, you stop. If she tells you to run, you run. Where are we going? Someone asks. A thin man whose name I should know and don't. East to the nearest settlement. Wrench knows the way. And you? I go north, with the boy and the orc. Why are you splitting up? Because the soldiers want me. If I go east with you, I lead them to you. If I go north, I draw them off. You're leaving us, Mrs. Garrett says, not a question. I'm putting myself between them and you, call it what it is. From where I'm standing, it looks like leaving. From where you're standing, you'll be alive tomorrow. That's the only thing that matters. And you. I'll be alive too. I didn't survive 3 years running this inn to die in a tunnel. You're not just an innkeeper, she says. We all know that now. I'm whatever keeps you breathing. Tonight that means walking one way while you walk another. The thin man beside her speaks up. Thank you for everything. Save it for when you're safe, I tell him. What about the soldiers outside? Mrs. Garrett asks. Won't they hear us? The tunnel entrance is in the cellar, below ground level. The nearest soldier's 30 yards out, they'll hear nothing. And if they check the building after we're gone? They'll find an empty inn and a tied-up comrade and a collapsed tunnel. By the time they work out which way we went, we'll have a 6-hour head start. 6 hours isn't much, she says. It's enough, it has to be. Lyra, I say, from here to the tunnel junction, what's it like? Tight, the floor dips about 2/3 of the way in, and there's a route that'll catch a boot just past it. The walls are good. The roof past the junction is where I'd worry. Flat and sure, like she's reading it off the dark, already mapping the strain. Good girl. I'm not good, I'm accurate. Hala, I say, Gideon's blankets, the thick ones. Already packed, plus the wool wrap from the back room. And the willow bark. Split and dosed. Gideon gets the first dose before we move. Harkin gets his in the tunnel. He won't take it if he's watching the boy take his. You know him that well already. I know stubborn. He's the same breed my husband was. Wouldn't eat, wouldn't rest, wouldn't take medicine if someone else needed it more. You have to trick them into surviving. Your husband sounds like a lot of work. He was worth it, though. My shoulders ache. I go to the basin. The water's cold. It's always cold now. We're not wasting fuel to heat wash water when we have a sick boy and a wounded orc who need it more. My hands are wrecked, not from the axe, from the work. Splitting wood, tearing cloth, hauling grain. My knuckles are split in 3 places and the calluses on my palms are raw. I turn them over in the cold light. They look like someone else's hands, a stranger's, older than the rest of me. I start scrubbing, hard, fast. The bristles drag across the split knuckles and I press harder. The cold water stings and I let it sting, because the sting is a thing I can understand. Everything else in this room is a problem I'm holding in my head at once: the clock and the digging and the 11 faces and the boy going gray. The sting is small enough to fit in one hand. I scrub like I can put the whole night down for the length of it. Someone takes the cloth from my hand. I don't see him move. One moment I'm scrubbing and the next his hand is on the cloth and my fingers are letting go before my brain catches up. He shouldn't be standing. He shouldn't be here, close enough that I can feel the heat of him against the cold air. He wrings the cloth in heated water, tests it against his own wrist first. Then he takes my right hand. His hands are enormous. Both of mine fit inside one of his. The cloth is warm and his skin is warmer and his thumbs press into my palm, thorough and unbearable. He washes between my fingers. He's careful with the split knuckles, the cloth moving over them without pressing. Just heat, just contact. He turns my hand over and washes the back, the tendons, the raw places where the calluses tore. He finds each split without looking for it, like he already knew where they'd be, like he read them off my grip on the axe hours ago and filed it. He does the left hand the same way. Slow, thorough. Gentle past anything those hands should be able to manage when they could break a man's arm. I don't pull away, I don't speak. Neither does he. My hand wants the collar, wants the wool against the scar and the familiar pressure. But my hands are held and the collar's at my throat where I can't reach it, and for the first time in 3 years I'm without that defense. The only sound is water and breathing and the fire popping in the grate. My throat tightens. No military term for it, no name in any manual I ever wrote. Beyond the fever. Just being tended by someone who asks nothing back. I don't cry. The pressure sits behind my eyes and I let it sit there and I let him hold my hands and I let the warm water do what cold water never could. 3 years I've washed these hands alone, cold, fast, and gone. Nobody's held them since before the scar. I forgot a person could be held still and not be taken from. My breathing wants to break and I keep it level, because if it breaks he'll stop, and I don't want him to stop, and I don't have the word for wanting that yet. When he finishes, he sets my hands down on the dry cloth, palm up. Open, clean, the cleanest they've been in years, and I don't mean the blood. He goes back to the bench without a word. The feeling stays on my palms. The floor vibrates, louder now, the digging's picked up. Wrench appears at the cellar stairs. 3 hours was optimistic, she says. They've picked up the pace. Call it 2.5. Midnight's 90 minutes away. We go at midnight, I say. As planned, wrench, trigger, line ready. Ready since last night. Torvek refugees staged. As staged as 11 terrified people can be. Hala supplies packed. 2 loads, wrench carries the heavier one, I take the lighter. Hearken. I'll walk, he says from the bench. His voice is steady, his face is pale. You'll lean on me. I'll lean on you. Gideon opens his eyes one more time. The thread, too bright against gray skin, turns on his wrist. His gaze finds mine and holds it, and for a moment the sick boy and the soldier and the innkeeper are all in the same room, breathing the same air, headed for the same door. Time to go, I say. I pick up the axe. My hands are clean and steady and they carry something that isn't blood. The fever sits behind my ribs where it always sits, but on my skin there's a different heat, not the fever's, not mine. His. For the first time in 3 years I carry a mark that isn't a scar, and I hold it without naming it, without turning it over, without letting go.
The tunnel smells like wet earth and fear and the sweet rot coming off the boy on my back. Gideon weighs nothing. He should weigh more than nothing. A 10-year-old should weigh enough to feel like carrying something alive, but the plague has taken so much of him that the blankets weigh more than the body inside them. The ceiling is 4.5 feet. I am 7 feet on a good day. This isn't a good day. On your knees, Sorcha says beside me, from here to the junction. I gathered that. Can you do it? I crawled 9 days through a blizzard. I can crawl 40 yards through a tunnel. That was before your wound opened twice and you ran a fever for 6 hours. Are you trying to motivate me or bury me? I'm trying to know if I need to find another way to move you. There's no other way to move me. You'd need a cart and a mule, and neither of those fits in a tunnel. You'd be surprised what fits in a tunnel. I once moved a cannon barrel through a passage half this width. A cannon barrel doesn't blade when you bump it into a wall. Neither will you keep your elbows in. My knees work, my arms work, everything between them is a problem, but the knees and arms will get me there. Torvik takes your right side, I take your left. I don't need two people holding me up. You're not being held up, you're being guided. The floor is uneven and the ceiling drops at the junction. You hit your head on a support beam and we lose time. My head has survived worse than a beam. Your head isn't the concern, the beam is the concern. Wrench spent hours rigging that trigger mechanism, and I'm not having you demolish it with your skull. I'll keep my skull away from the mechanism. You'll keep your skull where I tell you to keep it. Move when Wrench moves, stop when she stops. Wrench appears at the front of the line, lantern shuttered down to a glow that reaches the walls and no farther. Everyone, listen, no talking past this point, no lights except mine, stay close to the person in front of you. The floor is wet between the third and fifth beams. Hold the walls if you need to. Move when I move, stop when I stop. How far? Mrs. Garrett asks, her voice is steady. The locket at her throat catches the lantern light. 400 yards to the east exit, 40 yards to the junction where we split. And the ceiling. You'll be fine, Mrs. Garrett. The ceiling is built for humans. It's the orc who's going to have a bad night. I'm having a wonderful night, I say from my knees. The mud is very comfortable. Is he joking? Mrs. Garrett asks Sorcha. He jokes when he's in pain. The worse the pain, the better the joke. That wasn't a very good joke. Then I'm not in very much pain. Everyone wins. Quiet, Wrench says, all of you. From here we whisper or we don't talk at all. Can I whisper jokes? I ask. You can whisper prayers, those are quieter. Nobody laughs, but Gideon shifts on my back and his fingers tighten on my collar. That was funny, he whispers against my neck. Thank you, someone should appreciate my humor. I appreciate it, my lungs don't. Sorcha presses something into my hand, small, dry, bitter, the willow bark, Hala's quartered dose. Take it, she says, don't argue. I chew it, the bitterness spreads across my tongue and settles into a dull ache that is almost relief. Her hand finds my arm in the dark. The touch is different now, since the basin, since she let me hold her hands and wash the work out of her knuckles and neither of us said a word. That silence is still between us, unsaid and heavy and good. Ready? She asks. No, let's go anyway. We move, my knees find every rock and root in the floor. The wound in my side pulls with every forward motion, a sharp hot line that runs from my hip to my ribs. Gideon's forehead burns against the back of my neck. Every few steps he coughs, quiet and controlled. Are you all right up there? I whisper. I'm not up, I'm on. Up is for people who aren't strapped to an orc. Are you all right on there? My head hurts, my chest hurts. Your back is bony for someone so large. I'll work on that. Don't, the bones give me something to hold on to. Torvik is on my right, his hand on my shoulder, guiding. Line left, he whispers, beam. I lean, my shoulder brushes packed earth instead of timber. Good, straight now, 20 yards. You can see in this dark. I can feel the air changes near the beams, colder where the gaps are. You learned that in tunnels. I learned that in mines. My father was a mason. I spent my childhood underground. And you chose to go back underground. I chose to go where the people needed carrying. Underground, overground, the direction doesn't matter. The refugees move ahead of us. I can hear their footsteps, their breathing, the quiet sounds of people trying not to cry. Robbie coughs once, someone shushes him. Mrs. Garrett's voice low and firm. It's all right, love, just a bit farther. The floor dips, my knee goes into 2 inches of standing water, and the cold shocks up through my leg. That dip, Sorcha says beside me. Lyra flagged it. Lyra sees what's coming. Lyra sees what's coming and she's been right every time. Watch for the route ahead where the floor rises. How does a child learn to read a tunnel like that? The same way Gideon learned to read a pulse. Someone taught her or nobody did and she taught herself. Either way, the gift is real. The gift is real, the child behind it worries me. She worries everyone, that's why she watches. Knowing what will fail is what she can control. We reach the junction, the tunnel opens. I can feel the ceiling lift by a foot, maybe a foot and a half. Wrench's lantern casts a dim circle on the walls and I can see the fork, East Branch and North Branch. The junction, Sorcha says, everyone stops here. How long do we have? Torvik asks. Minutes, the digging was 2 hours behind us when we entered, maybe less now. Less, Wrench says, they've been picking up the pace all night. If they breach the sealed section and find the cellar entrance, they'll know we're in the tunnel within the hour. Then we don't waste the hour. Wrench, you move the refugees east the moment we split. No waiting, no looking back. This is where we split, Sorcha says. Her voice is the flat one, the commander voice. Wrench, you take the East Branch with the refugees. Torvik guards the rear. I need you at the settlement by tomorrow night. We'll make it, Wrench says. The east tunnel is wider, better footing. How much better? Sorcha asks. 6 feet of ceiling, dry floor past the first 100 yards. Mrs. Garrett won't need to crawl. And the exit. Covered by brush, I cleared the worst of it yesterday. They'll come out behind the ridge, half a mile from the settlement road. Good, Torvik, keep them together, keep them quiet. I'll do what needs doing, Torvik says. His voice is low, he's looking at me. Thank you, I say. Don't thank me, walk north, get the boy to Thornfield. I will. Wrench, I say, the refugees, watch the ones with bad knees on the slope. I've walked the slope twice, I know where to put them. You worry about the boy, I'll worry about the rest. She'll worry about the rest, Sorcha says. She always does. Someone has to, Wrench says. Might as well be the one who built the tunnel. Torvik kneels beside Gideon. The boy is conscious. His eyes are open, glassy, but focused on Torvik's face. His mother's thread turns on his wrist as he lifts his hand. Before the humans named it the Stone Road, Torvik says, the orcs walked it. We called it Korthal, the path of carried things. He speaks with the same deliberation he carved the chairwood, choosing each word. The first orc carried his dead brother across the mountains because the ground on this side was softer for digging. Every orc who walks this road carries something that needs burying or something that needs saving. Gideon blinks, his fingers find the thread and hold it. Your soldier carries you, Torvik says. The tradition is older than any border. I run my tongue along the broken tusk. The ridged edge catches as it always does, carries. The word settles somewhere under the wound in my side. Gideon's hand finds my collar again. His grip is weak but with intent. I know the story, he whispers. Ember told me. She said the orcs were the first to carry their wounded, before anyone else thought it was worth doing. Ember was right, Torvik says. She usually is. She told me other stories too, Gideon says. About the old roads, about the places where orcs and humans walked together before the borders. Those stories are true, Torvik says. Every one of them. She said the borders were a mistake. She said that to a 10-year-old. She said it to anyone who would listen. She wasn't afraid of the truth. No, Torvik says, she wasn't. Lyra appears. She stands in front of Sorcha, watching the fork like she can see which timber will give first. 3 tunnels, she says, 2 exits, one that holds. She pauses. You take care of us. Sorcha kneels, eye level with the girl. You see what's coming, Sorcha says. Mostly. Then watch the way ahead, all the way to the settlement, and when you get there, tell me what held and what didn't. How will I tell you? You'll find a way, you always find a way. I'll watch every step, Lyra says, every single one. I know you will. Will you watch yours? I don't watch the ground, Lyra, I watch the people, and right now everyone's accounted for. Lyra takes Sorcha's hand, small fingers wrapped around knuckles that were split and washed and clean. Sorcha holds the grip for 3 seconds, then she pries Lyra's fingers loose, one by one, with care. She stands and turns north. The refugees move east, the footsteps fade. Robbie's cough gets smaller and smaller until it's gone. They're clear, Wrench says from the junction mouth. I can't hear them anymore. How far do they need to be? I ask. Past the 4th beam, safe distance. They're past it. You're certain? I built this tunnel. I know where every beam stands and every section sits. They're safe. Wrench, I say, when this is over, if we all make it through. Don't start saying goodbye, orc. I don't do goodbyes. I wasn't going to say goodbye, I was going to say thank you, for the crossbows, for the bolts, for the tunnel, for the mechanism that's about to save our lives. Don't thank me either, build me something. When this is over, build me a workshop with a proper forge and a roof that doesn't leak. All the thanks I need. I'll build you a workshop with a forge and a roof. Good, now shut up and let me collapse this tunnel. Range, Sorcha says, the trigger. On your word. Do it. The sound is enormous, a crack, then a roar, then a settling that goes on for longer than it should. Dust fills the tunnel. Gideon coughs against my back. When I open my eyes, the east passage is gone. Where the tunnel was, there's now a wall of earth and timber and rubble. 3 tons of world between us and everything behind. Did it hold? Sorcha asks. It held, Wrench says. The beams on either side are solid. We're safe on this side. And the other side? Sealed. A week of digging wouldn't clear that. Good. The inn is behind that wall, the hearth, the fire, the bar where Gideon learned the trick of a pulse and Lyra learned every loose board and wrench built crossbows from chair legs. It's all behind that wall and it will stay there. North, Sorcha says. She does not look at the wall. North, I say. Can you feel your side? I can feel everything, that's the problem. The willow bark should have dulled it. Hala quartered the dose. I'm feeling 3/4 of everything. Then you'll move slower and complain less. We have ground to cover. I don't complain. You've been making jokes since the cellar, your version of complaining. My version of complaining involves more profanity than you've heard so far. Save it for the surface, I'll need the entertainment. Torvek's hand rises once in the dark, palm flat, an orc farewell. I raise my hand the same way. The gesture is older than language. What does that mean? Sorcha asks. It means the carrying is what we were for. Not a translation, a feeling. Orc farewells are feelings, we don't translate them, we just make them. The words are true, but they're not the whole truth. Some things live in the gesture and die in the translation. The north tunnel narrows, the ceiling drops to 3.5 feet. Gideon's voice from my back, are we going to Thornfield? Yes. Good, Ember said the healer there knows about the plague. She said to trust her. Do you trust her? Ember trusted her enough for me. What's the healer's name? Bronwyn. Ember said she studied the plague before anyone else would touch it. She said Bronwyn lost patience and kept studying. She said that's how you know someone is worth trusting. Because they kept going after failing. Because they kept going after it cost them something. Sorcha's hand finds my arm again. Her fingers press into the muscle above my elbow, steady and sure. The calluses on her palms catch against my skin. The touch from the basin is still there, real and physical. How far? I ask. 3 days in good weather, 5 in this. And which is this? This is weather that turns 3 days into 5 and 5, into a number we don't talk about. I've survived things we don't talk about. I know that's why you're still crawling. And after Thornfield, if Bronwyn can help him. Then we keep moving, north, away from the captain and his grudge and everything behind that wall. And if she can't help him, she can, she will, the only version of this I'm planning for. You always plan for the worst. I'm planning for the worst by planning for the best. If Bronwyn fails, there's no plan, so she doesn't fail. The tunnel stretches ahead. Gideon breathes against my neck. Sorcha's hand stays on my arm. Somewhere behind us, under 3 tons of earth, the inn is empty and the fire is out. But the boy's breath is on my neck and her grip is on my arm, and the tradition of carried things is older than any border. The weight on my back is alive and mine to carry, and I carry it forward into the dark.
The stone scrapes skin off his shoulders. I can hear it. A wet sound, like cloth tearing, except it isn't cloth. It's the orc who said he'd managing, which means bleeding from new places while crawling through a tunnel that was never built for anything his size. Left wall narrows, I say over my shoulder. Lean right. I'm leaning as far right as right goes. Right has a wall too. Then make yourself smaller. I'm 300 pounds. Smaller isn't a thing I do. You're 300 pounds in a space built for 150. Fold your shoulders in. My shoulders don't fold. Everything folds if you push it hard enough. Is that military wisdom or innkeeper wisdom? It's the wisdom of someone who's been watching you scrape yourself raw for the last 200 yards. Fold your shoulders, or I fold them for you. He folds. The sound changes from tearing to grinding. An improvement, technically. The tunnel is 3.5 feet of ceiling and maybe 4 feet of width at its widest, less at its worst, and every inch of it is arguing with his body. I crawl ahead of him with the axe balanced across my forearms so the head doesn't drag, and behind me I can hear him negotiating with the dark, one shoulder at a time, the wet drag starting up again wherever the wall pinches. The air smells of turned earth and cold stone, and under it, blood that isn't mine. Gideon shifts on his back. His breathing is shallow and fast. Is he conscious? I ask. He's light, too light to be conscious, and too warm to be sleeping well. Not an answer. He's somewhere between. The window opens and closes. Right now it's closed. Tell me when it opens. Why? Because when he's lucid, he'll want water, and I need to know when he can swallow without choking. You think about everything. Someone has too. I adjust my grip on the axe handle. The steel is cold against my palm. My knuckles are still healing from the splits, the ones he washed clean at the basin. The skin is tender where new skin meets old callus. I don't think about his hands on mine. I think about the tunnel and the distance and the boy's breathing. The tunnel bends left. I feel the change in the air before I see it. Cooler on the left side, a draft coming from somewhere ahead. Draft ahead, I say. Air's moving, we're going the right direction. I'd feel better about the right direction if the right direction had a higher ceiling. The ceiling won't change until the exit. This is what we have. How do you know this tunnel so well? I walked it twice, before you arrived. You mapped an escape route through a tunnel you told everyone you didn't know existed. I told everyone I didn't build it. I never said I didn't know it was there. You walked a mile of tunnel on your hands and knees in the dark by yourself. I walked it standing. The tunnel's built for humans. I only crawl when I'm carrying an orc. Fair point. You keep saying that. It keeps being fair. I need you to stop being reasonable while I'm trying to be angry about this tunnel. You're not angry about the tunnel. You're angry about your shoulders. My shoulders are angry about the tunnel. Same fight. Your shoulders will heal by spring. The tunnel will still be a tunnel. Not comforting. I wasn't trying to comfort you. I was trying to keep you moving. Is it working? Marginally. Then keep crawling. A sound behind us. I stop. Harkin stops. You heard that, he says. I heard it. Not nothing, he says. It might be the collapse settling. 3 tons of earth takes time to find its resting place. Or it's soldiers who found another way in. If they found another way in, they're a mile behind us and they don't know which branch we took. The collapse sealed the junction. They'd have to guess. And if they guess right, then they're a mile behind us in a tunnel they've never walked in the dark without a map. I like those odds. You like odds that would terrify anyone else. I like odds that keep us alive. Move. We move, the tunnel narrows again. How far have we come? Harkin asks. Half, maybe a little more. You said a mile. I said about a mile. It might be less. It might be more. I measured by walking pace, and my walking pace is shorter than yours. My walking pace is currently a crawl. Everything's shorter when you're crawling. Then we've come half a crawl. Feel better. Immensely. His breathing has changed. Heavier, more controlled. Gap, I say, 2 feet wide. You won't fit with him on your back. How long is the gap? 8 feet, maybe 10. Give me the boy. I take Gideon. He weighs nothing. His head falls against my chest. The heat of him is wrong, fever heat. His blue thread catches the dim light. Harkin compresses. He drops his chin to his chest, pulls his arms in, and pushes through sideways. The wound in his side must be screaming. He doesn't make a sound. Through, he says, his breathing is ragged. How's the wound? The wound is between me and the wound. That means it's bad. That means it's mine to carry. Pass me the boy. I pass Gideon over the gap. His hands take the boy with a gentleness that makes something pull behind my ribs. I climb through after them. You didn't make a sound, I say. You were listening for one. I listen for everything. You went through a 2-foot gap with an open wound and you didn't make a sound. Making sounds doesn't help, it just tells the walls you're hurting. The walls don't care. Exactly, so I don't make sounds. Second gap ahead, I say, 20 yards. How many gaps total? 3, the third is wider. You might fit with him on your back. Might. Might is the best I can offer in a tunnel. Gideon's eyes open. The window, his gaze finds me. The thread on his wrist glows faint in the half-dark. Maybe we should dig the tunnel wider, he says. The voice is thin, the humor is not. Next time, Harkin says. I mean it, orcs need bigger tunnels, it's basic planning. You're 10 years old, and you're giving me infrastructure advice from my back. Ember said good advice, doesn't care how old you are. Ember said a lot of things. Ember was right about most of them. The laugh costs him a coughing fit that lasts 10 seconds. When it's over, his hand finds Harkin's collar again. I'm serious, he says. If you survive this, you should build bigger tunnels for the next orc. I'll put it on the list. What list? The list of things to build when we're done running. That's a good list. Wrench would help, she likes building things. Wrench is going east, we're going north. I know, but after, when the running stops, she'd help build it. When the running stops, Harkin says. The running stops at Thornfield, I say, the plan. And after Thornfield. After Thornfield is after Thornfield, we get there first. Not a plan, a direction. Right now a direction is all we need. North, 1 foot after another. You always have a plan, Gideon says, even when you say you don't. I don't always have a plan. Sometimes I have a direction and a bad attitude. Ember said bad attitudes are underrated in a crisis. Ember sounds like someone I'd have liked. You would have argued with her, she would have argued back, you'd have been friends. I don't make friends. You made us, he says, his voice cracks on the last word. I didn't make anything. You showed up at my door half dead and I fed you. That's how it starts, he says. Ember said friendship starts with someone feeding you when they don't have to. Ember had a theory for everything. Ember had a theory for everything and she was right about most of it. You fed us, you sheltered us, you carried an axe through a cellar for us, not nothing. It's my job. It's not your job, it's who you are, a job you can quit. A cough takes him. When it passes, his eyes close again. The window shuts. The collar is still heated where his fingers were. The words sit in me like a stone I swallowed wrong. The second gap, narrower than the first. I take Gideon again. His hand finds my collar this time, not Harkin's. Small fingers curling into the wool. His grip is weak, but he holds on. You smell different than he does, Gideon says against my chest. Different how? He smells like earth and blood and something sweet that's wrong. You smell like smoke and iron. The axe, and 3 years of standing next to a hearth fire. The smoke is nice, it smells like being inside. I don't answer that. The collar is heated where his fingers are. I hold him while Harkin pushes through the gap. This one's tighter, Harkin says from the other side. Right, I warned you. You said narrower, you didn't say tighter. Those are different things. How are they different? Narrower is about the gap. Tighter is about what the gap does to the person in it. And what did the gap do to you? Asked questions about my ribs that I didn't want to answer. When his hands come back for the boy, I pass him over. My collar holds the fading heat of Gideon's fingers. The tunnel straightens, the ceiling lifts by 6 inches, the air changes. Colder, sharper, carrying the taste of winter through stone. Close, I say, I can feel the exit. How far? 100 yards, maybe less. The air changes near an opening, colder and moving. The air's been cold the whole time. This is different cold. This is outside cold coming in, trust me. I trust you. He says it flat, a fact of the tunnel, I trust you. 3 words that land harder than they should. Nobody says that to me and means it as a rest. When soldiers said it they meant follow her, she reads the ground, she'll get us through. They trusted the pattern, not the woman running it. He's a mile into a hole in the dark, bleeding, carrying a dying child on the word of a woman he met 6 days ago, and he says it like he'd say the ceiling is stone. I keep crawling so I don't have to answer it with my face. Third gap, I say, this one's the wide one. How wide? Wide enough, you should fit with him on your back. Should. Should is better than might, take it. He takes it, The gap holds him. He scrapes through without having to pass the boy. When I follow, I can see the marks his shoulders left in the stone. Raw streaks where the grit took skin. A mile of tunnel and he's left his blood on every wall. He crawls through stone and bleeds without a word and carries a boy on his back, and I don't let myself sit with what that means. I think about the distance. I keep crawling. The trapdoor is where I remember it. Wooden, set into the ceiling at a slight angle, half hidden by a lip of stone. I marked it with a scratch on my first walkthrough. The scratch is still there under my fingers. I reach up and push. The wood is cold. Frozen, it doesn't move. Stuck, I say. Frozen. Frozen or blocked, the hinges are ice-locked. Let me try. You can't reach it from your knees. I can reach it if I get one arm up. Move back. I move. He shifts beneath the trapdoor, Gideon still on his back. The boy stirs but doesn't wake. Harkin's arm comes up and his palm hits the wood. Nothing, he hits harder. The wood groans, something shifts above. Ice cracking maybe, or dirt packed on top by the last freeze. Again, I say. He hits a third time, the groan is louder. The hinges are moving, the sound fades. Silence, then another sound, the sound of hooves on frozen ground, and it's close. Horses, I say. I hear them. Don't hit the door again. I wasn't going to. My hand finds the axe. The fever stirs behind my ribs, that old heat waking up along my spine, the part of me that wants the hoofbeats to be a fight, because a fight is simpler than waiting. I hold still and let it stir and don't feed it. Don't, Harkin says. Don't what? Don't reach for the axe. Not yet. If there are soldiers above us and you come through a trapdoor swinging, they'll know someone's down here. If I come through a trapdoor swinging, they'll know someone was down here. Past tense. Sorcha. I'm not going to start a fight with a frozen trapdoor between me and the target, but I'm going to have the axe ready, non-negotiable. How many? He asks. I can't tell from down here, at least 2. The hoofbeats overlap. Patrol. Patrol or search party. Either way, they're between us and the surface. The captains. Who else would have riders in this weather? Merchants don't ride in blizzards. Farmers don't ride at dawn. Those are soldiers. Can we wait them out? Depends on how long they stay. Gideon can't wait forever. Gideon can wait as long as he needs to wait. The boy's tougher than anyone gives him credit for. The boy's running out of time. Bronwyn is in Thornfield, and Thornfield is 3 to 5 days north, and every hour we spend under this trapdoor is an hour he doesn't have. How much time does he have? I don't know, I'm not a healer. But his windows are getting shorter and his breathing is getting worse and the fever hasn't broken in 2 days. Not a direction I want to keep traveling. Then we wait for the horses to pass and we push through. And if they don't pass? They'll pass, patrols move, what patrols do. Unless they're not patrolling, unless they're searching, unless someone told them about the north exit. The prisoner didn't know about the north exit. She knew about the main entrance, not this one. You're sure? I'm sure about what she told me. I'm sure about the questions I asked and the answers she gave. I'm sure she didn't know about this exit because I didn't know about it myself until I walked the tunnel. The hooves move, closer, then past, then farther, the sound thins and fades. They're moving, Harkin says. Wait, count to 60. I'm not good at counting. Then let me count, be quiet. I waited out 60 seconds. My fingers find the scar at my collar. The ridged skin is cool and familiar, the one thing on me that's always cold, and I press it like a coin somebody rubs for luck. Gideon's weight against my chest rises and falls, quick and shallow, a bird's breathing. Behind me, Harkin holds his arm up under the trapdoor and doesn't lower it, doesn't rest it, waiting on my count. No hooves, no voices, the wind above the trapdoor carrying the empty sound of open ground. They're gone, Harkin says. They're past, past isn't gone. Meaning what? Past means they rode by, gone means they're not coming back. I don't know which one this is. What do you want to do? I want to open this trapdoor and get the boy to Thornfield. I want to not be sitting under frozen wood waiting for soldiers to ride over our heads. I want a fire and a closed door and 8 hours of sleep. You sound tired. I've been crawling through a tunnel for an hour with an orc who weighs as much as 2 grown men and a dying child. Tired doesn't begin to cover it. If it helps, I'm also tired. It doesn't help, but thank you for sharing. What would help? 60 more seconds of silence, then we go. I waited out again. 60 more seconds, nothing but wind and the creak of frozen wood. Now I say, hit it.
The cold has weight, the first thing the body understands when the trapdoor opens and the blizzard reaches in. Cold as force, not temperature. It hits my face like a hand and keeps pressing. Sorcha's boot did it. One kick, angled right, and the frozen hinge broke and the world poured in. Snow and wind and the flat gray light of a winter dawn that wants to kill us. Move, she says, stay low, trees at 40 yards. The boy needs covering, the wind will take his heat. The blankets are covering him, move now, adjust later. If the blankets slip in the wind, he loses temperature faster than we can replace it. Then hold the blankets and move, you can do two things at once. I can do two things at once when one of them isn't running through knee-deep snow with a wound in my side. Then do three things at once, run, hold, and stop complaining. I move, the boy on my back is burning, the air around us is below freezing. I'm the line between the two and neither side is winning. The horses are gone, I can hear them in the distance, hooves fading east along the ridge. Sorcha read them off the wind, 2 riders. She reads the ground, I carry what's on it. We each do what we're built for. The forest swallows us. How's the wound? Sorcha asks without turning. It's there. Not an answer. It pulls when I step, burns when I breathe, the usual. The usual, you've been wounded so often that infected side wounds are the usual. I've been wounded enough times to know when one's manageable. Manageable is your word for everything that isn't killing you right this second. It's a useful word, covers a lot of ground. Halla's way station, I say, how far? We're not going to Halla's. That was the plan. The plan broke, outriders on the forest path. I spotted them from the tree line, 3 horses moving south to north. They're between us and the way station. So we go around. Around is 12 miles through open ground in a blizzard. Around gets us spotted or frozen or both. What's the alternative? The alternative is I find us something closer. Something closer meaning what? Meaning I'm looking, be quiet and let me look. I am quiet, she looks, the blizzard thickens around us. Gideon coughs against my neck. The sound is muffled by the blankets, but it carries in the silence between gusts. There, Sorcha says, she changes direction, I follow. What did you find? Limestone, I can smell it, mineral tang. There's a gap in the rock face where the wind isn't hitting. You found a cave by smell. I found a possibility by smell. Whether it's a cave or a crack in a rock, we'll know in 30 seconds. And if it's a crack, then we keep looking, but my nose has a better record than your optimism. I'm not an optimist, I'm a realist who's very cold. Good, cold realists move faster. It is a cave. Stay here, Sorcha says. She goes in with the axe. I hear the blade tapping stone. Walls, ceiling, floor. Clear, she calls, 8 feet deep. No secondary exits, no animals, dry floor, it'll do. It'll do is generous for a hole in the rock. Comfort died 2 hours ago when the outriders cut our route. This is survival, get in. How's the ceiling? 6 feet, you can stand if you duck. I always have to duck. Then you're well practiced, get in. I get in, the wind dies at the entrance and the silence inside is sudden. Gideon slides off my back. Easy, Sorcha says, keep his head supported. I know how to set him down. You know how to set him down when your arms aren't shaking from exhaustion. Right now you're trembling, let me take his weight. I'm not trembling. Your right arm is, the left is compensating, I can see it from here. She's right, I lower him onto the stone and the blankets pool around him. How is he? Sorcha asks. Hot, too hot, his breathing changed in the snow, faster. The cold air, his lungs don't like it. His lungs don't like anything right now. The cold is just one more thing on the list. Stop making lists, check his pulse. I put my fingers on his wrist. The blue thread turns against my knuckle. His pulse is fast and thin, like a bird's, too small to carry the weight of a body. Fast, I say, thready. How fast? Faster than it was in the tunnel, the cold pushed something. Or the fever climbed while we were running. Which is worse? Both are bad. Cold stress on lungs that are already compromised. Fever climbing without willow bark to hold it. Either way, he needs rest, and we can give him that if this cave doesn't kill us first. How long can he sustain this? I told you in the tunnel, I'm not a healer, but the windows are getting shorter and the coughing is getting worse, and those two things together don't point anywhere good. Bronwyn will know what to do. Bronwyn is 3 to 5 days away. The boy needs to survive the night first. The cave won't kill us. The cave is stone and stone is cold and cold kills. The cave is neutral. We make it safe or it kills us. How caves work. You have very strong opinions about caves. I have very strong opinions about everything that can kill the people I'm responsible for. The list is long and caves are on it. What else is on the list? Blizzards, soldiers, infected wounds that keep reopening, orcs who refuse to sit down when they're bleeding. I'm not bleeding. You're bleeding, I can see it through your shirt. Sit down. I sit, the stone is cold through my trousers. I'm bleeding. The wound in my side opened during the run. The wet heat spreads under my shirt, a new pressure in a place that shouldn't be heated. Let me see it, Sorcha says. It's between me and the wound. You said that in the tunnel and it was bad then. Let me see it. I lift my shirt, her fingers are cold against my ribs. The touch is clinical, professional, but her fingertips linger past anything the wound needs. She knows I feel it. Neither of us says anything. The stitches held, she says, barely. You tore the skin around them. It needs cleaning and it needs pressure. With what? Snow for cleaning, cloth for pressure. We don't have cloth to spare. We have blanket edges. Gideon has 3 layers. He can spare a strip. Take it from mine, the boy keeps his. Your blanket is soaked through with blood and snow. His is dry. I'm taking a strip from the edge. He won't feel the difference. He might. He won't, and even if he did, keeping you upright is keeping him alive. You go down, he goes down, the truth of it. I'm not going down. Then stop arguing and let me clean this. She packs snow against the wound. The cold is a blade. You didn't flinch, she says. I learned that in the tunnel. Making sounds doesn't help. It helps sometimes, lets the pain out. I'd rather keep it in. The pain goes somewhere useful when I hold on to it. Where does it go? Into the next step, the next hour, the next time someone needs carrying. She wraps it with a strip torn from the blanket's edge. Her hands are steady. Her thumb presses the rib below the stitches, holding the cloth in place, and the calluses on her palm catch against my skin. Gideon sleeps against my side. His head finds the crook of my arm and settles there. His breathing is rough but steady. For the first time in hours, nobody is crawling, nobody is running. There's no chair in this cave, no bench, no surface built for sitting, so my body becomes the furniture, Gideon against my left side using my arm as a headrest. Sorcha leans against my right shoulder during her rest before she moves to the entrance to keep watch. I'm the largest thing in the cave and everything arranges itself around me. My body breaks chairs. Here, my body is the chair. Every human room I've walked into has had something in it too small for me. This cave has nothing at all, and the nothing fits. My tongue finds the broken tusk without my deciding it should. You're doing it again, Sorcha says from the entrance. Doing what? The tusk thing, you run your tongue along it when you're thinking. I didn't know you noticed. I notice everything, professional habit. Is that what we're calling it? What would you call it? Paying attention, the kind that goes both ways. Don't read too much into it, I watch everyone. You don't watch everyone with that look. She doesn't answer that. The silence says more than a response would. The boy needs water when he wakes, she says. Snow melt, small sips, his throat is raw from the coughing. I'll melt some in my hands, they're warm enough. Your hands are always warm, I've noticed that too. Add it to my list of professional observations. I can take the first watch, I say. You're bleeding from a reopened wound, and you just crawled a mile through stone on your hands and knees. I'll take the watch. I've watched through worse. I know you have, but you don't have to tonight. Sleep if you can. I don't sleep well. Nobody sleeps well in a cave in a blizzard with soldiers hunting them. Sleep badly, still sleep. When did you become an optimist? I'm not an optimist, I'm a pragmatist who knows that an exhausted orc is a dead orc, and I'm not digging your grave in frozen ground. The least comforting comfort I've ever received. You're welcome, close your eyes. I close my eyes, I don't sleep. The dark behind my eyelids is the dark of Millbrook. Is this enough? The words move on my lips, no sound, just breath shaping the question. The boy is still alive, I carried him. His pulse is fast and thin and it's still there. His fever is climbing and he's still breathing. Is it enough? The dead don't answer, they never answer. Asa, who was 12 and had just learned to shoe horses. The woman in the yellow dress who fell in the doorway of her own kitchen with her hand reaching for the latch. 60 names, 60 graves I dug in frozen ground with bleeding hands. The digging wasn't enough and the carrying isn't enough because I arrived 11 days late. But the boy is alive, I'm carrying him still. The dead don't bargain, they don't forgive, they just wait. Gideon's fingers tighten on my shirt. In his sleep, he holds on. A sound hooves on snow, close. My eyes open, Sorcha is already moving, her hand on the axe, her body low, her face turned toward the entrance. The fever is in the set of her jaw, control held tight, the stillness of someone choosing not to strike yet. How many, I whisper. 3 moving along the tree line. Same patrol. Different direction, these are coming from the north, fresh horses, the captain's running a sweep. How do you know it's a sweep? Because the first patrol went south to north and these are going north to south. A pattern, you run a sweep when you're covering ground, not when you're guessing. So they know we're in this area. They know someone's in this area, they don't know who and they don't know where. If they knew, they wouldn't be sweeping, they'd be coming straight for us. My hand finds Gideon's mouth, gentle, my whole palm over his face, pressing no harder than you'd hold something that might break. His eyes open, he understands, he doesn't fight. His fingers tighten on my shirt and he breathes through my fingers, small and hot and silent. The riders slow, they stop. How close, I whisper. 50 yards, maybe less, one is dismounting. One soldier's boots hit the snow. He walks toward the cave, unhurried, a man checking a hunch. Sorcha's grip on the axe shifts, the fever is rising. I can see it in the tension across her shoulders, her weight already on the balls of her feet. She has decided where the swing goes, all that's left is his next step. A shout from the ridgeline stops him mid-stride. His head turns, then the rest of him. He mounts and they ride on, and the hoofbeats thin and fade into the wind. Sorcha's grip on the axe loosens, one finger at a time. That was close, she says. How close? 2 more steps and I'd have had to kill him, then the other 2 would have heard. Then we'd have 3 bodies in the snow and every patrol on this ridge coming to find out why. Would you have one? Against 1 dismounted soldier with his back half turned, yes. Against 3 mounted riders who know the ground, different question. He almost heard me, Gideon whispers, his voice is thin as paper. You didn't make a sound, I say. What if I had? Nobody answers. I'm sorry, Gideon says. Don't apologize, I say. You didn't make a sound, you were perfect. I'm not perfect, I'm sick. Sick people make sounds. Sick people cough and wheeze, and the soldiers hear, and then everyone dies because I couldn't hold my breath. You held your breath, you held everything. The soldier turned around because someone called him, not because he heard you. But next time, what about next time? Next time I'll cover your mouth again, and you'll breathe through my fingers again, and we'll be quiet again. The plan for next time. That's not a very good plan. It worked this time, plans that work are good plans. Are you all right? I asked Gideon. I'm tired of being scared. I know being scared is tiring work. Is it always like this, running and hiding and being quiet? Sometimes it's worse, sometimes it's better, right now it's this. I want it to be better. It will be when we get to Thornfield, when Bronwyn sees you, it gets better. You promise. I promise to carry you there, the promise I can keep. Okay, Gideon says, his eyes close. Enough. Sorcha sits at the entrance, her axe across her knees. They'll be back, she says, not tonight, but they're running a pattern, north to south, then south to north. They'll sweep this ridge again by morning. Then we move before morning. We move before dawn. First light gives us enough to navigate without enough for them to spot us. There's a window between dark and light where the advantage shifts. How long is the window? 20 minutes, maybe 30, depends on the cloud cover and the snowfall. Not much of a window. It's the window we have, we'll use it. And the direction. North, same as before, we stay off the forest path and cut through the trees, slower but hidden. The snow will show tracks. The blizzard will cover tracks. If it keeps falling at this rate, our prints last an hour. We stay ahead of the patrols and behind the snow. You've thought about this. I've been sitting at this cave mouth for the last hour with nothing to do but think about it. You should try resting while I do the planning. I don't rest well when someone else is doing the planning. Because you're used to carrying everything yourself. Let someone else carry the plan. You carry the boy, division of labor. You said that already in the snow. I'll keep saying it until you believe it. Close your eyes, hearken. The blizzard presses against the cave mouth. The wind sings in the rock. Gideon's hand is still on my shirt. His grip has loosened but not let go. The question is still in the air. What if I had? It hangs there unanswered, while the snow falls and the soldiers ride and the night presses in from every direction. I close my eyes, I don't sleep, but I hold the boy and I wait for morning, and that's enough. It has to be enough.
His body heat is not ambient. It comes from his chest, where the heartbeat pushes it outward through cloth and muscle, and from his hands, which run hot even in a limestone cave in a blizzard. The fire is small. Harkin built it like a man who has hidden firelight before. Stones in a half circle, smoke channeling through a crack he found by holding his hand along the ceiling until the air moved. It didn't take him long. "How's the boy?" I ask. "Crash sleeping. The fever's holding him under. His breathing's rough, but it's steady." Steady is good. Steady is what we have. Good is a long way off. For tonight, steady will do. Gideon is curled against the far wall, wrapped in blankets, the frayed blue thread visible against the stone. His breathing fills the cave with a rhythm somewhere between sleep and surrender. "You should rest," Harkin says. "I've been sitting at the entrance for 3 hours. That was rest." Sitting at the entrance with an axe across your knees, watching for soldiers isn't rest. That's work with a view. The view was snow, not much of a distraction. Anything move out there? Wind, snow, a fox that thought about investigating and changed its mind. Smart fox. Smarter than us, it went somewhere warm. "Come sit by the fire, the entrance is cold." "I know it's cold, I was the one sitting in it." "Then come be warm, you've earned it." I've earned a fire and 8 hours of sleep and a meal that isn't snowmelt. The universe is behind on payments. The universe doesn't keep accounts. Then who do I complain to? Me, I'm available. I move to the fire, the heat is immediate, my fingers ache as the blood returns to them. I set the axe down. The steel rings against the stone. "You carried that axe for 3 hours, he says. "It isn't heavy." "It's not about the weight, it's about the grip. Your hands are cramped, I can see it from here." "Your orc eyesight works in firelight too." "My orc eyesight works in everything. You're flexing your fingers, the joints are stiff." "The joints are fine." "The joints are stiff and you're too stubborn to say so. Warm them by the fire." "When did you last eat?" he asks. "When did you?" I asked first. "I don't remember, before the tunnel, maybe the cellar." 12 hours at least, maybe more." "I've gone longer." "I know you have, doesn't make it acceptable." "We don't have food, Harkin. Acceptable or not, we don't have it." "We have snowmelt, drink something." "I'll drink when I'm thirsty." "You're thirsty, you've been swallowing dry for the last hour. I can hear it from here." "You can hear me swallowing from 6 feet away." Orc hearing, the cave's quiet, every sound is loud. "What else can you hear?" "Your heartbeat, it's faster than it should be." "My heartbeat is fine." "Your heartbeat is fast. You've been running on adrenaline for 8 hours, the adrenaline's wearing off, and your body is noticing how tired it is. Stop diagnosing me." "I'm not diagnosing, I'm paying attention, you taught me the difference." "I didn't teach you anything." "You taught me that paying attention means noticing what people need before they ask. You've been doing it for everyone since we got to the inn. I'm doing it back." "That's not what I do." "It's exactly what you do. You just don't like being on the receiving end of it." "I don't like anyone listening to my heartbeat from across a cave." "Then you shouldn't have leaned against an orc. We hear everything. I haven't leaned against you yet. Yet. I drink. The water is cold and clean and I'm thirstier than I admitted. Better, he asks. Marginally. Marginally is progress. I sit next to him, the fire between us and the boy. His left side is closest to me, heat radiating through the bandage and the shirt and the skin beneath. You run hot, I say. It comes out before I mean it to. Orc blood runs hot, always has. How hot? Hotter than human, 2 or 3 degrees. My mother said it was the mountain in us, the forge that never goes out. Poetic for a gravedigger. My mother was poetic, I just remember what she said. I lean into his side, he doesn't move away. Is this all right? I ask. Yes. Your wound. The wound's on the other side, you're fine where you are. Am I hurting you? You weigh 140 pounds. I've been carrying a child and a pack through a blizzard. I can handle 140 pounds leaning on me. I weigh 135. My mistake. I can handle 135 pounds leaning on me. I'm not leaning, I'm sharing body heat. You're leaning and sharing body heat, and it's fine, both things are fine. My hand moves to his chest, flat, palm down. Through the cloth I can feel his heartbeat, strong and slow and steady. His chest rises under my hand, falls, rises. Sorcha, he says. Don't talk. You just ask me 3 questions. I'm done asking questions, don't talk. You want me to sit here while you put your hand on my chest. Yes, exactly what I want you to do. All right. All right. He doesn't talk. My fingers spread against his chest. The heat of his skin through the linen is its own thing, higher than any human runs. I've watched it from a distance for days. I press closer. My hand slides from his chest to the side of his neck, where the skin is thinner and the pulse runs under my fingers. Fast, faster than the steady beat in his chest. His breath changes, shorter. Your pulse just doubled, I say. I'm aware. Is this all right? I said yes. I'm asking again, because your pulse doubled and you stopped breathing for 3 seconds. I stopped breathing because you moved your hand to my neck, and I wasn't expecting that. Do you want me to move it back? No, I want you to keep it there. I just need a second to remember how breathing works. Take your time. You're making it harder by talking. You told me not to talk. I'm the one who said don't talk. You started again. I started because you asked about my pulse. Fair point. You keep saying that. It keeps being true. I kiss his throat, the hollow below the jaw where the pulse runs just beneath the surface. His skin tastes like salt and stone dust. The sound he makes is small, controlled. Was that a sound? I ask. That was nothing. Not nothing, I felt it in your throat. You're kissing my throat. Everything feels louder when someone's kissing your throat. I'll remember that. His hands come up. One finds my waist. The other finds the curve of my spine through my shirt. His fingers are large and calloused and careful. He sets his hands on me like a man setting down something that might break. I'm not going to break, I say against his ear. I know that. Then stop handling me like I will. It's not that I think you'll break, I'm careful because you matter. There's a difference. Show me the difference. His grip tightens, the fingers on my spine press harder, the hand on my waist pulls me closer. This is better. This is what I wanted. The fever stirs, low in my belly, at the base of my ribs where it always starts. It's the same rise I feel before the axe swings, except my hand wants his shirt instead of a haft. My mouth goes dry. My pulse picks up under my own jaw. His hand slides under my shirt, direct, his palm against the bare skin of my back. The calluses drag rough. His thumb traces the ridge of my lowest rib, and the sensation travels the length of my spine. Your hands are shaking, I say. My hands aren't shaking. Your left hand is, the one on my back. Not shaking, restraint. Restraint. I'm being careful. I told you to stop being careful. You told me to stop treating you like glass. I stopped. I'm still being careful, because careful is how I touch things I don't want to lose. I grind against his thigh. His sound fills the cave, low and present as the fire. I do it again. The The sound is different this time, rougher. His fingers dig into the skin above my hip. Sorcha, he says. My name in his mouth sounds like something he found in the dark and won't put down. My hand finds the hem of his shirt. Under it, his stomach is a wall of muscle that contracts under my palm. The wound is wrapped on his right side. I stay left. Tell me if the wound pulls, I say. The wound's the last thing on my mind right now. It should be the first thing. You tore the stitches running through the snow 6 hours ago. You're giving me medical advice while your hand's under my shirt. I'm giving you medical advice because my hand's under your shirt. If you bleed through the bandage, we stop. I'm not bleeding. Good, then we don't stop. His hand mirrors mine. Under my shirt, his fingers find the notches of my spine, each vertebra. His palm fits against the small of my back where my body curves toward his. Your skin's cold, he says. Your diagnosis or your complaint. Observation, I observe, you taught me that. I didn't teach you to observe me. You didn't have to, some observations are voluntary. His thumb traces the curve of my waist. Slow, decided. The callus catches against my skin and the friction is a language I haven't spoken in 15 years. He finds the scar below my ribs, the one from Ashford Bridge. His thumb pauses on the raised tissue. This one's old, he says. 15 years, pike wound. Does it hurt? Not in years. Then why did your breath catch when I touched it? Because no one's touched it in years. That was surprise, not pain. I'll remember that. Remember it faster. I didn't sit in the cold for 3 hours so you could go slow. You want me to go faster. I want you to stop treating me like reconnaissance and start treating me like a decision. His grip changes. The careful becomes something else. Decided. His hand spreads across my lower back and pulls me flush against him, and the sound I make is small enough that only orc hearing would catch it. I caught it, his voice is low. Then stop listening. I'm not listening, I'm memorizing. Memorizing what? The sound you make when you stop thinking, different from every other sound you make. You've memorized my sounds. I've memorized everything. Your footsteps, your breathing when you're angry, the hum you make cleaning a blade. I've been paying attention since the first night. Either romantic or unsettling. It's both, most things about me are both. I kiss the side of his throat again, lower, where the neck meets the shoulder and the muscle is thick. I feel the sound he's holding back vibrate under my lips. Let the sound out, I say, quiet but let it out. He does, a low exhale that's not quite a groan and not quite a word. His head tips back against the stone. Quieter than that, I whisper. That was quiet. Not quiet, the boy's 3 feet away. The boy's crash sleeping through a fever. He can't hear anything. You said orc hearing, every sound is loud. The boy's human hearing is generous, we have room. We have less room than you think. His thumb finds the hollow of my hip through the cloth. The pressure is specific, a touch that knows where it's going and is choosing how long to take getting there. You're stalling, I say. I'm pacing. Pacing is what you do with a wounded man. I'm not wounded. Pacing is what I do with things that matter. The wounded and the wanted get the same care. The wanted. The wanted. The word sits in the cave like a coal from the fire, small and bright, and giving off more heat than its size should allow. My hand finds his jaw, the tusk on the left side. I run my thumb along the intact one, smooth at the tip, ridged where it meets the gum. He goes very still. No one touches those, he says. I'm touching them. I know, I'm adjusting. Adjust faster. You keep saying faster. Has anyone told you that you have no patience? Everyone has, it hasn't helped. Nothing helps with you, part of the problem. Part of the appeal. His eyes are open, the firelight catches his irises, gold and too much to look at directly. My body moves against his thigh between mine. The pressure is chosen, and so is the friction, and so is the heat building between us where survival and wanting have become the same thing. The cold of the cave doesn't exist. The blizzard doesn't exist. Nothing exists except the heat of his hands and the sound of his breathing and the pressure of his thigh and the fever running down my spine and pooling low. Sarah. The word comes from the far wall. small, dreamed. A child's voice shaped around a name that belongs to someone who is probably dead. We stop. We don't pull apart, we just stop. His hands are still on my skin and mine are still on his. My forehead against his collarbone, his breath in my hair. The cave contracts to the size of his arms. Your heart, he whispers. I know. It's louder than the fire. Yours isn't exactly quiet. Mine's been loud since you sat down. You just weren't close enough to hear it before. I'm close enough now. Yes, you are. His fingers trace one slow line down my spine and stop. He doesn't go further. The line is enough. The promise of it is enough. Is he awake? I whisper. No, he's dreaming. Who's Sarah? I don't know. He's never said the name before. Someone from Millbrook. Probably someone he loved, someone the plague took. I close my eyes, my fingers find my collar. The ridged scar beneath is cool and familiar. The fever is still there, still sharp. I am not the fever. I'm the woman who can hear a child saying a dead girl's name and choose to stop. Are you all right? Harkin asks. His voice is rough, unsteady. I'm all right. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. We stopped because we needed to stop. Nothing to apologize for. I know, I'm not sorry about the stopping. I'm sorry about the timing. The timing is what it is. A child dreaming about the dead doesn't care about our timing. No, he doesn't. We should move, put some space between us. We should. I'm not moving. I noticed. Are you moving? No. Then we're both not moving, a decision. 2 decisions. Are you all right? I weigh 300 pounds, and I'm a frustrated orc in a cave 6 feet tall. All right is relative. Frustrated. Among other things. Among other things. We sit against the cave wall, shoulders touching, breathing slowing, the fire crackles, Gideon murmurs something else. Just sound this time, no name. He does that, Harkin says. The sounds, they come and go. How often? Every night since Millbrook, sometimes more. Does he remember them? He never mentions them, I don't ask. That might be worse, carrying nightmares you can't name. He names enough of them when he's awake. The sleeping ones can stay where they are. Should we wake him? Harkin asks. No, the sleep is doing more for him than the dreams are doing against him. Let him rest. He sounds like he's hurting. He is hurting, he's been hurting for weeks. The sleep is still better than the waking. A hard call. Most of mine are hard, I'm used to it. You make a lot of hard choices for someone who claims she doesn't plan. I plan, I just don't plan the parts that involve feelings. Those happen whether I plan them or not. Did this happen? This happened. And the feelings? The feelings aren't up for discussion in a cave at 4 in the morning. When are they up for discussion? After Thornfield, I told you. You did tell me, I'm just checking. Check once, you'll get the same answer every time. His hand finds my hand in the dark. Our fingers lace together. The urgency is gone. What's left is quieter and holds on tighter. We should talk about this, he says. We should, but not now. When? When we're not in a cave, surrounded by soldiers, with a sick child 3 feet away. When there's time to say the things that need saying. Is there time for that? I'll make time after Thornfield, after Bronwyn, after the boy's safe. And if we don't make it to Thornfield? We make it, there's no version of this where we don't make it. You sound very certain for someone sitting in a cave, surrounded by soldiers. I'm certain, the alternative is the boy dies, and I don't accept that alternative, so we make it. The alternative doesn't require your acceptance to happen. Then I'll be very angry at the alternative, and we'll make it anyway. I don't lose people I've decided to keep. You've decided to keep us. I decided to keep you the night you crawled through my door. I just didn't know I was deciding. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Don't get used to it. I have a reputation for being difficult. Your reputation is safe. You're very difficult. Good, keep moving north, the plan. The fire dies down to embers. I don't add wood. You're not feeding the fire, he says. We move before dawn. It should be ash by then. Leave nothing for the patrols to find. You're always thinking about the patrols. Someone has to. You think about the boy. I think about the things trying to kill us. The arrangement, non-negotiable. You said that before, in the snow. I'll keep saying it until it stops being true. What if I want to think about something other than the boy and the patrols? Like what? Like the woman who just kissed my throat in a cave and then told me to keep moving north. That woman has a plan. The plan doesn't include talking about throat kissing while the fire dies. When does the plan include talking about it? After Thornfield, I already told you. Everything lands on the far side of Thornfield with you. Because Thornfield is where the boy gets help and the running stops. Everything else comes after that. Everything. His hand is still in mine. My grip on it is an axe grip, sure of itself, something I know how to use, something that fits. Pre-dawn light enters the cave, gray and thin and cold. It falls across his face and I see the tusk, the broken one, lower left. In the pre-dawn light, the break is clear. The fracture line? Old, 15 years old. The bone healed crooked around the impact point. I know the angle because I know the weapon that made it. A hooked blade. Standard infantry issue. Swung upward in a close quarters engagement during a bridge defense that lasted 3 days. Ashford Bridge, 15 years ago, I was 23. I was holding that blade. You're staring, he says. His voice is thick with almost sleep. I thought you were asleep. I was close, then I felt you staring. I wasn't staring, I was looking. You were looking at my tusk. Which one? The broken one. The one you've been looking at since the first night I sat in your kitchen. I look at a lot of things. You do, but you look at the tusk like it's asking you a question. Everything asks questions if you look long enough. Is it asking you a question? Go back to sleep. He closes his eyes. His breathing slows. His face in the gray light is the face of a man I may have wounded 15 years before I kissed his throat in a cave. I don't let go. The tusk is broken and the blade was mine and the man is running hot, and I don't let go.
The barking starts at 20 minutes. We're moving north through the tree line, single file, Sorcha ahead with the axe and me behind with the boy on my back, and the plan is the creek. Follow it north, stay in the water where the scent breaks. Reach the next waypoint before the patrols sweep back. The plan is solid. The plan lasts 20 minutes. Then barking, 4 dogs, maybe 5. The sound is directional, southeast, half a mile, moving fast. Dogs, Sorcha says. She doesn't stop walking, she walks faster. I hear them 4 at least, 1 handler, maybe 2. They picked up our scent at the cave. 3 bodies in a limestone cave for 8 hours. We might as well have painted a trail. How fast are they moving? Fast, half a mile in closing, 10 minutes, maybe less. Then we run. We run, Sorcha breaks trail through the snow. The axe leads, her footsteps land where they need to and nowhere else. The fever is up, I can see it in her movement, sharper, faster, every motion stripped to its essential function. She is not running, she is executing. Gideon is on my back, his arms are wrapped around my neck and his legs are locked against my sides and his weight is nothing. 70 pounds of fever and bone. The wound in my side pulls with every stride. The stitches hold but the skin around them is hot and tight and the running is not helping. How far to the creek? I ask between breaths. 2 miles, maybe less. The ground drops and then we hit water. Can we reach it before the dogs? We can if we don't stop talking about it. Fair point. Stop saying that. The barking gets louder, closer. The sound bounces off the trees and the snow and it's hard to tell direction anymore. Everything is barking, 4 throats at full volume, bred for the chase, trained to close distance. Under the barking, something else, a low hum, a vibration more felt than heard. Resonance crystals, purist trackers use them to coordinate over distance. Sorcha would know the frequency. She designed half the tracking protocols the army still uses. Resonance crystals, she says without turning. 2 handlers, they are boxing us. Boxing how? Southeast and east, pushing us toward the ridge. If we hit the ridge, we're penned. Then we don't hit the ridge. We go straight north through the thick cover. The dogs are faster in open ground, but the trees slow them. The trees slow us too. The trees slow us less, move. 3 miles of forest, snow to the knee. Branches at face height for Sorcha, chest height for me. I take them with my shoulder and keep moving. He is burning up, I say. I know, keep moving. His breathing is worse than last night. I know, keep moving. You keep saying that. Because you keep stopping to tell me things I already know. I can hear his breathing. I can smell the fever on him. Keep moving. You can smell fever. The fever sharpens everything. Right now I can smell his sweat, your blood, the handler's leather, and the pine sap on the tree you just hit with your shoulder. I don't need updates. I need you to run. How much farther? A mile less. I can hear the creek. I can hear the dogs. The creek is closer. Keep moving. How is your side? My side is my problem. Your side is leaking. I can see the bandage through your shirt. The bandage is fine. The wound is fine. Everything is fine if we keep moving. You sound like me now. I sound like someone who doesn't want to die in a forest. Run. We reach the creek. It is narrow and shallow, and the ice is thin enough to break through. The water underneath is cold enough to stop a heart. Sorcha goes in first, axe across her shoulders, water to her thighs, and she does not flinch. The fever has her running too hot to feel the cold. In the water, she says, follow the bed north. The scent breaks in moving water. The water is freezing. The dogs are faster. Pick one. I'm picking the water, but I want it on record that I picked it under protest. Noted. Get in. I step into the creek. The cold hits my legs like a hammer. My muscles seize for 3 seconds, then release. How cold is that? She asks. Cold enough to kill a human in 20 minutes. Good thing you're not human. Good thing the boy is on my back and not in the water. Can you carry him and walk in the current? I can carry him and walk anywhere. The current's not the problem. The rocks are the problem. I can't see the bottom. Follow my path. I'll test the footing. You weigh 135 pounds. What you can stand on, I can't stand on. Then step where I step and pray. I don't pray. Then step where I step and hope. Same function, less kneeling. We move north in the water. The cold finds the stitches in my side and settles there. It doesn't numb. It burns. Cold water against torn skin. Nothing else burns like that. How is his breathing? Sorcha asks without turning. Shallow, fast, worse than before we stopped. The cold will slow his heart rate, good for the fever. And bad for everything else. One problem at a time, keep moving. The barking changes, confused, circling. The dogs have hit the creek and the scent is broken. It's working, I say. It's buying time. Time runs out. Keep moving. How far up the creek? Until the dogs give up or we find cover, whichever comes first. And if neither comes, then we keep walking in freezing water with a dying child until our legs stop working. But that's plan C. We're still on plan A. What's plan B? Plan B is I turn around and kill the dogs. Not a plan, a preference. It's both. Keep moving. Half a mile up the creek, behind a rock outcropping where the water bends and the bank rises, Sorcha stops. Rest 2 minutes. Check the boy. I set Gideon down against the rock. His face is gray. The fever has him. His eyes are closed and his breathing is shallow and fast, and when I put my hand on his forehead, the heat coming off him is wrong, too high, even for a sick child, too high. The boils, Sorcha says. She is looking at his neck. I see it, the worst one, the largest, the one on the side of his jaw. It has changed since last night. The skin over it is stretched and shiny, and the color underneath is dark, black-green. It is ready to burst. It bursts. The smell is immediate. Black-green pus, thick, the stench of something rotting from the inside. My stomach turns. I have smelled death. I have dug graves in summer. This is worse because this is happening inside a living child. Gideon's eyes open, lucid, sharp. The pain has cut through the fever, and he is present in a way he has not been for hours. Don't touch it with bare hands, he says. His voice is steady, clinical. The alchemist said it spreads through contact, skin to skin, fluid to fluid. Use cloth. I know, boy, I know. Did you touch it? No, I didn't touch it. Good, the cloth needs to be burned after, not washed, burned. We will burn it. Promise me. I promise. He closes his eyes, the lucidity fades, the fever pulls him back under. 10 years old, reciting containment steps he learned from the man who made the plague. When I lift him again, he'll weigh the same 70 pounds and feel heavier than that. Sorcha tears a strip from the blanket and cleans the wound. Her hands are steady, her face is not. Contact transmission, she says. Her voice is flat, not airborne. What does that mean? It means the plague wasn't released into the air or the water, it was applied, person to person, hand to hand. The alchemist touched every victim, or someone touched them for him. Every person in Millbrook. Every person in Millbrook and whoever else he's reached since. Not a plague and assassination program. Exactly what it is, and the boy learned the protocol from the man who designed it. Think about what that means. It means the alchemist handled him, up close. It means the alchemist handled a child and then taught that child how to avoid spreading what had been put inside him, either mercy or insurance. Insurance. Insurance, the boy is alive because the alchemist wanted him alive. The partial immunity isn't an accident, it was designed. Why would someone design a survivor? Proof of concept, a walking demonstration that the plague works and can be controlled. You don't sell a weapon without a demonstration. You think the plague is for sale. I think nothing this organized is personal. This is logistics. This is supply chains. This is someone with infrastructure and buyers. Worse than what I thought. Most things are worse than what you thought. Why I think about them first. I look at the boy, at the boils on his neck and jaw, at the new one forming on his shoulder. Smaller, darker, different texture. Beside it, an older boil has hardened. The skin over it is tight and shiny, but the new one is growing. Sorcha, look at the shoulder. She looks, her jaw tightens. The old one hardened, his immunity fighting it, but the new one beside it is different. Different how? Different texture, different color, darker. The skin around it is inflamed in a way the others were not. The plague is changing. The plague is adapting to his blood, his immunity held for weeks. Whatever's in him that fights it, the formula is learning to go around. You're telling me the plague is alive. I'm telling you it adapts. Whether that means it's alive or designed to evolve, I can't say, but the pattern is changing. 2 weeks ago his body was winning, now it's losing ground. How long does he have? I don't know, days, maybe less. The new boil is forming faster than the old ones did. The intervals are shrinking. We need Bronwyn. We need Bronwyn in Thornfield, and Thornfield is 3 days north and the dogs are half a mile south. Those are the facts. I know the facts. Then we move. Facts don't change by staring at them. Some facts change by running from them. And some change by reaching a healer in time. Move. I lift Gideon back onto my back. Can you carry him? Sorcha asks. I've carried him longer than I can count in days. Not what I asked. Your wound is leaking. Your legs have been in freezing water for half an hour. Can you carry him? Yes. Hearken. Yes, I can carry him. I'll carry him until we reach Thornfield or until my legs stop working, and if my legs stop working, I'll crawl. Not a plan. It's better than a plan, it's a promise. Promises don't keep people alive. This one will. She looks at me, the fever is in her eyes, and so is something else, something I don't have a word for in any language I speak. She nods once and turns north. We move, the creek bends west and we follow it. The barking has faded. The dogs lost the scent in the water. Then I see it, a birch trunk at the bend of the creek, waist height, 3 parallel lines with a diagonal cross, cut into the bark with something sharp and precise, a tool, not a blade. Wrench's mark, the mechanical woman with the steady hands and the habit of marking every path she walks. The refugees came this way. They are alive, or they were when this mark was carved. Sorcha the birch, look. She sees it, touches the bark with 2 fingers. The cuts are clean and recent, days old, not weeks. Wrench, she says. Wrench, 3 parallel lines, diagonal cross, her mark. They came this way. They came this way and they were alive when they did. How old are the cuts? 2 days, maybe 3. The sap has sealed but not darkened. Then they're ahead of us, moving east like we planned. They're alive, Sorcha. I heard you the first time. They're alive. Wrench doesn't mark dead trails. She marks paths for people following her. She marked it for us. She marked it for whoever comes. That it's us is a bonus. How far behind are they now? I ask. A mile, maybe more. The water bought us distance, but not time. They'll pick up the scent where we leave the creek. Then we don't leave the creek. We leave the creek when the creek stops going north. Another half mile and it bends east. East is where the refugees went. East is where the refugees went 3 days ago. We go north. The boy needs Thornfield, not a reunion. Wrench left the mark for us. Wrench left the mark so we'd know they're alive. Knowing they're alive is enough for now. Thornfield first, everything else after. Thornfield's turned into the word you use for later. Because everything is after Thornfield. The boy, the plague, the refugees, whatever's between us. All of it waits until he's safe. And if we don't make it? We make it, I already told you that in the cave. Tell me again. We make it, now stop asking and run. The creek narrows, the trees thicken, the barking is distant now, fading, then it changes. The dogs stop. No recall whistle, no redirect, no change of direction, they just stop, all four at once. The barking ceases like a hand closed over a mouth. Silence floods the forest. The creek sounds louder without the barking. The wind sounds louder. The boy's breathing on the back of my neck sounds louder than all of it. Did you hear that? I ask. I heard nothing, that's the problem. The dogs stopped. I know the dogs stopped. Dogs don't stop. Not tracking dogs, not mid-chase. Could the handler have called them? No whistle, no signal. I'd have heard a signal, they just stopped. What stops 4 dogs at once? Nothing I know of, nothing I've trained for, something I don't want to meet in a forest. The silence holds 1 minute, 2, then the sound of movement, 4 animals moving away, walking, retreating, in formation. They are living, I say. I hear them. Dogs don't retreat in formation. No, they don't. Something pulled them. Something pulled them, or something scared them, or something turned them off like machines. None of those options are good. Which is worse? The third one, because machines mean someone has control we haven't seen yet. We stand in the creek, water around our legs, the boy on my back, the silence where the dogs were. Keep moving north, Sorcha says. Agreed. And hearken. Yes. Whatever stopped those dogs isn't on our side. Nothing out here is on our side. The only thing on our side is distance, so we move. We move. And we don't talk about the dogs. We're talking about them right now. We stop talking about them. We stop thinking about what stops 4 dogs at once. We think about the creek in the north and the boy in Thornfield. You're scared. I'm informed. Scared is for people who don't know what they're dealing with. I don't know what we're dealing with. Worse than scared. What's worse than scared? Unprepared, keep moving. The creek carries us north. The silence carries us farther than that. Half a mile north, the creek bends west and the trees open into a hollow. A stone wall breaks the wind on the north side. The snow is shallow, the kind of pocket you pick when you have run out of better options. Stop, Sorcha says. I stop. She crosses to me and takes Gideon's weight off my back. The boy comes off limp, eyes half open, fever dragging at his face. She sets him against the stone wall with care she puts into nothing else. You are bleeding through. I look down, the bandage at my side is wet through. The running tore the stitches Hala put in. I felt it. You didn't say. I was carrying him. You'll carry him better with the stitches not pulled to threads. Sit. I sit, she kneels beside me, hands clean from the creek, and works the bandage loose. The skin around the wound is hot. The look on her face says she knows. The dogs, I say, are not following us right now. Something turned them. Whatever turned them is between us and Thornfield or behind us, and they have our scent. If whoever pulled them isn't on our side, they'll release them again when it suits them. Maybe tonight while we sleep. She does not answer. Her hands work. She is thinking about it. I'm going back, I say. You're wounded. I'm still faster than 4 dogs in deep snow. The boy can't run anymore. You can't break trail and watch him at once. The dogs have to stop following before we stop moving. Hearken. It needs to be me. She does not argue. She takes a fresh strip from her pack and rebinds my side tighter than Hala bound it. Soldier's knot, the kind that holds when the body is fighting itself. 2 hours, she says. I'll set a marker so you can find us. If you're not back by full dark, I'm moving the boy without you. The boy first, always. She hands me her smaller axe, not the war axe, a working blade for cleaning what you have already brought down. Go. I go.
His hands smell like blood and dog. I know the smell before I see the stains. Pine resin from broken branches, the sharp, metallic edge of adrenaline leaving the body. He comes through the tree line carrying nothing but the weight of what he did, and when he reaches me, he doesn't speak. He takes Gideon from the stone where I set him and lifts the boy onto his back, and his hands don't touch the boy's skin. He holds them away, palms open, fingers spread. I hold my own hands like that after the axe. Hands that have been somewhere they should not have been. The dogs, I say. Dead. All four. All four. The handler ran when the third one dropped. I let him go. You let the handler live. The handler had a choice. The dogs did not. I look at his hands. The blood has dried in the lines of his palms and the creases of his knuckles, dark in the seams where the skin folds. It will take scrubbing to get out. He is not scrubbing. He is carrying the boy and holding his hands away from the boy's clothes and walking north as if the direction itself will clean him. I know that walk. I've done it. You keep moving because stopping means looking down, and looking down means seeing what the hands did, and the hands haven't changed, and the seeing won't help. How did you separate them from the handler? The streambed forks a quarter-mile south. The handler took the east fork. The dogs took the west. They follow scent, not handlers. I was on the west fork. And you killed them. I killed them fast, only thing I can say about it. Enough to say about it. Is it? Yes. He walks. The silence after that word fills the space between us, and I let it sit. Some things don't get better with more words. Some get worse. I adjust the route north and keep walking. You could have left them, I say after a while. The dogs would have found us again. They had the scent. I meant you could have let someone else deal with them. You could have kept walking. There was no one else. And the walking would have ended the same way, except later and louder. You're justifying. I'm explaining. Justifying is what you do when you think you were wrong. I don't think I was wrong. I think I killed 4 animals that deserve to live, and I'd do it again, and I'll carry that for as long as it stays heavy. How long does it stay heavy? I'll let you know when something stops. We follow the streambed. Single file, me ahead with the axe, Harkin behind with the boy. Gideon stirs. Half-conscious, his hand reaches down and adjusts the strap cutting into Harkin's shoulder. The motion is precise, practiced, as if he's done it before on someone else's body. Your wound is leaking, he says. His voice is flat and clinical and half asleep. Stop when we reach the next cover. He is asleep again, before Harkin can answer. Did the boy just give me a medical order? Harkin asks. He did. And are we following it? We're following it. Pick up the pace. There's an outcropping a quarter-mile north. You're following a 10-year-old's medical orders. The 10-year-old is right. Your bandage is showing through your shirt again, and the last time I ignored a wound assessment from someone half my size, I lost a corporal in the Ven campaign. Pick up the pace. Yes, Commander. Don't call me that. You're commanding. I'm navigating, not commanding. The only thing missing is the rank. The function is identical. The function is keeping you alive long enough for a healer to stitch you right. That wound has been open for 6 days. How bad is it? Manageable. How bad is it actually? The stitches hold when I'm still. They pull when I carry. The skin around them is hot, which means infection is starting or has started, and I'm choosing not to think about that until Thornfield. You're choosing not to think about an infection. I'm choosing to think about the next mile instead of the next complication, one problem at a time. I picked that up from you. You didn't pick anything up from me. I picked up that a person can keep moving past the point where moving should stop. 6 days old, that lesson, and I use it every hour. Walk faster. He walks faster. Gideon's head settles against the back of Harkin's neck. The boy's hand is still on the strap. Even in sleep, he holds on to what matters. The silence starts as sound discipline. We are still in hostile territory. The handler Harkin let live will report back. The patrols will adjust. Every sound we make is information given freely to people who want us dead. But the silence lasts longer than the tactical need. 1 hour, then longer. The streambed bends and straightens and bends again, and we follow it without speaking. I listen to Harkin's breathing behind me. Steady, heavy. The breathing of a man carrying 70 pounds of dying child through snow and keeping pace with a woman half his weight. I listen to Gideon's breathing. Shallow, fast, Worse than this morning, but not as bad as the burst boil. The new boil on his shoulder hasn't grown since the creek. A plateau, not a victory, I'll take it anyway. I listened to the forest, wind through pine, snow settling, a bird high up, 2 notes repeated. No dogs, no hoofbeats, no resonance crystals humming beneath hearing. The absence of threat is its own sound, and I don't trust it. My fingers find the collar at my throat, the ridge of scar tissue beneath the leather. Cold. It's always cold, even when the fever has me running hot enough to ignore freezing water. The scar remembers a temperature the rest of my body has forgotten. I let go. The leather settles back against the scar. A door closed on a room I don't enter. The scar and the sweep pattern belong to the same woman, the one I keep trying to leave behind and the one who keeps walking ahead. I know this silence between us. I had it in the field with soldiers who survived the same engagements. The silence of 2 people who don't need to talk and don't need to put on a face for each other. He carries what I carry. We let it be quiet. It's a strange thing to trust a man's quiet more than most people's words, and stranger still that I've known him 6 days and already do. The refugees needed me to talk. Needed the plan said aloud, the direction named, the fear answered. He needs none of it. He just walks in step behind me and lets the forest do the talking, and I don't have to be anything but the woman putting one foot down after the other. You're executing a streambed sweep, Harkin says. I stop walking. What did you say? I've been watching for an hour. You check your 6 without turning your head. Your hand rests on the axe at a draw angle. Your feet never waste a step. Every placement is chosen. You're not walking, you're executing a patrol pattern. Everyone walks with care in hostile ground. Not like that, a specific pattern, a streambed sweep. The foot placement, the sight lines, using the water noise to mask your own footfall, not instinct, training. I was a soldier. You were more than a soldier. That pattern comes from a specific doctrine. I've seen it before. The captain uses it. My grip on the axe shifts. The word goes in point first, then the weight behind it lands. The captain, the sweep pattern, the same tactical tradition. 15 years I've walked this pattern without a soul alive to name it, and the one man who names it is behind me carrying the boy, watching my feet, reading me off the snow. There's no cover for this. The thing I hide by hiding everything, and he found it in an hour of walking. How many people learned that pattern? He asks. 3. 3. The person who designed it taught 3 students. I was the first. The captain was the second. And the third. The third is the person who taught us both. Who taught you? Someone who believed doctrine could save the world. Someone who was wrong about what the world would do with it. Is the third still alive? I don't know. I stopped asking questions about people I taught to kill after the answers started being worse than the questions. That sounds like it comes from experience. Everything I say comes from experience. The problem with experience, you can't give it back. Would you want to give it back? Some of it, the parts that keep me awake. The parts that make me check a room before I walk into it and find the exits before I sit down and listen for breathing in the dark. Those parts are keeping us alive. Those parts are keeping us alive and keeping me from ever sitting in a room without knowing how fast I could leave it. Both things are true. One of them is useful. The other is exhausting. You don't look exhausted. I look how I choose to look, also part of the training. Harkin is quiet for a moment. Behind him, Gideon coughs once. Small, wet, the cough of a child whose lungs are losing ground. How old were you when you learned it? Harkin asks. 17, too young to know what I was learning, old enough to be good at it. And the captain. He came up under my command, years after, the best I ever trained, patient, methodical. He took an edge off everything I gave him and kept it. Not a compliment. It wasn't meant as one. The best ones make the worst enemies because they don't make mistakes. They just apply what you gave them in directions you never intended. The captain hunts with the pattern you designed, Harkin says. He hunts with a pattern I was taught, by someone who taught it to save lives. The captain repurposed it. The doctrine was meant for defense. He turned it into a net. And you're walking through the forest, executing the same pattern. Force of habit. Or the pattern is the only part of you that hasn't changed. I start walking again, the stream bed narrows, the trees press closer. The pattern has changed, I say. I used to execute it for the army. Now I execute it for a sick child and an orc with a leaking wound and whatever's left of my life after the army took the rest. Sounds like a better reason. Most things sound better from the outside. Sorcha. What? The pattern works. Whoever designed it and whoever corrupted it and whatever it was meant for, it's keeping us alive right now. That counts for something. It counts for walking. I'll decide what it counts for when we reach Thornfield. Thornfield again, it's where you send everything you don't want to answer yet. Because Thornfield has a healer, and I stop carrying the weight of every decision alone. You're deciding right now, every step, every direction, every time you don't turn back. Not deciding, moving. Moving in the right direction is a decision. You made it 6 days ago when you opened the door. I opened the door because an orc broke through it carrying a dying child. I reacted. You could have closed it again. You could have sent us back into the snow. You didn't. I didn't because I'm not the person who sends a dying child into a blizzard. Exactly who you are, and who you are is a decision you made a long time ago. I decided what kind of person I was a long time ago. The door had nothing to do with it. The door had everything to do with it. The door is where you stopped being the innkeeper and started being the woman who carries the axe. I have always been the woman who carries the axe. The innkeeper was the lie. The innkeeper wasn't a lie. The innkeeper was a rest. The axe was waiting. You sound like you've been thinking about this. I've been walking behind you for 6 days. Thinking is all I have besides carrying. I don't answer. The stream bed carries us north, the trees thicken, the light is changing, afternoon leaning toward evening. Then I see it. Light ahead, a reflection, not fire or sun, glass catching the low winter light and throwing it back. A window, a structure. Small, set back from the stream bed in a clearing of birch and pine. Too small for a settlement, too solid for a way station, a cabin. I stop, the axe adjusts in my grip. Do you see that? I ask. I see it, glass, a window, structure behind it. Could be occupied. Could be empty. Could be a forward position for the patrols. Could be a place with a roof and walls and somewhere to set the boy down. Somewhere I can look at this wound without walking. If it's occupied, we pass it and keep moving. Agreed. If it's a trap, we lose time we don't have. Also agreed. And if it's empty? If it's empty, we stop, we rest. We check the boy and we check your wound and we close a door between us and everything behind us, even if it's only for a night. Optimistic. Exhaustion talking. Exhaustion sounds like optimism when you're tired enough. I'm going to check it. I know you are. You already shifted your weight to the balls of your feet. You shifted before you spoke. You notice too much. I notice enough. Go, I'll hold here with the boy. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, take Gideon and keep moving north. I'll give you 7. You move slower than you think when you're clearing a building. I move as fast as I think. Then I'll give you 5, and Sorcha. What? Be careful. The boy needs you alive more than he needs shelter. The boy needs both. Go. I move toward the clearing. The axe leads. My feet know the approach pattern, room by room in my head before I reach the door. Clear corners. Check lines of sight. Listen for breathing that isn't mine. The snow around the cabin is unbroken, no track in or out, no smoke off the chimney, no runoff melt at the door where a body's warmth would show. Empty reeds before I touch the wood. I clear it anyway because reeds are how people die. The door is unlocked, swollen in its frame from winter damp. I put my shoulder into it and it gives. Inside, dust and cold and the smell of old wood holding still. A single room with a stove and a cot and a chair. One window facing south. Glass intact. A cup on a shelf, waiting for someone who stopped coming back. I clear it anyway, every corner, behind the stove, under the cot. Clean, I call back. Harkin comes through the trees carrying Gideon. He has to duck to get through the door. His shoulders brush both sides of the frame. It's small, he says. It's standing. It has walls and a roof and a stove. Small is a luxury we can afford. The ceiling is 6 feet. Then you sit down. You've been walking for 6 days. Sitting won't kill you. Sitting might. Standing back up is the part that kills. Then sit down, and we'll worry about standing tomorrow. He stands just inside the door with Gideon still on his back, filling the low room, his head bent under the beam, and for a moment he doesn't set the boy down or move at all. He breathes. I watch the 6 days come off him in that one breath, the running and the snow and the dogs, all of it leaving on the exhale. He looks at the cabin, at the stove, at the chair, at the cot, at the window with its glass catching the last light. He looks at all of it like a man looking at something he stopped letting himself want. It's enough, he says. It's enough.
No barking, no hoofbeats, no resonance crystals humming beneath hearing. The silence where the dogs used to be fills the forest like snow filling a footprint, and my body hasn't learned yet to trust it. Near the tree line, a footprint in the frozen mud, too large and too deep to be anything but Torvek's. The drag of his left foot, the old injury that makes him lane and pull. The refugees came this way, still moving. The knowledge settles below the ribs where weight collects. You're going to hit your head on that beam, Sorcha says as I duck through the doorframe. I already did, I'm choosing not to mention it. There's blood on your forehead. There's blood on most of me, the forehead's new. How many places are you blighting? Enough that it needs organizing. The wound is the one that matters, ask about that. How is it? The stitches hold when I'm still, they don't hold when I'm patching a roof. Since I'm about to patch a roof, the answer's going to change. Let me look at it first. You've looked at it 6 times. And it's been different every time, that's the problem, lift your shirt. I lift my shirt, she crosses the room. Her hands are cold and steady, and she touches the skin around the stitches like she touches everything, checking what she finds against what she expected. The skin is hot. I know. Hotter than this morning. I know that too. Infection is starting. Starting, which is different from started. Starting means we still have a window. The window's tonight, clean it, rebandage it, let the stove do what freezing water couldn't. What I was going to say. Then stop arguing and sit down so I can work. She tears a strip from the blanket, cleans the wound with water heated on the stove. Her hands don't shake. The fever is in her eyes, fading. The crash is getting shorter now, the lavender bleeding from her scent. I've been watching this for days. The cabin's solid, I say. 1 room, stone foundation, chimney draws clean. The roof on the east side has gone soft, but the shingles are serviceable. Can you patch it? My hands killed 4 dogs this morning and set 3 snares last week. They can manage shingles. Not what I asked. Can you patch a roof with an open wound and the beginning of an infection? I can patch a roof with worse than this. I once dug 14 graves with a broken wrist. Not a credential, a symptom. It's both. I'll patch the roof. And I'll watch. You don't watch, you assess. Same function, different name. I patch the roof. Below me, through the gap in the rafters, Sorcha stands with her arms crossed. I know she's watching and I don't perform. There's a woodpile under the tarp, I call down. Dry enough to burn. Whoever built this place knew what they were doing. Whoever built this place left a knife in the doorframe at arguing height and a cup on a shelf for one person. They knew what they were doing and they were doing it alone. You'd have made a gravedigger. You read what got left behind. We both read the same thing, what people left behind. I come down, the stove catches, first heat in 6 days that comes from something built. The cabin fills with wood smoke and old dust and the smell of a space remembering what it was for. Gideon, she says. I lift the boy from my back, 70 pounds. I set him in the chair beside the stove. The only chair, built for someone half my size, Torvek's footprint in the mud, the boy in the chair. Both are acts of keeping faith with people who are still here. You're giving him the chair, Sorcha says. The chair fits him. And where are you sitting? The floor has walls around it, an improvement over the last 6 days. You could put him on the cot. The cot's farther from the stove. Heat matters more than comfort when the fever is holding. And the floor matters less than the boy, true since day 1. You do that, she says. Do what? Give things away, the chair, the food, the dry side of the blanket in the cave. You give things away like a man who thinks he deserves less than what's offered. I give things away like a man who's 7 feet tall and breaks chairs by sitting in them. The inn taught me that. The inn taught you nothing. You were giving things away before the inn. I was giving things away before the inn because I've been 7 feet tall my entire life. The size doesn't change with the furniture. Not about size, habit. Habit is something you've practiced so long you forget you're doing it. I lower myself to the wall, knees drawn up. The wound pulls and I let it pull. The boils have stabilized. The new one on his shoulder hasn't grown since the creek. A plateau. His breathing is even, shallow but steady. The first steady breathing in 2 days that doesn't sound like it's running out. I let myself believe he might reach Thornfield alive. His hand moves, fingers close on my sleeve, eyes open, sharp, present. The fever has parted and the boy behind it is looking at me. The supply wagons, he says, his voice is steady, clinical. They go south from the ridge camp, 3 routes, I can draw them. Gone, the fever pulls the curtain shut. His hand loosens on my sleeve but does not let go. Did you hear that? I ask. I heard it. 3 routes, supply wagons. I heard it, hearken. Routes mean logistics, routes mean infrastructure. Routes mean the plague isn't one man with a formula, it's delivery. Others are being killed while we sit here. I know what routes mean. Then you know this is bigger than the boy. Everything is bigger than the boy. The boy is still the thing we carry. The roots wait until Thornfield. The roots wait, the people on the other end of them don't. And we can't help them from a cabin floor with an infected wound and a dying child. Thornfield, then the roots, then the map he can draw. You sound like a general. I sound like someone who knows which problem to solve first. The boy is the problem, everything else is after. Everything's always after with you. Because everything's always now with you, and one of us has to think past the next hour. I'm thinking past the next hour. I'm thinking about supply wagons and 3 routes south, and a plague that someone is selling to buyers we haven't identified. And I'm thinking about keeping one child alive until sunrise. Both things matter. One of them we can do something about tonight. She's right, she's always right about the order of things. The order is boy, wound, stove, morning. Everything else exists past the edge of what we can touch from this floor. The stove settles, a log shifts inside the firebox. Small, ordinary, a sound from a life nobody out here gets to have. The boy is a map, I say. Whatever he carries in his head is worth more than the plague in his blood. I know why we keep him alive. Sorcha moves toward the doorframe. The cabin is small, 3 steps from stove to door. She turns in the space, finding the exits and the angles without thinking about it, the axe on her shoulder. She reaches the doorframe and her collar catches on a nail jutting from the wood. The leather tears, the scar is exposed, the full length, behind her ear to her collarbone, the drag mark of a warhammer spike that is 15 years old. I freeze. I know the angle, I know the weapon, I know the weight of it in my right hand because I carried that warhammer at Ashford Bridge. I was 23 and the woman I hit was a shape in the smoke. She was this person. My hands made that mark. The spike came down and dragged and I felt it catch and I kept moving because at Ashford you kept moving or you joined the shapes on the ground. I never saw where she fell. For 15 years she was nobody, a smudge in a bad morning, one of the ones I told myself I couldn't have known. And she has been sitting 3 feet from me for 2 days, boiling water on a stove, checking my stitches with cold, steady hands. The broken tusk on my face catches the low light. The scar on her neck catches the same light, both at once. The air in the cabin changes. Neither of us speaks, the seconds drag. The broken tusk aches, a phantom weight, the old fracture remembering the impact that made it. My pulse beats in the crack. I've carried this face a long time. The broken tooth people flinch from before they flinch from the rest of me, and I look at the ridge running down her neck and my own face answers it. 2 people the war marked and let live. That's all we were to each other until now. 2 marks that never knew they belonged to the same morning. I know, Sorcha says. She does not cover the scar. She does not adjust the collar. She stands in the doorframe with the leather torn and the wound open to the air. The bridge, I say. The bridge. I didn't know it was you. And I didn't know the tusk was mine until you came through the door carrying a child. We did this to each other. We did this to each other, and we're standing in a cabin 6 days later and your hands are shaking and my scar is showing and neither of us is reaching for a weapon. What does that mean? It means we survived each other. Everything after that is a choice. A choice to do what? A choice to keep standing in the same room. A choice to keep carrying the same boy. A choice to stop treating the bridge like a debt and start treating it like a fact. A fact. Something that happened, something that left marks, something that doesn't have to be the last thing between us. You've thought about this. I've had 15 years to think about it. The thinking didn't start 6 days ago. It started the morning after the bridge when I looked at the blood on my hands and it looked like the blood looks now. And what did 15 years of thinking give you? It gave me a broken tusk and a shovel and a list of graves I dug to pay for the ones I filled. It taught me that guilt is a currency you can spend but never earn back. And it gave me the nerve to stand in a room with the woman I scarred and not look away from what I did. You're looking. I'm looking. I've been looking since you opened the door. And what do you see? I see the scar. I see the woman carrying it. I see that the carrying has cost you something I can't repay, and I'm not trying to repay it. I'm trying to be worth the space I take up in the same room. You take up a lot of space. I take up a lot of space. I always have. The question is whether it's worth what's standing in it. My hands are trembling, the hands that set shingles, the hands that killed dogs, the hands that carried a boy through a blizzard. They tremble because they remember the weight of the warhammer and the angle of the strike and the sound it made. My mother had a name for it, I say, the thing that happens to you. Do not. The heat, the sharpened senses, it's how you move when it takes over. I said do not. It's called Karvak, blood madness. In the old way, it's a path. Do not name it. The name doesn't change what it is. The name makes it real. The name means it's a condition with a history and a community and a path through it, and I'm not ready for a path. You need a path. I need Thornfield, I need the boy alive. I need to stop thinking about supply routes. The path can wait. The path doesn't wait. That's what makes it a path and not a destination. You sound like an elder. I sound like someone who watched his mother walk the same road and survive. Your mother had Karvak. For 30 years she learned the path she taught my sisters. Your sisters have it too. 2 of 3, it runs in blood. The old women say it chooses who it wants, but the choosing looks a lot like inheritance. And your mother's path, what did it look like? Cold water in the morning, iron tea at night, learning the difference between the fever speaking and her own voice speaking, learning to ride the wave instead of fighting it. She said fighting it was like fighting the sea. You can swim against it or you can swim with it, and one of those keeps you alive. And the path helped her. The path kept her alive. Whether it helped is a question she'd answer different depending on the day. I'm not your mother. No, you're a human with an orc condition and no one has told you what it is or how to walk through it. You've been carrying it blind. I've been managing. You've been surviving. Managing is what happens when someone shows you the edges of the thing so you can stop falling off them. Sorcha doesn't respond. She lets the words sit in the room with the heat off the stove. Present there, not yet hers. In the old way, I say, when a man finds the one he would carry his stones for, he braids iron into her hair. One sentence, it hangs in the air. Neither of us addresses it. I don't know why I said it. It came up out of the same place the tusk came from, the old way my mother kept when nobody else did, and it's out of my mouth before I've weighed whether a man who scarred a woman gets to say a thing like that to her. Too late to weigh it now. The stove crackles. Gideon breathes. The knife in the doorframe catches the light. The cup on the shelf waits. The last shingle is set. The roof holds. The stove draws clean, and the cabin is heating, and the boy is breathing, and the scar is showing, and the tusk is showing, and nothing in this room is hidden anymore. My hands have stopped trembling. They rest on my knees, palms down, fingers spread. The hands of a man who has built things and broken things and is deciding which he'd rather do next. This would be a good place to build something, I say, halfway between breath and declaration, too honest to take back, too raw to address. Sorcha looks at the cabin, at the stove, at the boy in the chair, at me sitting on the floor with my knees drawn up. It would, she says, quiet then, don't get ahead of the morning. I'm not getting ahead, I'm saying what I see. What do you say? A roof that holds, a stove that works, a boy who might live, a woman who hasn't killed me yet, more than I've had in 15 years. A low threshold. It's the only one I have, and it's higher than you think. A roof that holds is not nothing. A stove that works is not nothing. A boy who might live. 3 things I couldn't have said yesterday. Yesterday we were in a creek running from dogs. Yesterday the threshold was lower, today it moved. That's what they do when you stop standing still. You're getting philosophical. I'm getting tired. 6 days in, tired starts talking like a philosopher. She almost smiles, the almost is enough. The stove crackles, Gideon breathes, and Sorcha, who hasn't built anything since she burned her commission, doesn't say no.
Pine resin and old dust. The stove holding heat in the one-room cabin, the logs settled to embers, the warmth that fills a space and won't let go. Underneath the wood and the must, his skin, ozone and hot stone. The smell pulls me across the floor before my decision catches up. Gideon is asleep in the chair by the stove, breathing steady. Even, the first time in days the rhythm has not been a countdown. His hand rests on the arm of the chair, his fingers loose, his face for once the face of a sleeping child rather than a dying one. The watchfulness I carry for the boy is off. The permission is in his breathing. I read the cabin without meaning to. Roof patched, door barricaded, one exit, one window, one man on the floor. Then I stop. I set the reflex down like I'd set down the axe. A choice, knowing I can pick it back up. "You're awake," he says. "I've been awake for 20 minutes. I heard your breathing change. You were listening to my breathing." I listened to everything: your breathing, the boy's breathing, the stove, the wind, the absence of dogs. Listening is what I do when I can't sleep. "Why can't you sleep?" "Because you were 20 minutes from crossing the floor, and I didn't want to miss it. You knew I was going to cross the floor. I knew your breathing changed. I knew you turned toward me instead of the door. I knew you didn't reach for the axe. When you don't reach for the axe, something else is happening. Then I should pay attention." "Are you going to ask what?" "No, I'm going to wait for you to show me." I cross the floor, 3 steps. "Stand up," I say. He stands. The ceiling is 6 feet and he ducks and his head brushes the beam. "The door," I say. "What about the door?" "Put your back against it." He puts his back against the door, the full weight of him against a door built for humans, and the door holds. I push him harder against it, my hands flat on his chest, his heart beating under my palms. The heat of him is different from a human man. Hotter, denser. I'm giving orders and the orders aren't for a battlefield, but my body doesn't know the difference. "Sorcha. Don't talk." "I should." "Don't talk. Don't move unless I tell you to move. Don't think about the wound or the boy or the dogs or the bridge or anything except what I'm doing right now." "What are you doing right now?" "Taking what I want." His hands stay at his sides. The discipline of it, the particular courage of a man laying down weapons he's carried for decades. He doesn't reach for me. He doesn't pull me closer. He waits. The waiting is the surrender, and the surrender is everything. I push his shirt up. My hands find ridges of muscle, scars that cross his ribs, the dense heat of orc skin that runs 2 degrees hotter than mine. "Your hands are cold," he says. "I told you not to talk." "My body is talking. It says your hands are cold." "Your body can be quiet too." "My body has never been quiet about you. It started in the inn. I was quiet about it. My body wasn't." "I know, I could feel it. Every time you carried me. Every time you stood too close." "How close is too close?" This is too close, and I don't want you to move." "I'm not moving." "Good, don't move until I tell you." "You like giving orders." "I like you following them." "I'll follow every order you give me tonight." "Careful, I'll hold you to that." "Hold me to everything." "How am I looking at you?" "Like a man who's been holding his breath for 6 days and is about to exhale." "I've been holding my breath longer than 6 days." "How long?" "Since you washed my hands in the kitchen. Since you touched my knuckles and your fingers were cold, and I stopped breathing and I haven't started again." "Start breathing." "I'm trying, you make it difficult." "I make everything difficult, so people keep telling me." "People are wrong, you make things clear. You make things immediate. The difficult part is that I've wanted to be this close to you since the second night and I didn't know how to get here." It was 3 steps. It was 6 days and a war and a dying boy and a bridge where I opened your neck. 3 steps is optimistic. 3 steps is what it is. The rest is what we carry while we walk them. Are you ready to stop carrying? I've never been ready for anything in my life. I do things before the readiness arrives. Good, so do I. It's why we work. Do we work? We're about to find out. I'm going to take your shirt off. and then I'm going to take mine off, and then we're going to stop pretending. I never pretended. I know, it's why I'm here. I pull his shirt over his head. The shirt catches on the broken tusk. I have to work it free. That happens every time, he says. How often does someone take your shirt off? You're the first person to try in a very long time. Then I'll learn the tusk, I'll learn all of it. His chest in the firelight, the green-gray of orc skin, the old scars and the new ones. The wound in his side is a red line I don't touch, everything else I touch. My turn, he says. I didn't say it was your turn. I'm asking. Ask properly. May I touch you? Where? Everywhere you'll let me. Start with my shoulders. His hands on my shoulders. They span from the base of my neck to the curve where shoulder becomes arm. Each hand. His fingers are thick and calloused, and they hold me with the same care he gives everything, the care of a man who knows how strong he is and holds back to match it. I can feel the restraint in him, a held breath running the length of his arms, all that strength gentled down to the weight of a hand that could crush me and chooses not to. The holding back is its own heat. He finds the scar. His thumb traces the full length, from behind my ear to my collarbone. Don't stop, I say. Don't stop because of the scar. I'm not stopping. I'm touching it with my hands open instead of closed, the touch it should have had. Does it bother you? Everything about what I did at the bridge bothers me. This scar bothers me because I made it and I can't unmake it, but I can touch it with different hands than the ones that made it. I can be the man who touches it gentle after being the man who made it hard. Then touch it gentle, and then kiss me. I can do both at the same time. Prove it. He bends to me, I rise to him, the heat of his mouth against mine. Your tusks, I say. They get in the way. They don't get in the way, they're part of you. I'll learn them the same as I learn everything, by going through, not around. You navigate tusks like you navigate everything. I navigate tusks like I navigate you. Stop apologizing for the parts of yourself that take up space. I wasn't apologizing. You were about to, I could hear it in the pullback. Don't pull back. I won't pull back. Don't pull back from anything tonight, not the tusks, not the size, not the things you want to say and haven't said. Tonight we're not careful about each other. I'll always be careful with you. Be careful tomorrow, tonight be honest. His tusks, the broken one and the whole one, they press against my jaw when he kisses me, hard ridges of bone that require navigation. His lower lip between the tusks is softer than the rest of him. I find it. I hold it. We should move, he says against my mouth. Where? That cot is built for one person. And that person is half my size. Then we use the floor. The floor is cold. You run hot, I run hotter. The floor doesn't stand a chance. You're very sure about this. I've been sure about this since the cave, since you held my hands under the water and I felt your pulse. Are you sure? I've been sure about this since before I had a word for what I was sure about. Good, because I don't do things halfway and I don't do things gentle, and if that's a problem you should tell me now. It's not a problem. I mean it, I'm not delicate about this. I'm not delicate about anything. If you want soft and careful, you chose the wrong woman. I chose the right woman. I chose the woman who carries an axe and gives orders and doesn't apologize. If I wanted soft and careful, I wouldn't be on a floor in a cabin with a commander who just told me to take my boots off. I haven't told you to take your boots off yet. You were about to. Get on the floor. The blanket from the cot, spread between the stove and the wall. I push him down. He goes, the full weight of him on a blanket on a cabin floor because I told him to. Boots first, I say. You're giving logistics orders. I give orders, it's what I do. Even in bed. We're not in bed, we're on a floor, and yes, even on a floor. The bandage on your side stays within reach. Boots first, then the rest. You're thinking about wound care. I'm a soldier, I think about wound care during everything. Feature, not a flaw. It's a feature. Take off the boots, hearken. He takes off the boots. I take off mine. The rest follows, fast, practical, no wasted motion. Two people who have undressed in field conditions before, though never for this. And then there is no more distance between us, no more careful field condition restraint. only the two of us on the blanket by the stove and the wordless certainty that he is mine. He is so much larger than me, and he lets me set every pace, and I take what I want without apologizing for a second of it. At the peak of it, I set my teeth to the muscle where his neck meets his shoulder, and I mark him, claim him, the way my people claim what they will not lose, and he lets me. This is the part of me that takes what she wants and doesn't apologize. He goes still, his hand moves to the mark, touches it once. The mark is deep. A crescent of tooth prints in the muscle, already bruising dark against the green-gray of his skin, blood welling slow. His eyes are open and looking at me, and in them is something I don't have the rank or the language to name. He doesn't speak. He pulls me against his chest, his heartbeat against my ear, the mark on his neck wet with blood. The fire is low, and nothing in this room is what it was an hour ago. "Did you mean to do that?" he asks. His voice is low, the vibration of it in his chest against my face. "Which part?" "The mark, the depth, the teeth." I lift my head to see his face. His eyes are still on the ceiling, still that strange expression. "Yes." "Do you know what it means?" "It means I marked you. It means you're mine." "Yes." "Is there more?" "There's more. I'll tell you, and the telling won't change what just happened." "Nothing changes what just happened." "Right, the telling is for me, not for you." I rebind his wound. The bandage is spotted with fresh blood, the stitches held but barely. He watches me work with his hand still touching the bite mark, a gesture so unconscious I don't think he knows he's doing it. "Did I hurt your side?" I ask. The side is the last thing I'm thinking about. Not an answer. The side is fine. The side was worth it. The side has been worth everything since the door. You say that now, you'll feel different when you try to stand. I'll feel the same when I try to stand. The standing will just hurt more. You're impossible. You bit me hard enough to scar, and I'm the impossible one. The biting was strategic. The biting was instinct, I felt it, you weren't thinking. I'm always thinking. You weren't thinking. For the first time since I've known you, your mind was off and your body was making the decisions. The best thing you've done since the inn. You keep going back to the door. The door is where everything started. You opened it. I came through it. Everything since then has been the door continuing to open. That's a lot of philosophy for a man on a cold floor. Gravediggers have a lot of time to think. The dead are very quiet company. Are the dead good company? The dead are patient company. They don't interrupt. They don't argue. They don't push a man against a door and tell him not to talk. Did you mind being told not to talk? I minded nothing. Every instruction you gave me was correct. You followed orders well. I follow your orders well, different from following orders well. Why? Because following your orders keeps me alive. Following other orders just kept me busy. Are you alive right now? I've never been more alive than I am on this floor, with a bite mark on my neck and a wound in my side, and you asking me questions in the dark. A low bar for alive. The highest bar I have ever cleared. You clear bars like you patch roofs, with a wound and no complaint. I complained about the beam. You complained after you hit it, reporting, not complaining. From in here it sounds like splitting hairs. Complaining is what you do when you want sympathy. Reporting is what you do when you want someone to know the beam is low. The beam is low. I watched you hit it, and I didn't warn you because I was busy with your wound. The beam was my priority. It hit my head. Your head is hard, the wound is soft. I picked the right one to worry about. We should sleep. We should. The boy will need carrying in the morning. You'll need to break trail. The infection in my side isn't getting better by lying on a floor. But you're not sleeping. I'm not sleeping because you're not sleeping. One of us has to go first. I'll go first. I always go first. You do. It's one of the things he stops. The sentence sits unfinished in the air. One of the things you what? One of the things I'll finish saying when I build the roof. You're holding sentences hostage now. I'm holding one sentence, the rest you can have. Gideon shifts in the chair. A sound, the adjustment of a sleeping child seeking heat, nothing more. His hand finds the arm of the chair and holds it. The stove crackles. The fire is embers and the cabin holds the heat the same as the boy holds the chair, without grip, without effort, by nature. Harkin is against the wall, I'm against him, my back against his chest, his arm across my middle, his chin above my head. Are you cold? He asks. You run at 2 degrees above human. I'm the opposite of cold. Is that why you chose an orc? I didn't choose an orc, I chose you. The orc part is a bonus. The orc part is what makes me too tall for the ceiling and too wide for the door. The orc part is what makes you hot enough that I don't need the stove. You're keeping me for my body heat. I'm keeping you for everything. The body heat is the part I can admit to. In the dark later, his hand moves to the bite mark again. He traces it. I hear the touch. The pat of his finger against broken skin, slow, over and over, like he's checking it's still there. Sorcha. What? I want to build a roof. The words are quiet. His thumb rests on the bite mark as he says them. So quiet that if I weren't pressed against his chest, I wouldn't hear them. He doesn't mean this roof. He means a roof. A specific roof for a specific building that doesn't yet exist. Go to sleep, I say. I want to build a roof with a chimney that draws and walls that hold, and a door that closes, and a room where the boy can sleep in a chair by a stove, and you can put the axe down, and I can stop digging graves. Go to sleep, Harkin. Something that lasts longer than I do. I've never wanted that before. A long time, orcs live forever. Orcs don't live forever. Orcs live long enough to regret everything and too long to forget any of it. How old are you? 30 yet in human years. Young for an orc and old for a man who digs graves. You don't look 30 yet. I look 38 exactly. The tusk adds 10 years and the scars add 10 more and the carrying adds 20. I look 78. You look like a man who should be asleep right now. 78 years and nothing I've made outlasts a season. I want one thing I don't regret. You're building something right now. What am I building right now? This, whatever this is, whatever we're doing in a cabin on a floor with a dying child in a chair and a war outside and a bite mark on your neck that I put there because I couldn't stop myself. Did you want to stop yourself? No. Then it's not a bite mark, it's a foundation. You're doing the poetic gravedigger thing again. I'm doing the honest thing. After midnight, honest comes out sounding like poetry. I can't help that. Go to sleep. Say it back. Say what back? That you want to build something. I want to build something. Now go to sleep before the boy wakes up and we have to explain why we're on the floor. The boy is 10, he won't ask. The boy is 10 and smarter than both of us. He'll know. He already knows. He knew before we did. The stove ticks as the metal cools. Gideon breathes. Steady. Even. His hand on the arm of the chair, his fingers loose, the rhythm that is not a countdown. The mark on Harkin's neck bleeds one last time and then stops, going quiet under the drying blood, already turning to scar.
Firelight on the boy's sleeping face. The shadows fill the hollows under his eyes, the pulse of the worst boil on his neck visible in the orange glow. His breathing is steady. His hand is on the arm of the chair. His fingers are loose. Then Sorcha's shoulder where the collar has slipped and the edge of the scar I gave her 15 years ago. I look away, not fast enough. The fire needs tending. I add a log. The stove takes it with a settling sound, a shift of embers, a brightening that throws the cabin into relief. Sorcha sleeps, the first real sleep she's had since the inn. Gideon is curled against her side in the chair. His head rests against her arm. She holds him as she holds the axe, afraid of what she might feel if she lets go. I cross the cabin and peel the old moss poultice from Gideon's neck. The worst boil hasn't grown, but the skin around it is darker than yesterday. The plateau holds. I replace the moss with a fresh strip. The broth sits in the rusted pot on the stove shelf. Sorcha made it before she slept. Rabbit bones from my snare, snowmelt water, wild garlic from under the eaves, dried meat strips, lichen scraped from a fallen log. I watched her taste it the second time, her lips pressed together, adjusting with the last pinch of salt from her belt pouch. She strained it through cloth with the same focus she gives a weapon, thorough, unhurried, trusting the work more than the result, thin but dense with flavor. I pour it into the battered tin cup, one spoonful at a time. Harkin, the boy's voice, quiet, half in the fever, half out. I'm here. What are you doing? Feeding you. Open your mouth. I can feed myself. You can barely open your eyes. Take the spoon. He takes the spoon, swallows, his face changes. A child's face when something reaches the stomach that carries comfort with it. What is this? Broth, Sorcha made it from rabbit bones and things she found growing on the cabin. It's good. She tasted it twice before she was satisfied. She strained it through cloth. She did all of it in 15 minutes and then she fell asleep. She's been awake the whole time. Since the inn, as far as I can tell, this is the first time she's closed her eyes for more than 10 minutes. She sleeps like she's standing guard. She sleeps like a person who doesn't know how to stop standing guard, a different problem. Hearken. What? Tell me about a place, somewhere far away from cabins and fevers and things that hurt. I'll tell you about the ocean. Have you been there? A man named Bruck told me about it at the wall. He came from the coast. He talked about it every night watch we shared. I think talking about the water was how he survived the cold. What did he say? He said the salt smell reaches you before the water does. You can taste it on your lips from a mile inland. He said the horizon curves, and the curve is proof that the world is larger than anything you can walk across. What does it sound like? He said it sounds like breathing, except the breathing belongs to something so large that one breath takes half an hour. He said standing next to it makes you feel small, but the smallness is a kindness. Most things that make you feel small are trying to hurt you. The ocean makes you feel small because it doesn't notice you. I'd like to go there. You will. You can't promise that. I can promise I'll carry you there if I have to. A different kind of promise, but it holds the same weight. You'd carry me to the ocean. I've carried you through worse. The ocean would be the easy part. What's the hard part? Convincing you to stop asking questions and go to sleep. One more question. One more. What are you making? I look down. The knife is in my right hand. A piece of kindling is in my left. I've been shaping it without knowing I was shaping it. The outline of something with 4 legs and a round head. I don't know yet. It has ears. One ear, the other one is a mistake I haven't fixed. It looks like a bear. It looks like a bear because you're 10 years old and your standards are generous. My standards are accurate. That's a bear. Finish it. I'm feeding you. You can do both. You have 2 hands. One hand is holding a spoon. I can hold the cup. Give me the cup and finish the bear. I give him the cup. His grip is weak but steady. I carve. My hands are builder's hands, mason's hands. The bear proves this. Its ears are uneven. One leg is too short. The wood splits along the grain where I pushed too hard. But it's a bear, the first thing I've made in this cabin that isn't a repair. There, I say. It's lopsided. Bears are lopsided. Ask anyone who's seen one up close. Have you? Once at a distance, it was eating berries and it didn't care about me. Best kind of encounter with a bear. Was it lopsided? All bears are lopsided. They just hide it better than wood does. I want to keep it. It's a piece of kindling I got lucky with. It's a bear and I want to keep it. Put it here. I set it next to him on the arm of the chair. He touches one of the uneven ears with his finger. Hearken. What? Thank you. You're thanking me for kindling. I'm thanking you for making something. You carry things and you dig things and you fix things, but you don't make things. This is the first thing you've made since I've known you. You've barely known me a week. Long enough to know what a person does with their hands. You carry with yours. This is different. You're very observant for a boy with a fever. The fever makes me observant. When everything hurts, you notice the things that don't. The bear doesn't hurt. The broth doesn't hurt. You telling me about the ocean doesn't hurt. A strange way to measure kindness. It's the only way I have right now. Do you think it's a good bear? I think it's the only bear I've ever made, so it's the best bear I've ever made by default. A low standard. It's the only standard I have right now. We match. We match. Go to sleep, Gideon. One more thing. One more. When you build the roof, the one you keep talking about, will there be room for a shelf for the bear? Bears can't just sit on chair arms forever. I'll build a shelf. A high one so the bear can see the room. A high shelf for a lopsided bear to see a room that doesn't exist yet. What, you want me to promise? Yes, every word of it. I promise. Good, now I'm going to sleep. The ocean did it. Tell Bruck I said thank you. You can tell him yourself when we get to the coast. Is that another promise? 3 promises in one night. I don't usually make that many in a year. You're getting better at it. Practice helps. I don't need practice. I need you to close your eyes. My eyes are closed. Your mouth is not. My mouth is the last thing to close. Ask anyone who knows me. I believe it. Close your eyes anyway. Hearken, half in the fever again, his eyes already closed. The wagons, 2 every 4 days on the west road. I have to draw it before it goes. I've been holding it since the tent and it's slipping. Draw it in the morning, it'll keep till morning. It won't, nothing keeps in a fever. Wake me and I'll draw it. I'll wake you, sleep. He sleeps, his hand is on the bear. The weight of the sleeping child is the lightest thing I've carried in months. Somewhere behind his shut eyes are roads and schedules and guard rotations, a whole map of the thing that killed his village, and in the morning he means to hand it to us. I lean forward to adjust the blanket over Gideon's legs. My collar shifts against the mark at the juncture of my neck and shoulder, and the contact sends a pulse through me. Close to pain, like new scar tissue answering a touch the old skin around it ignores. I adjust the collar without thinking. My hand hovers near the bite a beat too long. Torvek's voice in my memory. The old orc standing at the tree line, his back stooped, his voice the low rasp of a man who's been speaking in hushed tones for 70 years. You smell different, young one. Different how? In the way that counts. Come here, let me see your neck. It's a bite. I can see that. I could smell it from the tree line. Do you know what you're carrying? I know what it is to her. She marked me. And what is it to us? Tell me. She put her teeth in you, young one. In the old way, that's not a kiss. That's a contract. A bite in that place with that depth from a woman to a man. A promise older than any ink could make. Among our people, that mark means she has chosen you, and you've been chosen. She didn't know what she was doing. She knew what she was doing. She didn't know the word for it. 2 different things, young one. She's human. The bite is not. The bite is older than the difference between our peoples. Her body spoke in a language her mind doesn't know yet. The contract holds whether she names it or not. And if she decides she doesn't want it, then she'll tell you and you'll listen, and the mark will still be on your neck and the choosing will still be in your skin. What she decides is what she decides. What the mark means is what the mark means. Both can be true at once. You're saying it doesn't matter. I'm saying the mark is a fact. What she does with the fact is her business. What you do with it is yours, but the fact doesn't change because someone chooses not to look at it. How long have you carried yours? 47 years. My Vasa bit me in a creek when we were 23. I asked her why. She said she was hungry. She was lying. She knew what she was doing. She just wanted to see my face when she did it. And you've carried it for 47 years. 47 years and 3 months. She'd correct me if I forgot. She corrected me about everything. You miss her. I carry her. Missing is what you do when the thing is gone. Carrying is what you do when it stays. The mark stays, young one. It still stings when the wind hits it wrong. That's how you know it's real. I carry this knowledge. The mark on my neck is a question I can't ask and an answer I'm afraid to hear. There's an answer I could give it. In the old way, a man who's been chosen braids iron into the hair of the one who chose him. A ring, a nail, a length of wire, anything that holds. She sleeps across the cabin with her collar torn and her hand near the axe, and I look at the dark braid over her shoulder and think about the small iron I'd work into it if she ever let me. I don't have the iron yet. I don't have the right yet either, but I know where I'd put it. The fire is low. I talk to the dead. My lips move, no sound. Mrs. Thatcher, I know it's been a while since I spoke to you. I've been busy. There are reasons. The reasons don't matter to the dead, I know. You never cared about reasons when you were alive, either. You cared about the washing and the bread and whether the children had eaten. I pause. The fire shifts. There's a woman, Mrs. Thatcher. She fights like the world owes her something. She washed my hands in a kitchen and her fingers were cold and I stopped breathing. She made the boy eat. She carries an axe and gives orders and she doesn't apologize for any of it. The dead listen. Mr. Holloway, you'd have liked the broth she made tonight. You always said the measure of a cook is what they can do with nothing. She had rabbit bones and lichen and salt and she made something a boy with a plague could swallow. You'd have adjusted your spectacles and nodded and said nothing, which was your highest compliment. Tom, I pause. The name is heavier than the others. Tom is Gideon's father. Tom is the reason I carry the boy. Tom, your boy asked me about the ocean tonight. He held a cup of broth with both hands and told me to finish carving a bear. He made me promise to build a shelf, a high one, he said, so the bear can see the room. He's still here, Tom. I'm still carrying him. I'll carry him until someone tells me to put him down, and even then I'll argue about it. I'll argue loud and I won't stop, and eventually they'll let me keep carrying him because that's what I do. Tom turns away. The dead have faced me for 15 years. This is the first time one of them has turned around. The turning is closer to permission than anger. The living are starting to replace the dead in what I carry. The dead speaks, short, clipped, the voice it uses when the room is quiet enough. You don't deserve this. The fire, the sleeping boy with the wooden bear in his hand, the sleeping woman with the torn collar and the scar I gave her, the cabin that holds heat, the roof I patched. You don't deserve any of this. The boy will die, the woman will leave, the roof will fall and the bear will burn, and you'll carry all of it because carrying is what you do. The dead is loud tonight, but for the first time, it isn't the loudest thing in the room. The loudest thing is the boy's hand on the bear, the lightest grip, a child holding a carved piece of kindling because a man with grave-digging hands sat on a cabin floor and made it for him. I want to build a roof. The thought arrives like the bear did, without permission, already half-formed before I notice it. I want to stop drifting. I want to stop being a man who delivers children to safer places and start being a man who makes places safe. The decision to live doesn't arrive as a dramatic moment. It arrives by a dying fire, with a wound in my side and a bite mark on my neck, and a 10-year-old holding a wooden bear. My hands stop moving. My breathing slows. Something deep in what I believe about myself shifts, and it won't ever sit the same way again. I close my eyes. The dead are quiet. Tom is still turned away. The dead is still speaking, but its voice is smaller now. Smaller than the fire, smaller than the breathing, smaller than the grip of a sleeping child on a piece of carved kindling. I sleep. I wake to the sound of the stove settling. Sorcha is across the cabin, standing, her hand near the axe but not on it. Gideon is against my side. The boy migrated in his sleep, seeking heat without waking. His head is on my arm. The bear is in his hand. Sorcha doesn't move. She watches long enough that the fire shifts and the light changes. Whatever she sees in the arrangement of a sleeping orc and a sleeping boy and a wooden bear with uneven ears, she lets it be without naming it. Then she closes her eyes and sleeps again.
The cough wakes me, a dry, clearing sound, a cough that's going somewhere instead of circling. I'm on my feet before my eyes are open. The axe is in my hand. The mark on Harkin's neck shows above the collar, dark against his skin. My jaw pulses once when I see it, a phantom ache in my own teeth, as if the bite remembers being given. Gideon is sitting up. His eyes are clear. His hands are steady. The wooden bear is in his lap. I need charcoal, he says, and something flat. Good morning to you two. I don't have time for good morning. I need charcoal and something flat, and I need them now. How long have you been awake? Long enough to know what I need to draw. Draw what? Everything, the routes, the schedules, the guard patterns, all of it. I've been carrying it for 7 days, and if I don't get it out of my head now, I'll lose it when the fever comes back. Harkin, get a hide from the woodpile, something he can mark on. Already moving. He spreads the old hide on the floor, fur side down, smooth side up. I pull a burned stick from the stove ash and hand it to Gideon. His grip is stronger than it's been since the inn. He looks at the hide and starts drawing. The ridge camp takes shape first. A rectangle with hash marks for tents, 3 lines radiating south. He works like the surveyors I watched map ground for a siege. No wasted stroke, no correction, every line where he meant to put it the first time. A 10-year-old shouldn't draw like this. Most of the army I served in couldn't. Whatever the fever's been doing to the rest of him, it's left this part sharp. Supply routes, Harkin says from the floor. 3 of them, each one services different villages. Let me finish before you start asking questions. This one goes to Asheville. He marks the western route with a double line. 2 wagons every 4 days. Canvas over wood frame, all treated for weather, 4 guards per wagon, 2 in front, 2 behind. All treated, I say. The alchemist insisted on it. The plague agent breaks down in moisture. The canvas has to stay dry. All treated canvas is flammable. I know what it means, Sorcha. Second route goes east to a village called Breck. 3 wagons every 6 days. Heavier guard, different formula concentration. Why heavier guard on the eastern route? Breck is closer to the trade roads, more chance of being seen. He marks the 3rd route, his hand slows. This one goes to Millbrook, went to Millbrook. Same route now services 3 villages south of Millbrook. They expanded after they proved the formula worked. Proved it on your village? Proved it on 60 people, yes. How many villages total? I ask. 7 that I know of, 3 on these routes. For more, the alchemist mentioned when he thought I was unconscious. He talked to himself. He talked to the plague cultures like they were students. He called the villages cohorts. Cohorts. Test groups. Each village gets a different concentration, different delivery method. He's refining the formula. Millbrook was the 3rd attempt. The first 2 had too high a mortality rate. The word sits in the cold cabin air. Cohorts. I've heard men name the thing they do so it stops sounding like the thing it is. Called a village a target, called a burned field a lesson. This one calls 60 dead a cohort and sleeps fine, and taught the word to a boy who watched his own people become the 3rd attempt. Too high, Harkin says, his voice is flat. He wanted survivors. A 90% kill rate is useless to him. He wants 80% dead and 20% controllable. The 20% are the proof. Walking demonstrations that the plague works and can be managed. Managed by who? By whoever buys it. The supply wagons don't just carry plague south. They carry buyers north. People come to the ridge camp to observe, to negotiate. The alchemist gives demonstrations. How do you know all of this? I ask. I was supposed to be the demonstration, the proof of concept, partial immunity, controlled dosage, predictable outcome. He showed me to 3 different buyers before Harkin took me. He looks at Harkin. The night you came, there were 2 men from the eastern provinces in the camp. They were negotiating price. You carried me out while they were eating dinner. I didn't know any of that, Harkin says. I carried you out because Tom asked me to. I know, you carried me out because of a promise. You didn't know you were stealing the sales sample. The closest route, I say. How far? 1 day south, the western route to Asheville. Next wagon's due in 2 days based on the schedule I watched. You watched the schedule while you had a plague. I watched everything while I had a plague. There wasn't much else to do. The alchemist kept me in a tent with a clear view of the staging area. I think he wanted me to watch. I think that was part of the demonstration. And the guard rotation, you caught that too. Shift change at dawn and dusk. 4 guards per wagon. The 2 in back are always newer, less experienced. They watch the road behind them, not the tree line. The tree line is where we'd hit them. The tree line is where anyone with training would hit them. The alchemist doesn't hire soldiers, Sorcha. He hires bodies with weapons. They follow routes because someone drew them a map. They don't adapt. You're giving me a tactical assessment. I'm giving you what I have. What you do with it is your decision. I look at the map. I look at Gideon. The fever is silent. It's been silent all morning. What speaks next is the woman, not the blood. I've spent 3 years teaching the fever to stay behind my ribs so no decision comes from it, and I check this one twice against that rule before I let it out of my mouth. It's clean. It's cold and it's mine and it doesn't smell of the heat. North saves 1 boy. South saves the villages the boy just drew me. I've made harder choices than that with worse information. We attack, I say. Harkin's hand tightens on his knee. His jaw works once before he speaks. The man who decided to live last night, choosing to risk that life this morning. Last night he said this would be a good place to build something. This morning I'm pointing us at a burning we haven't lit yet, and I watch him weigh the roof he patched against the wagons the boy drew, and I watch him land on the wagons, because that's the kind of man walks into an inn carrying someone else's dying child. The boy, he says, comes with us. He needs a healer. He needs the world he's going back to have fewer plague wagons in it. We all do. Not a medical opinion. It's a tactical one. If we go north, we save 1 boy. If we go south, we save the next Millbrook. And the one after that. And the one after that. You're asking me to risk him. I'm asking you to trust that I'll keep him alive while we do this. The same way you've trusted me since the inn. The same way I've trusted you to carry him when I couldn't. 1 supply route, Harkin says. The closest one, we hit it and we move north. Thornfield is still the destination. Agreed. And the boy stays behind cover during the raid. With the bear, with instructions to run north if we don't come back. Agreed. And if it goes wrong, we leave. We don't stay and fight. We break contact and we run. Now you sound like me. One of us has to. The canvas catches fast, Gideon says. I've seen it tested. The oil treatment makes it burn in sheets. One torch and the whole wagon goes up. The guards will try to save the cargo first. They always save the cargo first. Your window. You're 10 years old. I'm 10 years old, and I know more about this supply chain than anyone alive who isn't the alchemist. You can use that, or you can ignore it. But the wagons are coming whether we do something or not. He's right, Harkin says. I know he's right. I just wanted him to hear me say he's 10 years old. Someone should remind him. I don't need reminding. I need you to listen to the part about the guards watching the road and not the tree line. I heard it the first time. Then you know where to hit them. I know where to hit them. Gideon rolls up the hide with care. He hands the charcoal back to me. His hands are steady. His breathing is even. He's 10 years old and he's just handed 2 adults a map to a war. Good work, I say. I say it like a commanding officer after a report that will save lives. Casual, professional. Gideon's face doesn't change for 3 seconds. Then it changes completely. He makes a sound, small, shaking, an exhale that turns into something else. His shoulders fold inward. He pulls the wooden bear against his chest and holds it there. The charcoal-stained hands press the lopsided ears flat against his shirt. He cries, quiet, shaking, unstoppable. The sound a child makes when the thing holding them together dissolves. He has been functional since the plague. Tactical. A 10-year-old intelligence asset running on fever and precision and the refusal to be anything other than useful. I put my hand on his head. The gesture comes from somewhere the fever doesn't live and the axe doesn't reach. His hair is damp with old sweat and needs washing, and I hold my hand there anyway. He leans into it. His forehead presses against my wrist. He's been a scout and an asset and a map for 7 days, and for these few minutes he gets to be 10. The crying doesn't stop. It doesn't need to. Harkin doesn't move. His eyes are bright and his jaw is tight. It passes like a storm, in stages. I'm sorry, he says. Don't apologize for that. I got your wrist wet. I've had worse things on my wrist. Blood, mud, Harkin's cooking. My cooking is functional, Harkin says from the floor. Your cooking is why the boy needed Sorcha's broth to survive. The boy needed Sorcha's broth because he has a plague. My cooking has never given anyone a plague. That you know of. I can hear both of you insulting my cooking, and I want you to know my feelings aren't hurt, because I don't cook for approval. I cook for survival. Survival is a generous word for what you do with rabbit. Gideon wipes his eyes with the back of his hand. The charcoal stains leave dark streaks across his cheekbones. I look like a chimney sweep, he says. You look like a scout who just delivered the most important intelligence report of the war. A very dirty scout. Go wash your face, there's snow melt in the pot. He stands, his legs are unsteady, but they hold. He crosses the cabin carrying the bear in one hand and washes with the other. I turn to Harkin. His hand is near the mark at his neck. Stop touching that. I'm not touching it. You've touched it 6 times since the boy started drawing. It stings. It stings because you keep touching it. It stings because you bit me hard enough to leave a permanent mark on my neck, and the mark has opinions about the temperature. We need to move, I say. Today. If the next wagon's in 2 days, we need to be in position by tomorrow evening. 1 day south, half a day to scout the route, then we hit it. What about supplies? We take what's in the cabin. Dried meat, the rest of the broth, water from the snow melt, travel light. I always travel light. I'm carrying 70 pounds of boy and a wooden bear. The bear weighs 2 ounces. The bear weighs 2 ounces and carries the weight of a promise I made to build a shelf. Heavier than it sounds. What about the plan? Gideon says. The actual plan. You can't just walk up to a supply wagon and set it on fire. You'd be surprised what I can walk up to and set on fire. She's not joking, Harkin says. I've seen her walk up to a porch and drop the roof on 4 soldiers. That was structural demolition, not arson. Different skill set. The wagons travel single file on the western route, Gideon says. The road narrows between 2 ridgelines about half a day's walk from the camp, where the tree line gets close to the road. Close enough to reach the canvas with a torch without crossing open ground. How do you know the ground that well? The alchemist drew the roots on a table. I watched him from across the tent. He used his finger to trace the roads, and he talked about choke points like you talk about kill zones. He said the Western Narrows were a weak spot he'd address eventually. He never addressed it. He didn't think anyone would find out about the roots. I was supposed to die or be sold. Either way, the map stays in the camp. The map is on our floor now, Harkin says. The map's in my head. The one on the floor is a copy. I could draw it again with my eyes closed. We set up in the Narrows, I say. Harkin and I approach from opposite sides of the ridge, one torch each, hit the front wagon and the back wagon at the same time. The middle wagon can't move forward or back. The guards panic. We disappear into the tree line before they organize. And if there are more guards than expected, then we adjust. It's what training is for. You aren't soldiers. You're an innkeeper and a gravedigger. We're an innkeeper and a gravedigger who have kept you alive for 8 days through a plague, a blizzard, 4 tracking dogs, and Harkin's cooking. I think we can handle a supply wagon. Time to go, I say. The cabin kept us alive for 2 nights, Harkin says. I'd like to come back to it. You patch the roof, it'll wait. Things that wait have a habit of falling apart while they wait. Then build it better when we come back. You keep talking about roofs, build one that lasts. He lifts Gideon onto his back. The bear is in the boy's right hand, pressed against Harkin's shoulder. I pull the cabin door closed behind us. The wood settles against the frame and goes quiet. 2 nights. A roof that held, a stove that drew, a scar and a tusk both out in the open and neither of us dead of it. The most a room has given me in 3 years, and I'm walking away from it south, toward the thing that will try to take the rest. I don't say any of that. I set the axe across my shoulders, and I point us at the supply line. South, I say, toward the supply line. I was hoping you'd say north, but I knew you wouldn't. I take point, axe across my shoulders. The fever is quiet. The decision to attack didn't come from the blood madness. It came from the woman who put her hand on a crying child's head. The snow is thinner than it was 3 days ago. The blizzard is breaking. Gideon's voice from Harkin's back, muffled against the orc's shoulder. Harkin. What? The shelf, when you build it, make sure it faces south, so the bear can see where we've been. I thought the bear was supposed to see the room. The bear can see both. Bears are good at looking in 2 directions. You said so yourself. I said bears are lopsided. I never said anything about their vision. Same thing. Lopsided means you can see more angles. Not what lopsided means. It's what it means for bears, and for us. I don't turn around, but the corners of my mouth pull, and the pull has nothing to do with the fever.
The ground knows I'm here. Every step transmits. The frozen earth carries weight out into the dark, and for a man my size, the earth has plenty to say. I place my feet as I learned at the wall, heel to toe, rolling through the ball, letting the ankle absorb what the ground would broadcast. The wound in my side pulls with each controlled step, a stitch of heat against the cold. It works for 100 meters. Then a branch cracks under my boot, and the sound goes through the trees and keeps going. That was loud, Sorcha says from 6 paces ahead. I know. Do it again, and I'll leave you here. You wouldn't leave me here. I'd leave you here and come back for you when the camp is on fire. You'd be very easy to find. You're the largest thing in this forest. The trees are larger. The trees aren't stepping on branches. Gideon walks between us. He hasn't been carried for the last half mile. His legs are unsteady and his breathing costs him more than it should, but he's moving on his own feet. You're keeping up. I have legs, they work. They didn't work yesterday. Yesterday was yesterday, today they work, tomorrow isn't your concern. He sounds like you, Sorcha says. He sounds like himself. He's always sounded like himself. He sounds like a soldier who's decided complaining is beneath him. You. The weight is gone from my shoulders. I carried him 9 days to the inn and longer since, and the empty space on my back is louder than his footsteps. How far, I ask. Half a mile to the Narrows. The camp is beyond that. We'll hear it before we see it. How will we hear it? Fires, voices, the guards talk when they think no one is listening. Gideon said they play cards between rotations. They play cards, Gideon says from between us. His voice is quiet but clear, and they argue about the food. The one with the scar on his chin always complains about the stew. He says it tastes like boiled leather. How do you know what the guard's stew tastes like? I don't know what it tastes like. I know what he says it tastes like. He said it every night. He said it loud. He wasn't a quiet complainer. You memorized the guard's dinner conversations. I heard it every night through the tent wall. When you hear a thing every night, it stays whether you want it or not. There wasn't much else to do but listen. The wind shifts, cold air finds the scar where her teeth broke skin, and the bite feels it before the rest of me does. The scar tissue is thinner there, newer, more sensitive than the skin around it. Every gust is a reminder of something I haven't spoken about since Torvek told me what it means. She put her teeth in me, and the teeth left a contract she doesn't know she signed. Torvek's voice in my head, the old ones bite when the words aren't enough. Your woman didn't know the name for it, but her teeth knew. Two different things, young one. Your collar's crooked, Sorcha's voice from behind me. It sits where it sits. It sits where you put it, which is against the mark, on purpose. Not on purpose. Liar, you press the cloth against the mark like other people press bruises, testing if it still hurts. Does it still hurt? Not the question is whether you want it to. I want it to remind me, different from wanting it to hurt. I adjust my collar, the cloth presses against the mark and the contact sends a pulse through my neck, close to pain. New scar tissue answering to pressure the old skin ignores. The same pressure, but the nerves read it louder. You're touching it again, Sorcha says without turning around. I'm adjusting my collar. You adjust your collar every 90 seconds. You've done it since we left the cabin. The collar's poorly fitted. The collar's the same one you've worn for 10 days. The collar isn't the problem. The collar's cold. The mark's cold, the collar is cloth. Can we discuss my collar later? I wasn't discussing your collar, I was discussing the thing under it. Gideon, what's under his collar? Nothing, I say. A bite mark, Sorcha says. It's a personal matter. It's on your neck isn't personal. Your neck is visible to anyone who walks behind you, which is where I walk. Can the boy not hear this conversation? The boy can hear everything, Gideon says. The boy has excellent hearing. The boy heard 3 different guard rotations from inside a tent. The boy's hearing isn't the problem. The boy should stop referring to himself in the third person. The boy will stop when the adults stop arguing about collar adjustments. I hear Sorcha exhale. It might be a laugh. It's too dark to see her face. Sorcha. What? The approach from the ridge. You take the east side or the west. West, the tree line's denser on the west. Better cover for reaching the front wagon. That puts me on the east, more open ground. You're larger, you need less cover. Nobody runs from a man your size, they freeze. Not a compliment. It's a tactical assessment. Freezing is useful. Frozen men don't sound alarms. And if they don't freeze, then you're the largest orc in this forest and they're hired bodies who play cards between rotations. I like your odds. My odds have been poor since the inn. Your odds have been poor since birth. You've survived anyway. My ribs ache with something I can't name. Every risk I've taken presses harder tonight than it did a week ago. Then I smell it. Stop, I say. Sorcha stops, Gideon stops. What? Something on the wind, chemical, different from wood smoke. She lifts her chin, breathes in, oil the treated canvas. We're close. Closer than I expected. The wind's carrying from the southeast. The camp's less than a quarter mile. The narrows should be between us and the camp, Gideon says. The road runs through them and then opens into the staging area where the wagons park. How open? 50 paces of cleared ground around the wagons. The alchemist likes sight lines. He doesn't like surprises. He's going to get one, Sorcha says. The torches, how fast does the canvas catch? Fast, Gideon says. I told you. The oil treatment makes it burn in sheets. One torch and the whole wagon goes up in under a minute. Under a minute gives the guards time to react. The guards will react by trying to save the cargo. They always save the cargo first. Your window, they reach for the fire, not for you. And the middle wagon. Trapped, the front burns, the back burns, the roads blocked both ways. The horses panic, the guards panic, everybody panics except you. I don't panic, Sorcha says. Harkin panics quiet. I don't panic at all. You panic on the inside. Your face stays the same, but your left hand opens and closes. You've done it 3 times since we stopped walking. I look at my left hand. It's open. Under the oil and the chemical tang, something else. The sharp metallic scent that's been replacing the lavender in Sorcha's hair. The lavender is almost gone now. You smell different, I say. The words come out before I decide to say them. Different how? The lavender's gone. I haven't had access to lavender for 10 days, not a mystery. Some things replaced it. Sweat, wood smoke, travel, all of those replace lavender when you walk through a forest for 12 hours. It's not sweat. She stops walking, turns. In the dark I can't see her expression, but I can feel the weight of it. Say what you're going to say, Harkin. I smelled this scent at the wall, on soldiers who'd been fighting too long, on orcs in Karvak. You're telling me I smell like blood madness. I'm telling you the lavender's gone. The lavender was never real, it was soap from the inn. The soap's gone, what's under it is what was always there. What was always there is what concerns me. Then let it concern you quiet, I need it tonight. Whatever it is, whatever it smells like, I need it to do what we came here to do. She turns and keeps walking. Her footsteps are faster than before. I match them and say nothing. The trees thin, the glow of fires through the branches, orange light flickering against the underside of the canopy, the supply camp. A plague canister sits at the base of a birch tree near the tree line. I crouch next to it, a symbol stamped into the metal, different from the purest sun and blade, something older, a glyph, 3 lines converging into a single point with a circle at the apex. I've seen this before, Millbrook, the foundation stones of the storage building where the plague was first deployed, the same symbol on field equipment. What are you looking at? Sorcha says. A symbol on the canister. What kind of symbol? Something I saw at Millbrook on the storage building. She crouches next to me, her hand traces the glyph without touching it. This isn't purist. No, someone's supplying them. Someone's funding them. The purists are the arm. This symbol belongs to the body. The alchemist had papers with that symbol, Gideon says from behind us. Sealed letters. He kept them in a locked chest in his tent. You saw the letters. I saw the chest, I saw the seal, the same 3 lines. I think he got them every time buyers came to the camp. I couldn't always see from where they kept me. Orders, Sorcha says. Or invoices, someone's paying for all of this. The wagons, the guards, the plague cultures, someone's writing it down. That conversation's for later. Right now I care about the arm. She stands. The arm is what we can reach tonight. Then we reach it, we have an axe and a bad attitude. Your bad attitude or mine. Mine's professional, yours is existential, both are useful. Sorcha pulls dried meat from her pack, 3 strips, the bread from the cabin, wrapped in cloth soaked in the last of the broth. She hands out portions without ceremony. Eat, she says, last fuel before we go in. I'm not hungry. Your hunger is irrelevant, your body needs it. Eat. Gideon breaks his bread into 3 pieces. He puts the largest on my knee. You're bigger than both of us put together, he says. You get the most bread. Is that your rule? It's common sense. The big one needs the most fuel. Anyone can see that. You sound like a quartermaster. I sound like a boy who doesn't want you fainting halfway through a raid. Sorcha eats standing, her back against a birch, one hand on the axe. Her grip on the haft has changed since the cabin. Looser, a hand holding something it no longer needs to think about. I eat with the boy against my side. Your side, Sorcha says between bites. How bad? Functional. Functional isn't an answer. It's the only answer you're getting before a raid. If you can't run, tell me now. I can run. If you can't run and you lied about it and you get yourself killed, I'll be very angry with your corpse. Angrier than usual. I'm not usually angry, I'm usually efficient. Tonight I might be both. When this is over, she says, I'll cook something that isn't travel rations. You said that at the inn. At the inn I meant it as hospitality. Now I mean it as a promise. What will you cook? Something with thyme and butter and thyme. All 3 need a kitchen I don't currently have. The cabin has a stove. The cabin has a stove that heats a room. Cooking needs more than heat, it needs intention. Then we'll be fast. We'll be fast or we'll be dead. Those are the options I'm comfortable with. There are more than two options. There are always more than two options. I prefer the ones where we're both still breathing at the end. We stop here, Sorcha says. This is where Gideon stays. The hollow is what Gideon described from the alchemist's map, a shallow depression behind a fallen oak, the bark stripped in silver in the dim light. The ridge on the south side blocks the camp's sight lines. The earth at the bottom is soft with old leaves. It will keep a boy hidden. It won't help a boy run. If we're not back in 30 minutes, I say. Go north, I know. Don't go toward the camp. I'm not going to go toward the camp. If you hear shouting, don't go toward the shouting. I'm not going to go toward anything. I'm going to sit here with the bear and wait, the plan. I've understood the plan since you explained it the first time and the second time and the third time. I'm explaining it a fourth time because you're 10 years old. I'm 10 years old and I drew the map that tells you where the guards stand. I think I understand the operational parameters. Operational parameters, Sorcha says. He said operational parameters. He's been listening to your tactical briefings for 8 days. He was bound to pick up the vocabulary. Gideon reaches into his jacket and pulls out the wooden bear. He holds it in both hands. The lopsided ears catch the firelight from the distant camp. The shelf, he says, when you build it, remember, south-facing. I remember. 30 minutes, he says, not very long. It's long enough. For what? For us to burn some wagons and come back. What if it takes longer than 30 minutes? Then you go north, the plan. I don't like the plan. Nobody likes the plan, but we follow it anyway. Why does the bear face south? You said it should face where we've been. Because south is where we fought. The bear should remember the fighting so we don't have to. A lot of responsibility for a wooden bear. He has lopsided ears. Lopsided ears are good for carrying heavy things. You said so. I didn't say that. You implied it when you carved them wrong. He looks at the bear, then he looks at me. His eyes are clear in the dark. The worst boil on his neck pulses with his heartbeat, and the smaller ones along his jawline show even in this light. His immunity is losing ground. The skin around the boils has gone darker since the cabin, a bruised, spreading color it didn't have 2 days ago. The plateau is starting to give. I won't forget the shelf, or the direction, or the bear, I promise. He sits in the hollow. He puts the bear in his lap. His legs are crossed and his back is straight, and he looks like a boy waiting for a story, not a boy waiting for 2 people he loves to walk into a military camp. I kneel next to him. The frozen earth is hard against my knee. The wound in my side sends a pulse of protest that I ignore. We'll be back, I say. You can't promise that. I'm promising it anyway. Not how promises work. It's how mine work. I promised you the ocean. I promised you a shelf. I'm promising you this. I'll be back in 30 minutes with Sorcha and we'll walk north to Thornfield and you'll get your healer and I'll build your shelf and it'll face south. He doesn't say anything for a moment, then he reaches up and touches the mark on my neck. His fingers are cold. The contact on the bite sends a jolt through me that has nothing to do with temperature. She bit you hard, he says. Yes. Does it hurt? Not how you think. What way does it hurt? Like something that hurts when you don't know what to call it yet. That sounds like it hurts a lot. It hurts the right amount. He pulls his hand back. He tucks the bear against his chest. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Sorcha is at the tree line, the axe across her shoulders. Her breathing has changed, slower, steadier, a rhythm I don't recognize as hers. 2 soldiers at the perimeter, planted where Gideon said they'd be. The boy's memory is better than the enemy's security. I stand, the wound protests. The mark on my neck burns in the cold air. I touch it one last time, the pulse of it under my fingers, the conversation we haven't had, the contract she doesn't know she signed. Ready, Sorcha says. No. Good, neither am I. Let's go anyway. We step out of the tree line, side by side. The wagons ahead, dark shapes against the fire glow, canvas covers billowing in the wind, old-treated and waiting for a spark.
Oil, I smell it before I see the wagons. Heavy, chemical, the sort that doesn't come from pressing olives. Beneath it, horse sweat, the iron tang of weapons near a fire, the faint, sweet rot of something sealed with wax. My hands are already moving. The axe handle is slick from my grip. Now, Harkin says from the east ridge. Now. The torch arcs through the dark. His throw is clean. It hits the front wagon's canvas, and the oil catches in a sheet of orange that climbs the frame in seconds. My torch follows. The back wagon goes up the same way. The cargo, someone shouts from inside the camp. Save the cargo. They're reaching for the fire, Harkin says. Good, that means they're not reaching for us. I'm already moving. Through the tree line, across the cleared ground, under the smoke. The first guard is pulling a tarp from the middle wagon. His back is to me. The axe takes him between the shoulders. I pull the blade free. The second guard comes from the left with his sword drawn. Behind you, Harkin calls. I see him. He's looking at the fire, not at me. By the time he turns, I'm inside his reach. The axe catches his arm. The second swing finishes it. Harkin, east side clear. 2 down on the east, 1 ran. Which direction? North, toward the ridge camp. Let him run, he won't make it before we're gone. He'll make it by morning. Then we have until morning, that's enough. It is not enough. It's what we have, move to the middle wagon. You're bleeding, I say, the wound in his side has opened. The dark stain spreads beneath his shirt. I'm aware. How bad? Less than it looks. That's what you said about the last wound, and you nearly died. I did not nearly die, it will hold. The canisters, he says, do we take them or burn them? Burn everything, nothing leaves this camp. The canisters might not burn, the seals are metal. Then we smash them open and let the fire do the rest. He picks up a crate and throws it into the burning wagon. The wood cracks on impact. He picks up another. How many crates? 8 that I can see, there may be more in the tents. Throw what you can reach, I will rig the tents. With what? Lamp oil, there's a broken lamp near the supply stack. You're going to burn a plague camp with lamp oil. I'm going to burn a plague camp with whatever's available. Lamp oil is available. Sorcha, the oil is pooling near your feet. I see it, stand back. I rig the oil across the remaining tent lines. The third tent catches, then the fourth. The smoke is thick enough to taste. That's 6 crates, Harkin says. The last 2 are in the far tent. Leave them, the fire will reach them. And if it doesn't? Then the alchemist has 2 crates instead of 8. That's still a loss. A loss is not a victory. A loss for them is close enough tonight. Movement, Harkin says, behind the supply wagon. A sentry steps out. He is young, 19 maybe less. He has not drawn his weapon. He is holding a cup, something hot, steam visible against the fire glow. He was getting a drink on a cold watch and the world ended while he was pouring. My hands stop. For 3 heartbeats they stop. My arms know what to do. My legs know the distance and the angle and the swing, and still a reflex older than training holds me where I stand. Not conscience, not mercy, recognition. He looks like someone's son because he is someone's son. Steam off the cup, breath fogging in the cold, a boy who came out for a hot drink on a bad watch. I've killed men who came at me and slept fine. This one hasn't come at me. This one is pouring. The fever should be up my spine and roaring, and it isn't, and that's worse, because there's nothing between me and what I'm about to do but me. Sorcha, Harkin says, low, warning. He sees me, his eyes go wide. His hand drops the cup and reaches for the signal horn at his belt. I swing. He does not sound the alarm. I crouch beside the body. In his breast pocket, a folded letter, cheap paper, careful handwriting. The crease lines say it has been read many times and refolded the same way each time. The first line is there before I can stop reading it. Dear Mother, I hope this finds you well. Father says the work here is necessary. Father says, the father told him and the son believed it and carried the belief in his breast pocket where a soldier keeps the thing that gets him home. The crease is soft from being opened and closed. He read it on watch. He was reading it on watches like this one. I pull a burning stick from the nearest fire and touch it to the paper. The flame takes the letter in my hand, and I hold it until the heat reaches my fingers. The handwriting curls and blackens. I let it fall. Sorcha, Harkin is behind me. I'm fine. You were standing over the body. I was searching the body. You were standing over the body before you searched it. You hesitated. For 3 heartbeats. You don't hesitate. I hesitated for 3 heartbeats. He was 19. He was holding a cup. He was reaching for the horn. I know, that's why he's dead and I'm standing here. And the letters. A boy writing to his mother. His father told him the work was necessary. Was it? The work was plague. Nothing about plague is necessary. Then why are you still holding the stick? I look at my hand. The burning stick is still between my fingers. The flame has eaten down to the bark and the heat is close to my skin. I drop it. Because burning the letter didn't burn the handwriting out of my head. We should move, Harkin says. The smoke is drawing attention. Let it draw, the smoke is cover. The smoke is cover until the wind shifts, then it's a signal. How is your side? Still bleeding. Can you fight? I have been fighting for the last 5 minutes. Ask a different question. Can you run? Slower than you, faster than the boy. I stand. The horses from the back wagon have broken their leads and are running north. How many, I ask. 4 down total, 2 mine, 2 yours, 1 ran north. That leaves the captain and the alchemist unaccounted for. The captain wasn't here. This is a supply camp. The captain operates from the ridge. And the alchemist. Listen. A voice carries through the smoke. Thin, precise, the cadence of a man explaining measurements, dosage instructions. The alchemist is in the camp, speaking to someone in the intact tent on the far side. That's the far tent, Harkin says, the one we didn't burn. I hear him. How many with him? I can't tell, at least 1. Then another sound, from the hollow. That's him, Gideon's voice. Small, shaking, certain. The one who paid them, the one who made the cultures, that's him. Gideon, stay down. That's his voice. I heard it every day. He talked to the plague like it was a student. He called my village a cohort. That's him. Gideon, stay down. I'm down, I'm telling you that's him. His hands are shaking, white-knuckled around the wooden bear. We know, Harkin says, his voice is low, steady. We know who he is, we'll deal with him, you stay in the hollow. He's right there. And you're right here, those are different places, stay in yours. Gideon presses the bear against his chest. He doesn't move from the hollow, but his eyes stay on the direction of the voice. He called my village a cohort, Gideon says. He said the mortality rate was within acceptable parameters. I heard him say that through the tent walls every night. Acceptable parameters. I know, Harkin says, I know. 30 meters, he's 30 meters from where I'm sitting. And you're staying right here. That's the only number that matters right now. I turn to Harkin. We go after the alchemist. We go after the wagons, that was the plan. The wagons are burning. Then the plan's done, we leave. The alchemist is 30 meters away. And the boy is 10 meters behind us, and his 30 minutes are almost up. We leave Sorcha. If we take the alchemist now, we cut the head off the supply chain. If we take the alchemist now, we fight an unknown number in a burning camp with a sick child behind us and a wound in my side that's been bleeding for the last 5 minutes. We leave. I look at the fire, I look at the intact tent, I look at Harkin. The stain on his shirt is larger than I thought. His left hand is open. We leave, I say. Thank you. Don't thank me, thank the boy. He's the only reason I'm not walking into that tent. We are moving toward the hollow when the flap of the prisoner tent opens. A figure stumbles out. A woman, not a soldier. Thin, shaking. Her feet are bare and bleeding on the frozen ground. I catch her before she falls. She grabs my arm. Her fingers are ice. You're, she blinks at me, Sorcha from the inn. Who are you? Daria, I was at the farmstead, Hala's farmstead. You sent us there. My grip on the axe shifts. Where is Hala? Dead, they found the farmstead 4 days ago. How? A patrol, 6 of them. They came at dawn. Hala saw them first. She put the children in the root cellar and told the rest of us to run. And you ran. Some of us, not all, not Hala. Hala fought. She killed one of them with the butcher's cleaver before they brought her down. She killed one. With the cleaver you sharpened for her. She said your name when she swung it. That's what the guard told me afterward. He thought it was funny. He told me while he was tying my hands. I sharpened that cleaver at my own bench. I remember the weight of it, the notch near the heel where she'd hit bone jointing a hog, how she wiped it on her apron and said it'd do. I sent her to that farmstead. I drew the map. I told her it was the safe direction, and it was the direction that got her killed, and she went down saying my name like it was a thing to hold on to. He thought it was funny. He stopped laughing when Hala's blade came back around again. She cut him across the face before they brought her down. The others, Torvik, Wrench, Lyra. Taken, all of them, marched north 2 days ago. Where north? Iron Creek, the captain said they were bait. Bait for what? For you, he said you'd come for them. He said the orc would come because of the old one. He's setting a trap. How many soldiers at Iron Creek? I don't know, more than were here. The captain keeps his best at the ridge. Did you see the prisoners before they were marched? I saw Torvik. He was walking. They had his hands bound, but he was walking. He told the others to stay calm. That sounds like Torvik, Harkin says. Wrench was carrying Lyra. Lyra couldn't walk, I don't know why. And Wrench, I say, and Lyra, all of them. The captain knows we're coming. The captain has always known we're coming. He's been waiting for us to make a move. The raid tonight told him where we are. The runner, the one who went north. He'll reach the ridge camp by morning. The captain will know the supply line is destroyed. He'll know who did it. Then we're on a clock. We've been on a clock since the inn. Can you walk? I asked Daria. I walked here from the farmstead in bare feet. I can walk. How long were you in that tent? 2 days. They gave me water once but no food. They didn't need me alive. They needed me found. Found by whom? By you. The captain said you'd hit the supply camp. He said I should tell you about Iron Creek. He wanted you to know. He wanted us to know it's a trap. He wanted you angry enough to walk into it. Then we use the anger, Harkin says. We don't let it use us. You sound like Torvik. Torvik said it first. He was right then, he's right now. If the captain has them at Iron Creek, he's had 2 days to prepare. Then we need more than 2 days to plan. Thornfield first. Thornfield first, I agree, but Iron Creek is where this ends. Iron Creek is where something ends. I'd very much like it to not be us. Gideon, I turn to the hollow. We're leaving, now, all of us. He stands, his legs hold. The bear is in his hand. His eyes are still on the intact tent where the alchemist's voice has gone silent. North, he asks. North to Thornfield first, then Iron Creek. The captain is at Iron Creek. I know. That's where the trap is. I know. You're walking into a trap on purpose. I'm walking toward the people I sent to that farmstead. The trap is where they are, so that's where I go. That is not a plan, Harkin says. That's a direction. Then give me a better one. Thornfield first, the healer. We get the boy treated, we rest, we plan. And if the captain moves the prisoners while we rest. Then we follow, but we follow with a plan, not with anger. I'm not angry. You burned a letter and held the fire until it reached your fingers. You're angry. I'm efficient. You're angry and efficient. That's the most dangerous combination I know. Is that a compliment? It's a warning to myself. Gideon tucks the bear into his jacket and reaches for Harkin's hand. Harkin takes it. His other hand presses against the wound in his side. The blood between his fingers is dark in the firelight. How far to Thornfield? Daria asks. 2 days north, I say. Can you make it? I can make it if someone gives me something for my feet. I pull the cloth wrapping from the bread in my pack. It's thin. It isn't enough. I tear it in two and kneel in front of her. The frozen ground bites through my knees. Her feet are cut across the arch and both heels, the small bones going blue, and I wrap them like I'd wrap anything that has to keep working past the point it should stop. Hala's dead, and Torvik's bound and Wrench is carrying Lyra somewhere I can't reach, and the one of them in front of me has feet I can bind, so I bind them. This won't last a mile, she says. It'll last until we find something better. There's nothing better between here and Thornfield. Then it'll last until Thornfield. You're stubborn. I'm practical. Stubborn is a word people use when practical makes them uncomfortable. The camp burns behind us. 5 tents, 3 wagons, 4 dead men and 1 burned letter, and the sweet rot of plague canisters cracking open in the heat. North, the boy is walking. The orc is bleeding. The woman from the farmstead is walking on breadcloth over cut feet. I carry the axe, and it weighs nothing against the handwriting I can't unread, the name Hala said as she swung the cleaver, the 19-year-old who was holding a cup instead of a weapon when I reached him. The axe is the light part. The rest of it I'll carry a long time, and then Iron Creek, and whatever the captain has built there to catch me with the people I sent into his hands. I sent them east to live, he's holding them north as bait. Both of those are mine now, so I walk.
Canvas against my back, the tent smells like someone else's bedroll, cold brass, the oil that keeps the seams from leaking. Outside, the camp is still burning. The orange glow pulses through the fabric, slow and steady, a second heartbeat behind the cloth. Under it, further off, a small sound carries from the north tree line. A cough, Gideon, the rattle in it is worse than yesterday. I hear it and my whole body wants to be up and moving toward it. That's the trained part, the part that has spent 11 days measuring the boy's breath against the distance still left to walk. It wants me out of this tent, and it's not wrong. The other part wants to stay. That part is newer, and I trust it less. Sorcha has blood in her hair. You've got, I gesture at her head, the left side above the ear where the firelight catches it. She touches her hair, finds the blood, looks at her fingers, looks at me. Not mine, focus. We have 20 minutes before the fire pulls someone down from the ridge, maybe less. 20 minutes is not long. It's what we have. Daria's got the boy at the north tree line. Sit down. I need to look at your side before we walk. You looked at it an hour ago. An hour ago you weren't bleeding through your shirt. Sit. I duck through the entrance. My shoulders brush both walls. The wound pulls when I lower myself onto the crate, a hot seam that runs from ribs to hip. It's on the left where the bolt caught me at the edge of the camp, and it's been talking louder every hour since. Not screaming, just steady. The kind of hurt that means the body is spending blood it can't spare. The fire glow slides across her face and off it. 20 minutes. I've held perimeters on less, but a perimeter is a thing you measure against a ridge full of men. This is a thing I want to make last, and wanting it to last is exactly the wrong instinct when the clock is this short. Left your shirt. I lift it. The dark stain has spread past the bandage, down toward my hip. The edges of the cut are hot and the skin around them is tight. This is not fine, she says. It's functional. It's leaking, hold this. She presses cloth against it hard, then lower, almost to herself. Torvek, before we left the cabin, he told me something's changed in you. He wouldn't say what. He told me what? Her hands go still on the bandage. What? He said she put her teeth in you, young one. In the old way, that is a contract, the claiming kind. When someone sets their teeth at the junction of neck and shoulder, that deep, it's a declaration, a bond. He said you knew what you were doing even if you didn't know the word. I don't tell her the rest of it, that the mark has been quiet in a way nothing in my life has ever been quiet. The debt talks all day, every day, a voice at the back of the skull that keeps a ledger I never asked it to keep. Since the cabin, the mark has sat on top of that voice like a hand on a dog's neck, not silencing it, just steadying it. I've spent 11 days waiting for the catch, because things that steady me have always turned out to have a bill attached. The camp cracks and settles outside. Somewhere a beam gives. The cough comes again, thin, north of us. You've known since the cabin, she says. Yes, and you didn't say. You had enough to carry, and I didn't know what to say about a contract I didn't ask for and don't want to give back. That's the true part, and saying it out loud costs me more than the wound does. The debt has a rule I've lived by since Millbrook. You don't take. A man who couldn't dig fast enough for 60 graves doesn't get to keep things. He carries them to safety, and he sets them down, and he walks on. Wanting to keep her is the first thing in 11 years I've caught myself refusing to give back, and the wound in my side picks that exact moment to send a fresh pull-up under the bandage, as if my own body is reminding me what I am. Wait, a thing that leaks. She doesn't answer that right away. Her thumb moves once against the edge of the bandage, not medical, and stops. We're going to have that conversation, she says. Not in a burning camp with blood in my hair and a hole in your side. When? Later, there's going to be a later, I'm making sure of it. She kneels closer between my knees, and the tent is built for 2 soldiers, so there's no room for distance. Her palms leave the bandage and find my neck, and her fingers find the mark. This is what I was thinking about the whole walk south, since the cabin, since you carved a lopsided bear for a sick boy and talked to him like he was the most important thing in the world. We have 20 minutes. Then be quick with me, she says it plain, an order and not an order. The boy needs a healer and I need this first, both things are true. Her mouth goes to the mark, light, the pressure so slight it shouldn't register, and it registers everywhere. My hands tighten on her waist, fingers spanning from her hip to the bottom of her ribs. Under my palms she's warm and solid in here, and the fire is still going, and the cough is still coming, and none of it is enough to make me let go. The debt tries, it picks now of all the moments to open the ledger. There's a boy dying 40 feet away and you have your hands on her waist. It's not wrong. It's never wrong about the facts. It's only wrong about what the facts mean. The boy needs a healer with a steady hand, and her hands are steadier for this, and I've watched enough people burn out from carrying too much to know the difference between a soldier who takes nothing and a soldier who breaks, so I let the mark answer it. I let her mouth on my neck be louder than the ledger, and for once the ledger goes under. The wound, she says against my skin. If you tear it open worse in the next 10 minutes, I will be genuinely angry and not the useful kind. Then we're careful. You're careful, I'll do the moving. You keep that side still and you keep breathing, and if it goes gray around the edges, you tell me and we stop. I'm not scraping you off this bedroll with the ridge coming. Understood. She pulls her shirt over her head, and there is no time and every reason, and I stop being careful about anything except keeping my bleeding side off her. What happens against the canvas, and the bedroll is fast and stolen and certain. A gravedigger and the woman he was never supposed to want. Taking 20 minutes the war would never have given us, and when it breaks it takes us both at once, her breath breaking into pieces against my ear. I hold her afterward quick because we can't hold anything long tonight. The fire is still working through the camp. The cough hasn't come in a moment, and the not coming is worse than the coming, because a chest that's quiet has either eased or given up, and from here I can't tell which. My arms want to keep her, and my ears are already back on the tree line, both at once. This is the whole of it, the thing the debt has never understood. You can hold something and stay ready to move, and the holding doesn't slow the moving. It's the reason for it. Her hand rests on the bandage. Your heart's fast, she says. It's been fast since the cabin, since you put food next to me for 3 days without a word, and I finally understood it wasn't efficiency. What was it? How you love people without admitting you love them. She goes still under my hand. Then the cough comes again from the tree line, wet and small, and she's already moving. We're out of minutes. She sits up, pulls her shirt on. Your side, can you walk? I can walk. Don't lie, not about this, not after this. I'm not, it'll hold till Thornfield. And if it doesn't? I mean to give her the easy line that she'll drag me, that she always finds a way. It's true and it's cheap, and she deserves better than cheap right now. Then you leave me a knife and you get the boy over the pass. I'm not asking. I'm telling you the shape of it so you're not deciding it cold on a road. Her hand flattens on the bandage hard enough to hurt. You don't get to hand me that in here, not tonight, she says it low. The wound holds, you hold. We'll argue about the rest when there's a kitchen and time and a door that closes. That's a long list of conditions. I'm a woman with conditions. You knew that before the tent. I knew it before the inn. She's on her feet, and now that it's over, the deck comes in where the quiet is. It always finds the quiet, short, clipped. She'd be faster without you. She knows it. She's just too stubborn to do the arithmetic out loud. The debt's talking, I say. Mine too. Her breathing has gone shorter, sharper, and under the smoke there's the metallic scent that's been eating the lavender out of her hair for days. The fever. Same thing yours says from the other side. Leave him. He's weight. The boy needs speed. And you're telling it. To be quiet, speed without you is just running, and I've been running my whole life. She pulls the flap, you. I'm telling mine the boy needs a healer and a shelf and an ocean, and none of that happens if I sit in a tent agreeing with the worst voice I've got. Outside, Gideon coughs a 4th time, and both our worst voices go quiet at once, because there's no room for them next to that sound. We step out, the cold hits the sweat on my skin, and the wound answers it, a deep pull that tells me exactly how much the last 10 minutes cost. I keep it off my face. She has enough to read tonight without reading that too. The mark on my neck registers the change and stays quiet, carried, sure of itself in a way the rest of me isn't yet. Daria is against a tree, Gideon beside her, the bear in his lap. He's smaller than he was a week ago, and the cough has left his chest working. You were gone a while, Daria says. The wound needed attention, Sorcha says. The wound, right. The wound needed attention and it received attention. That's the whole sentence. Can you walk faster than you've been walking? As fast as the cloth on my feet allows, which isn't fast. Then we go at your pace and we make it up and not stopping. Hearken, can you carry him? I can carry him. Your side. Holds. If it stops holding, you say so before you go down, not after. I kneel and Gideon climbs onto my back. His weight reads as a change in temperature more than a load. He coughs against my shoulder and I feel it go through both of us. Your heart's fast, he says. It's always fast. It wasn't this fast an hour ago, a beat. Your neck smells like her hair. My neck smells like smoke. Smoke in her hair, I'm right next to it, it's unavoidable. Stop cataloging my neck and hold on. At the edge of the camp, a figure stands at the perimeter, a soldier looking south, his weight on his back foot, the half-step backward, the not quite committed angle of the shoulders. I know this posture, the porch in the village where the death squad stopped for water, the one who hesitated before the captain gave the order. He doesn't see us, or he sees us and decides not to raise the alarm. The result is the same. We walk north, the fire behind us, the dark ahead. Gideon's weight on my back, his cough steadying as the cold air reaches him, and the mark on my neck settled into the skin now, sure as a name I've carved enough times to trust it will hold.
The gray light comes before morning. We've been walking for hours. I see it before I understand it. A crossbow bolt standing from the meat of his upper thigh, at an angle that means it came from above. From the tree line. From the ridge where the canopy thins and a man with a crossbow could aim downhill through the gap. The black edges are already spreading from the entry wound, dark threads reaching into the skin around it. His color is wrong. Ashen, past gray, gone the gray of stone left out in rain too long. And he's still walking. Hearken! He doesn't stop. His stride hasn't changed. He's covered hard ground since the bolt hit and his body hasn't told him yet because the poison numbs before it kills. Hearken, stop. I heard something in the tree line, he says. A branch could be wind. It wasn't wind, stop walking. He stops, he looks at me, then he looks down. His face does not change. That is worse than if it had. When did that happen, he asks. Within the last minute, you've been walking on it. I can't feel it. That's the poison, sit down. I can keep moving. You can't keep moving with a crossbow bolt in your thigh, sit down. The bolt is not in my thigh. I'm looking at the bolt in your thigh. He looks down again, the shaft stands at an angle from the muscle. The fletching is dark, soaked with something that is not blood. Sit down, hearken. He sits, his weight hits the ground hard enough to shake loose soil. Gideon, on his back, scrambles off and stands beside him. The bear is in one hand. His other hand reaches for Hearken's shoulder. Don't touch the bolt, I say. I wasn't going to touch the bolt. You were reaching. I was reaching for his shoulder. His shoulder doesn't have a bolt in it. Daria, the pack. Daria opens the pack. Her hands are shaking, but her grip is steady. She holds the canvas apart without being told. I kneel and pull the fabric away from the wound. The bolt is barbed, wide head, backward-facing teeth. How bad? Hearken asks. The head is barbed. I know what barbed means. Then you know it's not coming out clean. What's on it? Necrotic rot derivative. I've seen it before, on battlefields. What does it do? It kills tissue around the wound, spreads through the blood, numbs first then burns. How long? Hours, not days. That is not a lot of hours. No, it is not. I press my fingers along the wound edges. The discoloration has spread 2 inches. The skin is hot, chemical heat, the wrong kind, nothing a body makes on its own. His forehead, I tell Gideon. Gideon puts his hand on Hearken's forehead. Hot, Gideon says. How hot? Hotter than me, and I've been hot for weeks. The poison is already in his blood, I say. The numbness means it's spreading. You keep saying things that sound like a timeline, Hearken says. Give me the number. Thornfield is a day and a half north. And the poison. The poison doesn't care about Thornfield. Sorcha, the number. 8 hours, maybe 12. The derivative is inconsistent, some batches are faster. And if this is a fast batch, then we don't have 12 hours. I look at the wound. I look at the side wound beneath its bandage, the dark stains still visible through the cloth. 2 wounds now, one he could survive on its own. one that's killing him faster than we can walk. I need fire, I say. A blade, moss, the gray-leafed kind if it grows this far north. And time, I need time we don't have. We're in a forest, Gideon says. There's fire in the pack. There's a blade on your belt. I don't know about moss. You're being very practical. You told me to be practical. At the Hollow, you said practical people survive. I did say that. Is he going to survive? Yes. You said that fast. I said it fast because I mean it. How do you know? Because I've seen worse than this, and the person lived. Was the person you? The person was a soldier under my command who took a wrought bolt through the shoulder during a river crossing. I cut it out with a fish knife and a prayer. He lived. Did you actually pray? I swore at him for 20 minutes. It had the same effect. That sounds like you, Harkin says. It sounds like me because it was me. Daria, help me move him against the tree. Daria and I brace Harkin's weight. He is heavy. Muscle and bone and 2 wounds and a stubbornness the poison has not caught up to yet. The tree is cold, he says. The tree is keeping you upright. Complain about the temperature later. I'm not complaining, I'm reporting. Report less, breathe more. Gideon is already tearing strips of cloth. He hands me one, the right width, the right length. I press it above the wound. Tourniquet, I say, to slow the spread. Will it work? Harkin asks. It'll buy time, which is what we're buying right now. Time. How much time? Enough. Stop asking questions you already know the answer to. I don't know the answer. The answer is, I don't know. And I don't know is better than nothing because it means I haven't given up. I wasn't suggesting you give up. You were doing the thing you do. I can see it in your face. What thing? Weighing the odds. How many of us are still standing, and whether this gets to Thornfield without you. It doesn't get there without me. No, it doesn't, so stop weighing it. I wasn't weighing anything. You were weighing something. Your jaw does a thing when you're thinking about leaving. My jaw doesn't do a thing. Your jaw tightens on the left side. You did it at the supply camp before the raid. You did it in the tent when the debt was talking. You're doing it now. You've mapped my jaw. I've mapped everything about you that tells me when you're about to say something stupid. Your jaw is the 3rd thing on the list. What's the first? Your left hand is open. He looks at his left hand. It's open. Fingers spread. The panic tell I caught at the supply camp and again in the tent, and now here on a cold forest road with a bolt in his leg. He closes his hand. I'm going to look at the ridge, I say. I stand. The tree line is 50 meters uphill. Thin canopy. A gap between 2 pines where a crossbow could aim downhill at an angle that matches the bolt. I see him. The last soldier, the same posture, the same half-step backward. The crossbow is still up, but his arms are tired. He has been holding it since he fired. I look at him, he looks at me. My face does something I don't control. I already know the ground between us, the cover, how fast I could close it. My body knew before I did. I can. He knows I can. He lowers the crossbow. His weight shifts to his back foot. He looks south. Past us, down the road they marched the refugees 2 days ago. He does not run yet, but the direction is chosen. I walk back to Harkin. The soldier, I say. The one from the perimeter. The one from everywhere. He fired the bolt. He could have aimed for the head. He aimed for the leg, which means he was told to slow us down, not stop us. The captain doesn't want us dead. He wants us moving at a pace he can control. We're being herded. Toward Iron Creek. Toward the trap, with a poisoned orc as the weight that makes us predictable. I'm the weight. You're the weight, and I'm not leaving the weight behind. So the captain's plan works and he knows it. If the captain's plan works, we're walking into his hands. We're walking into his hands with our eyes open. Blind is how the rest of Millbrook walked in. Open eyes didn't save them. Open eyes are why I'm choosing it instead of being walked into it, which makes it a plan and not a trap. You have a talent for turning traps into plans. I have a talent for refusing to die. The plans are a side effect. Sorcha. Don't say it. I wasn't going to say it. You were going to say the thing the debt tells you. The thing about being faster without you, I heard it in the tent. I'm not hearing it on a road. I was going to say that my leg is numb from the hip down, and that's probably relevant information. That's relevant information, thank you. The numbness is past my knee. How far past? To the hip, the whole leg. I can feel the ground, but I can't feel the muscle. I kneel again. The numbness means the poison's into the deep nerve of the thigh, the one that runs the whole leg. He has less time than I told him. The fever hisses at the back of my skull. Leave him. Save the boy. The efficient thing, I know that voice. I've known it since the first campaign. And for the first time, I'm not tempted by it. I'm angry at it. The fever is the enemy now because it wants me to leave. Gideon, the fire, small, behind the tree. Daria, I need the blade from my belt heated, not red, just hot enough that the edge holds. You're going to cut it out, Harkin says. Not here, not now. I don't have moss or packing or clean water, but I can drain the tissue around the entry wound, relieve pressure, slow the spread. That will hurt. The poison has numbed the area. You won't feel it. I'll feel it when the numbness wears off. When the numbness wears off, we'll be closer to Thornfield. That's the trade. That's a bad trade. All of our trades have been bad. This is not new. Gideon, fire. I know, small, behind the tree. I heard you. You're listening well. I listen to everything. I learned that at the camp. You learn to listen when listening keeps you alive. He builds the fire with the starter from the pack and dry bark from the base of the pine. The flame catches on the second strike. Daria, the blade, in the flame until the color changes. Darker than copper, lighter than rust. How long? Count to 30, slowly. She counts. She hands the blade to me handle first. Hold his hand, I tell Gideon. Which one? The left one, the one that opens when he's afraid. Gideon takes Harkin's left hand. Harkin looks at the boy. The boy looks back at him. The bear is wedged between them, lopsided ears catching firelight. I cut. The blade parts the swollen tissue around the entry wound. Dark fluid drains, something thicker than blood, blacker. The necrotic rot derivative breaks down tissue into a substance that moves like oil. The smell is chemical. Acrid. The smell of an alchemist's tent, not a body. Harkin does not make a sound. The poison has done at least one mercy. He cannot feel the blade. I drain what I can, pack the opening with cloth, wrap it tight. The wrap will hold for hours, I say. How many hours? Fewer than I'd like, more than none. That's not a number. It's the best number I have. The rot derivative is unpredictable. Some wraps hold for 6 hours, some hold for 2. And you won't know which until it fails. I won't know which until it fails, that's correct. Hours is what we have. You told me that in the tent. In the tent we were talking about a raid. This is different. This is the same. We have what we have. We move with what we have. Can you walk? I don't know. Try. He stands. Gideon braces against the tree. Daria moves the pack out of the way. Harkin puts weight on his right leg. The left leg holds. Barely. The muscle is compromised. The wound leaks through the wrap. I can walk, he says. You're lying. I'm managing. A man can do both. Not this time. Can you walk to Thornfield? I can walk as far as I need to walk. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have. Ask me again in an hour. In an hour you may not be able to answer. Then ask me in 30 minutes. Harkin. I'm standing, I'm upright, the leg is holding. Those are facts. Everything else is a guess, and I don't guess, I move. You move like a man whose left leg is made of wood. I've seen men with wooden legs walk farther than Thornfield. Those men weren't poisoned. Those men were also not this stubborn. The forest is quiet. The morning light is gray through the canopy. Behind us, the last soldier has moved. He is farther south now. The gap between us has widened. He is not following. He is leaving. The crossbow is on the ground where he stood. He left his crossbow, Harkin says. A man doesn't leave his weapon unless he's done using it. Or done with the person who told him to use it. Either way, he's not coming back. Daria, can you help him walk? I weigh 110 pounds, and my feet are bleeding through the cloth. Can you brace his left side? I've been carrying worse for longer. Yes. Trying is enough. Gideon, walk ahead, 50 paces. If you see anything, you stop. You don't call out. You stop and you wait. 50 paces. Don't be brave, be careful. Brave gets you seen, careful gets you home. I know which one you mean. Then go. I know which one you mean. Say it back to me. Be careful, don't be brave. Stop if I see something. Wait. Good. I'm good at waiting. I waited in the hollow for 30 minutes and didn't move. You did, and that's why you're walking ahead now. I take Harkin's right side. Daria takes his left. His arm across my shoulders is heavy. The weight of him against me is the weight of the man I was with hours ago, and who is now leaking poison onto my shirt. The black edges have reached the tourniquet. The discoloration spreads beneath the cloth like something alive. His eyes go glassy for a moment, then they clear. Stay with me, I say. I'm with you. Stay with me. I said I'm with you. I told you in the tent. I'm not going anywhere. The tent was 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago I meant it. I still mean it. The bolt doesn't change what I mean. Then keep walking. I'm walking as fast as a poisoned man can walk, which isn't very fast, and I can hear you weighing it behind your eyes, and I'm asking you to stop. Just point me north and I'll put one foot down and then the other. That's all I've got left in me. The rest you'll have to carry, and I know you will, because you don't know how to do anything else. She doesn't answer that. She sets her shoulder harder under his arm and takes more of him, and the answer is in the taking. We walk, north, toward Thornfield, toward a healer who may or may not be there, toward a day and a half of road with a man who has hours. We won't reach it in time. I know this. He knows this. The poison doesn't care about stubbornness or the grip of a woman who won't let go. I pick up the pace. Not much. Enough that Daria glances at me and adjusts without being told. Enough that Harkin's breathing changes and he doesn't complain. The road narrows ahead and the trees close in, and we move into the dark faster than hope allows, because I'm not finished yet.
Mrs. Thatcher is standing between two pines. She's wearing the gray dress she wore to market on Wednesdays. The hem is muddy because she walked through the pasture rather than take the road. It always is. She looks at me like she did when I brought the last of her flour up from the cellar. Patient, unhurried, like she's been waiting and doesn't mind waiting longer. I know she's dead. I know it as plainly as I know my own name. I dug the hole she's in. And she's standing between the pines with mud on her hem, and both of those things are true at once, and the part of me that should be alarmed by that has gone soft and warm and doesn't much care. That's the part I should be afraid of, not the dead woman, the part of me that finds her standing there and feels something close to glad. Mrs. Thatcher, I say. Who are you talking to? Sorcha asks. Mrs. Thatcher, she is standing at the tree line. Sorcha looks where I am looking, her face locks down, controlled, choosing what to say next. There is no one at the tree line. She is wearing her gray dress, the one with the muddy hem. Harkin, there is no one there. Tom is behind her, the baker's wife, the miller's family, little Ava who used to bring me water when I fixed her father's fence. She is holding her mother's hand. How many do you see? Enough. Enough is not a number. It's the only number that matters when you're looking at the people you buried. How many? 12, no more than 12. They're standing between the trees. They don't look angry. They don't look like anything because they aren't there. They are patient. Patient isn't a thing dead people are. These ones are. These ones are poison. The poison is in your blood, and your blood is in your brain, and your brain is showing you things that aren't real. They feel real. Everything feels real when you're dying. That doesn't make it real. I am not dying. You are closer to it than you were an hour ago, and you weren't doing well an hour ago. I was walking an hour ago. You were walking badly, now you're walking worse. Look at me. I look at her, her face is sharp, focused, the same face she wore when she assessed the bolt yesterday, the same face she wears when the situation is worse than she will say. You're looking at me, she says. I am looking at you. Good, keep looking at me, not at the trees. They're not in the trees anymore, they're closer. They aren't closer because they aren't there. Tom told the worst jokes, one about a goat and a preacher so bad the whole tavern threw bread at him. He told it every week, the same joke, the same bread. That's a memory wearing his face. You buried Tom yourself. I can see him. He's smiling the same as he did before the punchline. The punchline is that you're poisoned and hallucinating. That's the joke. It isn't a good one. The forest tilts. I put my hand against the nearest tree. The bark is cold and real. The cold is real. The hand is real. Everything else has started to soften at the edges. I've been testing the world this way for the last mile. Bark, cold, my own hand. The things I can still trust because they hurt or they bite. The dead don't do either. They just stand and wait, and the waiting is patient, and the patience is the worst part because it feels like forgiveness, and I know I haven't earned any. A thing that's soft cannot be real. The poison is kind to me, and that's how I know it's the poison. Nothing that has ever actually happened to me has been kind. How is his leg? Daria asks from my left side. Worse, Sorcha says. How much worse? The discoloration has spread past the tourniquet. That's past the tourniquet. I know what past the tourniquet means. What does it mean? It means the tourniquet isn't doing what a tourniquet does anymore. Can you retie it? I can retie it higher. That buys time. It doesn't buy a solution. Sorcha kneels, her hands on my thigh are clinical. She unties the cloth, moves it higher, pulls it tight. The pressure reaches me thin and far off, something happening to a body I am watching from a step to the left. Can you feel that? I can feel pressure. Can you feel pain? No, that's not a good answer. The accurate one then. The numbness has spread to the hip. Past the hip into the lower back. How far past? I don't know. The last thing I felt with any certainty was the tourniquet tightening, and that felt like someone pushing on a table that belongs to someone else. It's a strange thing to lose a leg one span at a time and feel it leave. Not pain, the pain would be honest. This is the absence of it, creeping up from the thigh like water finding a level, and every span it climbs is a span of me I've handed over to the poison and won't be getting back tonight. I keep my breathing even so she won't hear the size of it. She's already carrying what she can carry. I won't tell her how much of me is gone above the knee, on top of everything else she's holding up. The lower back. I can feel my spine, I can't feel the muscles around it. Then it's climbing your spine. Worse than the leg. Everything is worse than the last thing, that's what poison does. She stands, her face does the thing it does when she's deciding how much to tell me. She decides. The poison is ahead of the timeline I gave you. How far ahead? Far enough that the 12 hours I said this morning aren't 12 hours anymore. What is it now? I don't know, and that's the honest answer. That's 2 honest answers in a row. We're having a bad morning. We're having the morning we have. You keep saying that, the morning we have, as if the morning is something we chose. We didn't choose the morning, we chose to walk through it. That's the part we chose. Daria helped me move him. They brace me, Sorcha on the right, Daria on the left. Daria weighs 110 pounds and her feet are bleeding, and she is holding up a portion of a full-grown orc without complaint. Her jaw is set in a line that does not invite discussion. We walk, the dead walk with us. They are in the tree line, flanking, accompanying almost. They accompanied me through Millbrook when I dug their graves. They watched then too, patient. I could not look at their faces while I dug because their faces were the faces of people I had failed to reach in time. You're looking at the trees again, Sorcha says. They are walking with us. The poison is walking with you. The dead are in the ground. I put them in the ground. I know you did. 60, I dug every grave. Sorcha nods, her grip on my arm tightens. Some of them were children. You don't have to tell me this now. I dug graves for children with my bare hands because the ground was frozen, and the shovel broke on the 3rd day, and there were still graves to dig. Hearken. My hands bled for a week. The blood froze on my knuckles while I dug. I couldn't feel my fingers by the 4th day, but I could still close them around the dirt, so I kept closing them. The numbness in the leg feels like that, exactly like that. The 4th day at Millbrook when I couldn't feel my fingers but kept them working anyway because there was still ground to open and no one else standing to open it. My body has been here before. It knows how to keep going while pieces of it stop reporting in. That's not a comfort, it's a warning. The last time it happened I buried 60 people, and the reason my hands still worked was so I could bury them right, and there's a version of me that thinks the only good my body has ever done is dig. You're telling me this because the poison wants you to. I'm telling you because it's true. It can be true and still be the poison talking. The old weight tightens behind my ribs, the one that knows exactly what I cost and exactly how little I am worth. It has been whispering since the bolt, now it isn't whispering. It has the same voice it always has, flat, reasonable, it doesn't rage at me, it never has. It lays the case out plainly, an honest man reading a debt back to you, and every line of it is true, and the end of it is always the same. You are heavy, they are tired, the boy is dying. A leg you can't feel is a leg that can only slow the people who could still save him. The mark on my neck used to press this voice down. Since the bolt, the mark has gone thin, drowned under fever and poison, and without it the voice has the whole floor to itself again. I'd forgotten how loud it gets when there's nothing sitting on it. Zorja, don't say it. Leave me. No. Leave me here. One person without a poisoned orc moves twice as fast. You can reach Thornfield in a day. At this pace it'll take 2. The boy doesn't have 2 days. I'm aware of the distance. Then you know what it means. The boy needs a healer. The healer is in Thornfield. I'm the weight slowing you down. Leave me and you reach him in time. The distance isn't the only thing that matters. The boy won't survive a day of travel without someone to manage his fever. That someone is me, and I'm not leaving. The numbers say leave me. The numbers say what you want them to say, because you've been building this argument since I met you. It isn't a calculation. It's guilt wearing numbers like a uniform. That's not what I said. That's exactly what you said. You said it in the tent when you told me the debt says you are net negative. You said it before the raid when you weighed yourself against Gideon's survival. You've been saying it since Millbrook, since you dug the first grave and decided the man who survived was worth less than the people who didn't. They didn't choose to die. And you didn't choose to live, but you did live. And the boy in that jacket is alive because you carried him through 9 days of blizzard. You don't get to decide that carrying was worth nothing because a voice in your head says it doesn't balance. The dead are standing right there. The dead are standing nowhere. The dead are dead. The poison is in your brain, and it's showing you the thing you're most afraid of, and you're treating the hallucination like evidence. They are patient. I'm not. I'm carrying you north, and I'll keep carrying you north. And if you tell me to leave you one more time, I'll hit you in the mouth and carry you north with a split lip. Do you understand? You can't hit me in the mouth. I'm an orc who outweighs you by 160 pounds. I've hit things heavier than you. Name one. A wall at the inn. The wall lost. You hit a wall. I hit a wall because it was between me and the door, and a man behind the door was beating his wife. The wall lost and the man lost, and my hand was broken for 6 weeks, and I'd do it again tomorrow. You'd break your hand again. I'd break every bone in it if it meant not leaving you on this road. Walk. I walk. The leg that is mine and not mine holds, barely. The weight shifts between the 2 women bracing me. Sorcha's shoulder is under my arm, a woman half my size carrying a portion of an orc, and she does not stagger. Mrs. Thatcher is still at the tree line. She has not moved. The others have thinned. Tom is gone. The baker's wife is gone. Mrs. Thatcher watches me walk away from her with the same patience she had in the market square on Wednesdays. I buried them all, I say. I heard you. I still couldn't save them. I know. What good am I? Sorcha doesn't answer. She adjusts her grip on my arm. Her fingers tighten. Her shoulder shifts to take more of my weight. She doesn't answer. What good am I ask again. Small footsteps fast coming back from ahead. Gideon ducks under my right arm before anyone tells him to. He is so light his weight against my side reads as a change in temperature, not pressure. His face is tilted up. The boil on his neck pulses with his heartbeat, and the skin over it is split, a fine dark crack at the crown of it where the darkening finally gave. You carved a bear, he says. What? You carved a bear with lopsided ears. You carried me through a blizzard. You let me sleep on your back for 9 days, and you didn't put me down when the wound in your side opened on the 3rd day. You promised me a shelf, and you meant it. You always mean it. 1 bear and 1 boy don't balance 60 graves. I'm not 60 people, I'm 1 person, and you saved me. 1 person isn't enough to balance 60. I'm not a number, I'm a person. You taught me that at the cabin, when you told me the dead have names and the names are the point. I did say that. Then believe what you said. When did you get this stubborn? I was always this stubborn. You were carrying me on your back. You couldn't see my face. The boy is making a better argument than you are, Sorcha says. The boy is 10. The boy is 10 and he's smarter than both of us. Walk. I'm walking. Then keep walking and stop talking to people who aren't there. Mrs. Thatcher is still there. Mrs. Thatcher is in a grave you dug with your hands. She isn't standing in a forest. She's at rest. Let her rest. I'm walking. Walk faster. I'm walking as fast as a hallucinating man can walk. Walk faster than that. You're asking a great deal of a man who can't feel his left leg. I'm asking the minimum. The minimum is don't die on this road. I'll do my best. Your best is insufficient. Do better than your best. That's not how best works. It's how best works when I'm the one deciding. Walk. Zorja. If you say leave me again, I won't hit you. I'll sit down on this road and I won't move, and you'll have to choose between leaving me sitting here or staying. And you won't leave me, because you don't leave people. That's the one thing about you the poison can't change. That's not a fair argument. I'm not making a fair argument. I'm making the only one that works on a man who thinks he's worth less than the dirt he dug. I didn't say I was worth less than dirt. You didn't have to. You've been living it for 11 days. I'm done watching you live it. Walk. The dead are behind us now. They have stopped moving, standing where the tree line curves south, Mrs. Thatcher in her gray dress. The distance between us grows with every step that should not be possible and is. My left knee buckles and catches. I say the names without deciding to. Tom, the garret boy whose name I never learned. The woman in the gray dress who repaired windows. A long list, and I've carried all of it, and the carrying has never once made me weigh what I cost. The road tips, set me down, leave, because leaving is the last useful thing I can do. It is the one argument I have never won, and my body is already agreeing with it, leaning toward the ground. The hands on my don't agree. Sorcha's hands, the ones that held a blade and a burning stick in my face in a tent when the world was smaller than two people. Gideon pressed against my side, a boy who held a wooden bear through 3 weeks of plague camp and carried it out the other side. And Daria, bleeding, raw, she's been carrying worse for longer and she doesn't let go. I ask them out loud or only in my head, I can't tell which, to let go and leave me on the road. They tighten their grip instead. The forest moves around us, north, the dead stand where I left them, the dead don't follow. Somewhere ahead, a river, a road, a healer in a town we are not sure we'll reach. The distance is impossible, the timeline is wrong. Every hour of poison narrows a window that was already too small. The hands don't care about the distance. They hold because that's what hands do when they've chosen someone, and the choosing is louder than anything the debt has ever had to say.
The blade is hot from the fire. I hold it against my wrist to test the temperature. Too hot. The skin flinches before I decide to flinch. I heat it again. The second time it's right. Gideon, come here. He comes. He doesn't ask why. He's learned that when I say come here in that voice, the answer is his body needs checking. I tilt his chin. The boils have reached his jawline. The darkening edges have spread since yesterday. The skin is hot where they cluster, cool everywhere else. His body is choosing where to send its resources, and the choices are getting worse. How do you feel? Tired. Tired how? Tired like it doesn't go away when I sleep. That's a different tired. I know, I've been this kind of tired for 3 days. It used to go away when I rested. Now it stays. Your skin is hot here. I press along his jaw. And cool here. I press his forearm. That means your body is fighting harder in some places and giving up in others. Giving up isn't a thing I do. Giving up isn't a thing your mind does. Your body has different opinions. What opinions? That sending blood to the boils matters more than sending it to your hands. Your fingers are cold. My fingers are always cold. They weren't cold 2 days ago. I checked. You checked my fingers 2 days ago. I check everything. That's the job I gave myself. Your fingers, his pulse, her feet, I check. When do you check yourself? I don't need checking. That's not true. It's true enough for this morning. How long have the boils been spreading? Since yesterday. The ones on my neck are new. They're not new, they're the old ones reaching farther. That's different and worse. How long? 2 days. If we reach Thornfield in 2 days, a healer can manage this. If we don't, the boils will spread faster than your body can fight them. Then we reach Thornfield in 2 days. Sit down, rest while I do this. You'll need your strength for walking. He sits, he doesn't argue. That's how I know it's bad. Gideon argues with everything. A boy who doesn't argue is a boy too tired to fight about fighting. I turn to Harkin. He is propped against a tree. His skin is the color of wet stone. The left leg is swollen around the bolt entry. The wrap from yesterday is soaked through. His eyes are open but unfocused. The hallucinations from yesterday have stopped, or he stopped telling me about them. I do the thing I always do before I touch a patient I can't afford to lose. I look at him like I'd look at anyone. A wound, a body, blood loss, poison, a barbed head sitting in the meat of the thigh. That's the trick of it. You keep the person at arm's length and you work on the body, and the work stays clean because your hands aren't shaking for someone you'd break for. I've done it 100 times. I can't do it now. The body against the tree is his, and my hands know it, and I make myself pretend they don't. Harkin. I'm here. Are you seeing anything that isn't there? The forest, you the fire, everything looks correct. The hallucinations have stopped. They stopped an hour ago, or I stopped noticing them. I'm not sure which is better. Both are better than yesterday. Can you feel your leg? Parts of it, the knee, above the knee is gone. The numbness is holding. It's the only thing holding. I'm going to take the bolt out. His eyes focus. Sharp, present. The fog from the poison clears for a moment and he looks at me as he did in the tent. Alert, here. You've done this before. Twice, both times on a battlefield, both times the soldier lived. Were they orcs? One was bigger than you. He swore at me the entire time. Did you swear back? I told him to shut his mouth or I'd sew it closed next. He shut his mouth. You have a way with patients. I have a way with people who don't listen, which is every patient I've ever treated. I listen. You listen when it doesn't involve sitting still. Sitting still is the part you're bad at. I'm sitting still right now. You're sitting still because you can't feel your leg. That's not discipline. That's poison. Now we don't have more time to give the poison. The longer the bolt stays, the more tissue dies. The more tissue dies, the less I have to work with when I pack the wound. What do you need? I need you to not move. I need you to chew this. I hand him the crush weed root. It's an orc remedy. It numbs pain. How well? About half. Half isn't very much. Half is what we have. Chew it, all of it. It'll taste like something scraped from under a bridge. That's specific. I've tasted it. The description is accurate. He chews, his face confirms it. That's the worst thing I've ever put in my mouth. You haven't finished chewing it. It's getting worse. It'll get worse before it gets better. That applies to the root and to the next 10 minutes. You're not helping. I'm not trying to help your mood. I'm trying to help your leg. Chew. Daria, the wool strips, all of them, and the moss from the stream bank. Daria hands them over. Her hands are steadier today than yesterday. Her feet are wrapped in fresh cloth Gideon tore from the pack lining this morning without being asked. How long will this take? Harkin asks. The cut takes minutes. The extraction depends on the barbs. And if the barbs catch, then I pull harder. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be honest. The barbs face backward. The head went in easier than it'll come out. I'll need to widen the wound to reach them. Widen the wound. Cut along the bolt track, open the tissue, reach the head, pull. You make it sound like a butcher dressing a carcass. I'm telling you what I'm doing before I do it. That way the surprise is only the pain, and the pain you're expecting. I'm expecting quite a lot of pain. You're expecting the right amount, rag. I hand him the rag. He puts it between his teeth. His jaw tightens around it, the muscles in his face set. The broken tusk catches the firelight. Gideon, turn around. I don't want to turn around. This isn't a request. I want to watch. You want to watch me cut into a man you love. That's not something a 10-year-old needs to see. I've seen worse. You've seen worse. That doesn't mean you need to see more. If I turn around, I'll hear it and imagine it. Imagining is worse than seeing. He has a point, Daria says. He has a point I'm choosing to override. Gideon, hold his hand. The left one, the one that opens when he's afraid. You don't need to watch what I'm doing. You need to hold his hand. That's your job. Gideon takes Harkin's left hand. He sits beside him. The bear is wedged between them. I kneel. The entry wound is dark, swollen. The black discoloration has spread in a ring around the shaft, gray-black where the poison has killed the tissue. I'm starting, I say. Don't move. I'm not planning to move. You'll want to, your body will try, don't let it. I cut, my hands don't shake. The focus narrows to blade and tissue and nothing else. The same focus that serves the axe serves the knife. The blade parts the tissue along the bolt track. Dead tissue doesn't bleed. Living tissue does. I follow the shaft. The wound opens. There's a place I go to do this, and I go to it now. It's the same still room I've stood in every time I've had to open a body to save it, and the door to it locks behind me the moment the blade goes in. Outside that room, Gideon is holding a hand, and Daria has her face against a tree, and a man I would burn a bank of soldiers for is chewing a rag against the pain. Inside it, there is only the track of the bolt and the dark ring of dead tissue and the small red proof of the living tissue underneath, which is the only good news the wound has to give me. Dead flesh is quiet. Blood means there is still something in here worth saving. I can see the head, I say. Dark metal, corroded, the barbs face backward. That's the part that hurts. That's the part that's about to hurt. Brace. I grip the shaft where it meets the head. I pull. It catches. The barbs hook into living tissue. I pull harder. The tissue tears. His body goes rigid. The rag muffles what comes out of his throat. The sound isn't human. The crush weed handled half. This is the other half. Gideon's hands tighten on Harkin's left hand. Daria has turned. Her forehead is against a tree. I don't stop. Stopping is how a hand catches halfway and does more damage on the way out than the going in ever did. I keep the pull steady and even, and I don't let the sound he's making into the still room with me. It gets in anyway. It always does at the end, when the worst of it is happening and there's nothing left to do but finish. I pull. The barbed head comes free, trailing tissue and blood that is more black than red. The chemical smell hits. Acrid. The bolt head lands in the dirt beside my knee. It's out, I say. The bolt is out. I pack the wound with moss, layer the wool strips, wrap, pull tight. Harkin is shaking, full body. His eyes are open, but they aren't seeing this forest. They're somewhere past pain. My hands are still bloody. The blood is his, on my fingers and my wrists and the front of my shirt. I reach for him anyway. I pull him against me, his head against my collarbone, 300 pounds of shaking orc. I put my mouth against his. The kiss cuts the sound. Gives him something to push against that isn't pain. His lips are hot. The fever is still in him. His grip finds my forearm and closes, hard enough to bruise. I don't tell him to let go. The still room is open. The door I locked behind me is standing open, and everything I kept out of it while I worked is in here now, all at once. The blade is down. The bolt is out. There's nothing left to keep steady for, and the moment there's nothing left to keep steady for, I want to hold him more than I have wanted anything in a long time, and I do. This is the part I never let a patient see. The part after. Where the healer stops being a pair of hands, and goes back to being a person who was afraid the whole time, and only now has room to feel it. The sound stops. The shaking goes on, but the sound stops because his mouth is against mine. I can feel the bruise forming under his fingers. He doesn't know how hard he's holding. He'll know later. I'll show him the bruise and he'll tell me he's sorry, and I'll tell him it's proof he was alive when it happened. The shaking slows. The grip doesn't release. Harkin. His eyes come back, one blink, then another, surfacing from wherever the pain sent them. Harkin, the bolt is out. Out. Out, the wound is packed. The moss is drawing what poison remains in the tissue. The wrap is holding. It hurts. Good. Good. If it hurts, the numbness is wearing off. If the numbness is wearing off, the poison is losing ground. Pain is better than nothing. Pain means your nerves are alive. That's the worst good news I've ever received. It's the only good news I have. Take it. I'll take it. Can you feel your knee? Yes. Your hips. Parts of it. That's more than you could feel an hour ago. An hour ago, you hadn't cut a hole in my leg. I cut a hole in your leg because the one already there was killing you. Mine is better than the bolt's. I'm not in a position to argue. Then don't rest. How long can we rest? An hour, less if the moss saturates. And then we walk. Thornfield is still a day and a half north. Gideon needs a healer in 2 days. You need one now. None of that has changed. The people carrying me change it. The people carrying you are tired. We're carrying you anyway. That's the arrangement. You shouldn't carry me. I outweigh you by 160 pounds. I'm aware of your weight. I've been carrying a portion of it for 2 days. That's too long to carry anything. Carrying isn't a burden when the alternative is leaving. I don't leave. I'm not asking you to. You're weighing whether you should. I can see it. The answer is no. It'll always be no. I didn't agree to this arrangement. You were unconscious for the negotiation. The terms were set without your input. What are the terms? You live, that's the only term. That's a simple contract. I prefer simple contracts. The complicated ones have too many conditions. You said in the tent you'd cook with thyme and butter and intention. That had conditions. That had a requirement, not a condition. And the requirement is, you live, conditions I'll negotiate. That one I won't. Rest. Gideon hasn't let go of Harkin's hand. The bear is between them. The boy's face is pale but steady. He's been watching Harkin's eyes the whole time. Only the eyes. Never the wound, never the blade. Is he going to be all right? Gideon asks. The bolt is out, the wound is packed, the moss is working. That's not what I asked. He's going to be all right. You said that fast again. I say it fast because I mean it. The last time you said it fast was before you cut into his leg. And after I cut into his leg, the bolt came out. The fast answer was correct. Promise. I don't make promises about medicine. Promise anyway. He's going to be all right. That's not a promise, it's a decision. Gideon looks at Harkin, then back at me. His jaw sets. He's decided to believe something because the alternative is too heavy to carry. Daria comes back from the tree. Her face is white, but her jaw is set. What can I do? Water, if there's a stream within hearing distance. The wound needs cleaning before we move. I heard water to the east, 50 paces, maybe less. Go take the flask, fill it, come back. Should I boil it? There's no time. Cold water is better than no water. If the stream is running, it's clean enough. And if it's not running, then fill it anyway. Moving or still, both are better than what's in the wound right now. She goes, her feet leave blood on the leaves. I sit with him. His shaking has slowed to tremors. His grip on my forearm hasn't loosened. The bruise is already coloring, purple at the edges. His fingers around the muscle like something he's afraid to drop. You can let go, I say. I know. You're not letting go. I know. Does it help? Your arm is the only thing I can feel that doesn't hurt. Then don't let go. The forest is quiet. The fire crackles low. The birds that were calling earlier have stopped. Gideon sits with the bear. The silence after the scream fills the space between the trees. It fills the space between his breathing and mine. He's alive, the wound is packed, the poison is drawn. His pulse is there, thin and rapid under my fingers on his wrist. I check his breathing. I check the wrap. I don't check my own hands. They're shaking now. They didn't shake during the cut. I don't let go of his arm. He doesn't let go of mine. The grip has left bruises on both of us. His hand around my forearm. My hand around his wrist. Daria returns. The flask is full. The water is cold and running. On your feet, I tell him, both of us now. He stands, I stand. The grip holds between us, a bridge we built without planning, and we walk.
The tree takes my weight when the leg won't. I've stopped walking. I didn't decide to stop, the leg decided, and the rest of me is negotiating with a decision already made. I'm still upright, barely, one shoulder against pine bark, 300 pounds propped where 300 pounds shouldn't lean. The left side has gone quiet, and quiet from that leg means it's done arguing for now. There's a comfort in the quiet that I don't trust. The leg stopped hurting somewhere back on the last slope, and a man who's carried enough wounds knows that a limb going quiet isn't the same as a limb getting better. It's the body giving up on a part it can't win back and pulling its guards in to hold what's left. The bark against my shoulder is cold and solid. I lean into it because it's the one thing out here asking nothing of me. It doesn't need me to move. It doesn't need me to be worth carrying. It just holds a leaning man up, which is more than I've let anyone else do. Harkin, Sorcha's voice close in front of me. I've stopped. I can see you've stopped. The leg stopped, I'm only agreeing with it. Then unagree, move. I don't answer, I look at the frozen mud past her boots. The debt has one argument, and it's been making it for days, and the argument is very good. You are too heavy. They are too tired. The boy needs what you can't give him standing against a tree. I let my weight settle further into the bark. It's the only way I have left to say it. Leave me. Sorcha reads the line, she reads everything. No, she says, that's not on offer. You can move faster without an orc leaning on the trees. The boy needs a healer. The healer is in Thornfield. I've been carrying you for 2 days. I know exactly how heavy you are, off the tree. I can't. You can. Tell me how. Push off the tree, brace with your right leg. I'll take the left side. Gideon will take the right. Gideon weighs 60 pounds. Gideon weighs 60 pounds and he hasn't stopped walking since the bolt. He's doing more than you are right now, which is leaning on a pine feeling sorry for yourself. I'm not feeling sorry for myself. You're propped against a tree telling me to leave you. That's the definition of it. Walk. I don't want to walk. I don't care what you want. You don't get to die. I don't move off the bark. She waits me out. The words land. They land in the part of me that's still taking orders, below the part that runs numbers and measures weight and distance, the part underneath, the part that heard her voice in the tent and listened, the part that held her hand during the surgery and didn't let go. For 11 days the debt has had a clear road. Every argument it makes runs downhill toward the same place, and every day I've been a little too tired to stand at the top of the road and refuse it. It's easier to agree. Agreeing feels like honesty. It feels like finally saying the true thing out loud, that a man who couldn't save 60 shouldn't get to be the reason a boy makes it too. And then her voice comes down flat across the top of all of it, 4 words with no softness in them, and the road the debt was walking me down just stops. Not because she's answered the argument, she hasn't, because she's decided the argument doesn't get to be the one that wins. You don't get to die. She doesn't soften it, she doesn't say it with tears. She says it flat, a commander to a soldier who hasn't been given permission to stop. That's not your decision. It is. I made it in the tent. I made it on the road. I made it when I cut the bolt from your leg. I've been making it for 11 days and I'm not changing it now because you found a tree to lean on. I didn't ask you to make that decision. You didn't have to. I made it anyway. That's what I do. I make decisions about people I refuse to lose. Get up. Gideon. I'm here, small voice from my right side. He's already there, his hands on my arm. 60 pounds of boy trying to lift an orc 5 times his weight. You shouldn't be lifting me. You shouldn't be stuck on a tree. We're both doing things we shouldn't be doing. That's a good point. I make good points. You taught me that at the cabin. You said the best arguments are short and true. This is short and true. Walk. I push, my arms shake, the right leg braces. Sorcha takes my left side, her shoulder under my arm, half my size and twice my stubbornness, taking the weight my leg can't. Gideon braces my right. His weight against my side is a change in temperature more than pressure, but it's there. I stand. The world tilts, steadies, tilts again, steadies again. The trees are the same trees. The fire is the same fire. The sky is lighter than it was when I stopped. You're standing, Sorcha says. I'm standing. That's the hardest part. The rest is walking. Walking isn't easier than standing. Walking is exactly as easy as you decide it is. Walk. Daria the pack. Daria takes the pack. Her jaw is set. Her feet leave marks on the ground I try not to look at. We walk. The forest moves around us, north, the direction we've been walking for days, the direction that means Thornfield and a healer, past the dirt and the cold and the weight of a man who's told everyone to leave him and been refused every time. The leg holds barely, the moss from yesterday is still drawing, the wrap is holding. The pain is a low constant, a sound you stop noticing until you listen for it, then it's everything. How's the pain? Sorcha asks. Constant. That's still good. Constant means the nerves are working. The nerves are working too well. They're working the right amount. Your body is telling you the wound is healing. Pain is the message. You don't have to enjoy it. I don't enjoy it. No one does. Walk. How far have we walked? Since the surgery, 2 miles, maybe 3. That's not very far. It's far enough for a man who was on the ground 20 minutes ago. Every mile is a mile closer. A mile closer to what? To the healer, to the boy not dying, to you being able to stand without me holding you up. I can stand without you holding me up. You can't, you proved that 20 minutes ago, when the leg quit and a pine had to hold you up instead of me. I stood up. You stood up because I told you to. Take my voice away and you're back against the tree. The dirt and I are well acquainted, I still stood. You stood, I'm not arguing the result, it's how you got there that I'm complaining about. You're complaining. I'm allowed to, I've been carrying you for 2 days. Complaining is part of the arrangement. Gideon is on my right, he hasn't let go. His grip on my arm is steady in a way a 10-year-old shouldn't need to be. The bear is in his jacket. The boil on his neck has gone from cracked to black at the crown, the skin around it stretched shiny and tight. How do you feel? I ask him. Tired. Tired like yesterday. Tired like I've been tired for 3 days and it doesn't leave. I know that tired. I know you know, you're the one who taught me the word for it. You said some tired is the body and some tired is the bones. This is the bones. The bones are the harder kind. The bones are the kind that doesn't stop. It stops when we reach Thornfield. How far? A day, maybe less. You said that yesterday. Yesterday I was lying, today I'm guessing. Guessing is better than lying. How is guessing better? Guessing means I don't know. Lying means I do know and I'm saying something else. I'd rather not know. I'd rather know. When I know, I'll tell you. That's a promise I can keep. Hearken. Yes, you're walking faster. I am. You are. Your stride has changed. You're leaning less. The pain is still there. It's still there, but you're walking through it. That's different from walking around it. What's the difference? Walking around pain means you're avoiding it. Walking through it means you've decided it isn't important enough to stop you. I haven't decided anything. Your legs have. Your legs are smarter than you are right now. The sky lightens, gray to pale gray to something almost white. The pre-dawn light makes the trees look like they're standing in water. The frost on the branches catches the first thin light and holds it. The forest is quiet. The birds haven't started yet. The only sounds are our feet and our breathing and the low constant of the creek that's been running north alongside us for 2 days. The ocean. I say it before I know I'm going to. The word comes from somewhere I didn't know I was keeping it. What Sorcha says? The ocean, Bruck said it smells like salt. He said you can hear it from a mile away. He said the water goes all the way to the end of the world and there's nothing past it but sky. I don't know where the wanting comes from. That's the thing that surprises me about it. I've spent so long not wanting anything for myself that the want feels borrowed, like a coat that belongs to a bigger man. But it's there, plain and stubborn under the fog. The poison's laid over everything else and it won't go quiet. The ocean. A thing I have never seen and have no earthly reason to reach for, and it's pulling harder right now than the ground is. You want to see the ocean. I want to smell it. Bruck said the smell is the best part, better than the sound, better than the sight. He said you breathe it in and the salt cleans everything. Bruck's never been to the ocean. He heard about it from a trader who had. The trader said the waves come in and go out and they never stop. Every day, every night, the water doesn't get tired. The water doesn't have legs that don't work. The water doesn't have legs, that's the point. It doesn't need them, it just moves. You want to see the ocean. I want to see it. I want to stand in the water. I want to smell the salt. I want Gideon to see it. You've never wanted something for yourself before. I've wanted things. You've wanted things for other people. The refugees, the boy, the shelf, the bear with the lopsided ears. You've never said I want and meant yourself. I'm saying it now. You're saying it now. Is that all right? It's more than all right. It's the first thing you've said in 2 days that sounds like living instead of surviving. Keep saying it. I want to smell the ocean. Say it again. I want to smell the ocean. Good, that's a reason. The first reason you've given me in 11 days that isn't about someone else. It's about me. It's about you, and that's why it matters. Is it selfish? Wanting to see the ocean isn't selfish. Wanting to die on a road because you think your weight inconveniences the people carrying you, that's selfish. Wanting the ocean is just wanting. I haven't wanted in a long time. I know I've been watching you not want for 11 days. It's exhausting. want something, want the ocean, want anything. I want the ocean, and I want you to cook with time and butter and intention. I've never seen the ocean either, Daria says from ahead. Her voice is quiet, steady. My mother told me the sand is warm. She said you can walk on it with bare feet and it doesn't hurt. Then we walked to Thornfield, and after Thornfield we walked to the coast. That's a long walk. How long? Weeks, maybe a month, depending on the roads and the weather and how fast a poisoned orc can walk after field surgery. I'll walk faster than you expect. I expect that. I like long walks, especially with orc men who fall on their faces and then decide they want to see the ocean. I didn't decide, the ocean decided for me. The ocean isn't here, you decided, that's the part that matters. The creek is louder, the sound has changed. No longer the thin running of a forest stream, but something wider, deeper. The water is moving faster. That's not the creek, Sorcha says. No, that's the river. Iron Creek. Iron Creek, 6 miles south of Thornfield. If we can hear it, we're close. We're close. The trees thin, the canopy opens. The light is stronger here, the pre-dawn gray giving way to the first pale suggestion of sunrise. And then I hear it. Voices from the south bank, organized, the sound of people in a position held, a camp that isn't a camp but a perimeter. Do you hear that? I ask. I hear it. Those aren't travelers. No, those aren't travelers. How many? Sorcha stops, she tilts her head. The focus in her eyes is the same she had when she held the blade over my leg, clinical, measuring. 6, maybe 8, and more than that, quieter voices. The quiet ones aren't giving orders. The quiet ones are being held. The refugees. The refugees. They brought them here. The captain brought them here. This is the trap. This is what the bolt was for, what the herding was for. He wanted us here at this river at this time. And we walked into it. We walked into it with our eyes open. That was the plan. The plan was to not die on the road. The plan was to keep moving north. North led here. Here is where the people we left behind are being held. The plan hasn't changed. It's expanded. Expanded to include a river full of purists. Expanded to include everything it needs to include. Gideon's grip on my arm tightens. He's heard the voices too. His face is pale. The black boil on his neck has swelled taut against the skin, close to bursting. I look at it and the fog burns off for a second because the thing in front of me matters enough to cut through poison. That boil started as a darkening under the skin a week ago. Then it cracked. Now it's black at the crown and stretched shiny, and it's the clearest clock we have, ticking against the boy's throat where anyone can read it. Whatever the river holds, whatever the voices on the south bank turn out to be, that boil doesn't stop for it. He needs the healer in Thornfield, and he needs him before the crown gives. That's the one line the debt can't argue with. For once the weight and the balance belongs to the boy and not to me, and the boy has to reach Thornfield, and so I have to move. Are those our people? He asks. Those are our people. Are they hurt? I can't tell from here. The voices are steady. That means they're alive. Alive is better than the alternative. Alive is the only thing that matters right now. Then we go to them. We go to them. I look at Sorcha, she looks at me. The bruise on her forearm is purple where my fingers gripped during the surgery. I did that, I say. You did. I'm sorry. Don't be. That bruise means you were alive when it happened. That's the only thing that matters. She hasn't covered it, she hasn't complained. She wears it as proof, the same as everything else. The river is ahead, the voices are ahead. Everything that has been chasing us is ahead, waiting. The debt says stop, you've carried enough weight, the account will never balance. The ocean says keep moving. I listen to the ocean. Its voice is salt and distance and water that doesn't stop, and for the first time in 11 days the debt has no answer for it.
No one touches him. I hear my own voice before I decide to speak. The words leave my mouth like the axe leaves my hand. Certain, already done. The river runs behind me, Iron Creek. Mountain water, cold enough to stop a heart. The purists stand on the south bank, 8 of them, armed, positioned. The silence after I speak lasts long enough for every person on both banks to understand what I mean. Sorcha, Harkin's voice, low, from behind me. He is on the ground again. The leg gave out on the slope down to the bank. 300 pounds on frozen mud and the left side not cooperating. Stay down. I'm not staying down. You're staying down until I tell you to get up. You don't get a vote. I've been told that before, recently. And it worked, stay down. You know this place, Harkin says from behind me. Ashford Bridge was 2 miles upstream. The bridge is gone. The river is the same. Ashford Bridge, the bridge where I hit you with a warhammer. The bridge where you hit me with a warhammer and I went into the water. I remember the cold. I remember the current. I remember watching you fall. I thought you were dead. I wasn't dead. I was angry and wet. Dead men don't hold grudges that long. You held that 15 years. The geography hasn't changed. 15 years and the river still curves the same. 15 years and you're standing on the same bank. I'm standing on the opposite bank. That's the point. That's the point. Different side, different reasons. Better reasons. You fell into this water. I fell into this water. I crawled out a mile downstream. I was bleeding from the neck and I couldn't feel my hands. I watched you fall. I thought the river took you. The river tried. I was too angry to drown. Sorcha, from the south bank, Wrench's voice. Strained, controlled. The voice of a woman who's been held for days and still has the layout of every guard in her head. I see you. There are 8, 2 on the east ridge, 4 on the bank. The captain and the thin one behind the tree line. The thin one. He has canisters, metal. He's been adjusting them since dawn. How long have you been here? 6 days. They marched us from the farmstead. Lyra can't walk. Torvek's been carrying her. How is Torvek? Old and angry, the best combination. The alchemist, the man who designed the formula, the man who called Gideon's village a cohort. Torvek is behind Wrench, his hand on Lyra's shoulder. Lyra sits against a rock. Her leg is wrong. The angle tells me everything I need to know about how they marched her here. Torvek. Sorcha, you look terrible. You look alive, that is enough. Lyra, can you hear me? The big woman is shouting across a river. I can hear her. Everyone on both banks can hear her. Lyra's voice, small, clear, already working the problem. How's your leg? My leg is broken. The tall one stepped on it during the march. He said it was an accident. It wasn't an accident. The tall one. The one with the mask. He doesn't make accidents. He makes decisions that look like accidents. I'm going to fix your leg. You're going to fix a lot of things. I can see it on your face. You've got the look you get before something falls down. I know that look. She always has a plan, Wrench says. The man behind the trees has something he wants to show you, Torvek says. He's been very excited about it all morning. A sound, metal on metal, the click of a valve opening, then the smell, chemical, sharp, concentrated. The cloud moves, low to the ground, gray-white. That's the plague, Gideon says from behind me. I turn, he is standing, 10 years old, fists closed, the blue thread on his wrist visible and frayed. You've seen this before. I've smelled it before, the smell's the same, the concentration is different, this is stronger. How much stronger? The canisters at our village were small, 1 per building. These are larger. One of these could cover the whole bank. How long before it reaches them? Minutes, the wind's carrying it south but the cloud is heavier than air. It'll settle where they're standing. Gideon, behind me. I'm already behind you. More behind me. There isn't more behind you, you are the behind. That's not how grammar works. That's how it works when you're the only thing between me and a plague cloud. Daria, take him upstream, past the bend, the cloud won't reach that far. I say it and my chest closes on the saying. Sending the boy away is the right call and it feels like cutting off a hand. He's the one who knows the plague. He's the one a healer can question. He's also 10, and he stood behind me through 3 assaults with his fists shut, and every instinct I own says keep the ones you love inside arm's reach where a blade can reach them and not you. That instinct is exactly how people die. The ones you keep close in a fight are the ones who take the blow meant for you. So I send him, it costs, and I make it cost me and not him. I'm not leaving, Gideon says. You're leaving because I need you alive on the other side of this. You're the only one who knows what the plague does. You're the only one who can tell a healer what to treat. If I lose you, I lose everyone. Go. That's not fair. It's not meant to be fair, it's meant to keep you breathing. Go. Daria takes his arm. He doesn't fight her. His jaw tightens, the look of a boy choosing obedience over a fight he knows he can't win. I want to stay. I know you do, that's why you need to go. The people who want to stay are the ones who get killed staying. Daria will keep you safe. Daria is young. Daria is young and has survived 3 ambushes. Age isn't what matters here. Go, now. He goes, he doesn't look back. That's the hardest part. The boy who checks every lock, every window, every shadow in the dark, walking away without turning to see what he's leaving behind. I position myself between the orc on the ground and every man on that bank. Between Daria and the chemical smell that's already reaching the north side of the water. No one touches him. I say it again, louder. The fever moves. It sits in my palm like the axe handle, familiar. I aim it. The fever isn't driving, I am driving. The fever is the blade I've chosen to swing. It wants to drive. It always wants to drive. It's been rising up my arm since the smell of the plague reached the water, pushing to take the reach and the timing and the killing out of my hands and do it faster than a person can, and faster is the temptation it uses on me every time. Give it the reins and this bank is cleared in a breath. Give it the reins and I stop being the one who decides where the line falls. I've spent 15 years learning the difference between a woman holding an axe and a woman being held by one. I keep the reins short. My hand, my swing, my choice of who crosses this water and who doesn't. I am smiling. This smile is for him, for the orc behind me, for the boy with the blue thread, for the people on the south bank. The woman is smiling, one of the purists says. His voice carries across the water. The fear in it carries farther. She does that, Wrench calls back. I'd run. You're our prisoner. I'm your prisoner giving you free advice. Run. She killed 2 of your men in a supply camp, Torvik adds. She was warming up. The orc is lying. The orc doesn't lie. The orc is too old to lie. Lying takes energy I no longer have. Shut him up. You've been trying to shut me up for 6 days. It hasn't worked. I'm very difficult to shut up. Ask anyone. The 2 on the ridge shift their weight. 2 men deciding whether the line is worth holding. He's very difficult to shut up, Wrench confirms. I can confirm from personal experience, Lyra adds. He talks in his sleep, all night. He has a lot to say to no one. The 2 on the east ridge look at each other. The 4 on the bank shift their weight. The captain stands behind the tree line. The mask catches the dawn light. The alchemist adjusts another valve. The cloud thickens. Hearken. I am here. When I move, you move. I can't move. You moved yesterday when your face was in the dirt. You'll move today. Yesterday I was standing up. Today you're asking me to cross a river. The river's shallow here, knee-deep at the ford. You can cross it. And then you run toward the canisters on the south bank. The plague was designed for humans. Your physiology gives you resistance. Resistance isn't immunity. Resistance is enough. It was enough at Millbrook for the orcs who survived. It'll be enough today. You're asking me to run into a plague cloud. I'm asking you to choose the living or the dirt, the cloud or the ground. It's the same question I asked you yesterday, and the answer was the ocean. The ocean's on the other side of that cloud. That's a terrible motivational speech. It's not a speech, it's the truth. The canisters stop when you stop them. No one else can walk through that cloud. No one else has orcish lungs in a body that can crush pressurized steel. You could have phrased that more gently. I don't do gently, I do alive choose. He is quiet, the leg is wrong. The moss is holding but the body is not. And then, without a word, he moves. The whole ruined weight of him dragged upright by nothing but the deciding. I'm standing. Good, stay standing. When the cloud reaches the water, move. The cloud reaches the water. I hold my bank. The axe is in my hands. 2 of them came across the ford while the cloud was still building, and now they're committed to the north side with me, and the water is at my ankles, and the current is pushing at my shins, and the fever is aimed. The nearest one is realizing that the smiling woman with the axe isn't backing off the water's edge. I've picked my ground, and it's ugly ground, and that's the point. The current drags at my shins, and it drags at theirs the same, but I've had the whole morning to feel where the stones under the water sit and where the bank drops off, and they've had the length of a crossing. A man fighting in a river he doesn't know spends half his attention on his own feet. I spend none of mine on mine. The cold's already in past my ankles, biting, and I let it bite, because cold I've chosen to stand in is cold I've made into an ally. This is the near bank. This is mine to hold. Everything I love is on one side of me or the other, and the only way anything reaches them is through the woman standing in the water, and I have decided nothing does. Behind me a splash. Hearken going the other way. An orc entering the river, moving toward the cloud, toward the canisters. I don't turn to watch. If I turn, one of these two puts a blade in me while I do it. The first purist raises his weapon. I don't give it back to him. The fever is a language I'm speaking on purpose for the first time, and the words are very clear. The second one sees what happened to the first. He breaks, runs south, splashing back across the ford into the trees. I know his shoulders, the weight shifting to the back foot, the body that decided to run before his legs caught up. He's been running from this moment since the first assault. I let him go. Across the water, on the far bank, the others are breaking too. 4 of them, folding back from the smell of their own weapon as the cloud rolls toward where they stand. Sorcha, Wrench's voice carrying across the water, strained, alive. They're running, the lines coming apart. Then get low and stay together, wait for the cloud to pass. Lyra's leg is broken, the tall one stepped on it, and Hadrek didn't make the march. Exposure 2 nights back. Hadrek, the one who fixed the shutter at the hearth. He said your inn was the warmest place he'd slept in years. It wasn't warm, the chimney draft was broken. He said it was warm anyway. Torvek's got Lyra, we're moving upstream out of the wind. Go now, I'll come to you when this bank is mine. They move, Torvek's shape against the pale light, Lyra in his arms, the others folding in behind him along the far bank and away from the drifting gray. And Harkin is gone. The splash behind me stopped a while ago. The cloud swallowed him whole. 300 pounds of orc walking into a wall of poison, and then nothing. No shape. No sound I can pick out from the river and the wind. The gray took him and closed over the place where he was. I don't get to see what happens to him in there. That's the arrangement I made when I sent him across. He carries the far side, I carry this one. I can't hold both. It's the not seeing that's the worst of it. I've stood over him bleeding and I've stood over him poisoned, and both of those I could put my hands on. I could measure them. I could work. This I can't touch. He walked into a wall I can't walk into, and now there's a gray nothing where he was, and my whole body wants to turn and stare at the spot, as if staring could thin the cloud. I don't turn. Turning is a blade in my ribs from the man still deciding whether to come at me across the ford. So I keep my eyes on the near bank, and I let the far one be a hole in the world. And I hold the line in front of a place I refuse to look at, because looking won't help him, and dying here surely won't. Gideon is upstream, past the bend, Daria's hand on his arm. Safe. I put him there myself, and still his voice reaches me across the water, thin and insistent. Can you see Harkin? No. Is he alive? I can't see him, Gideon. I sent him where I can't follow. That's not the same as gone. Then how do you know? Because he told me he wanted to smell the ocean. Men who want things that much don't stop halfway across a river. I don't know if it's true. I say it anyway, because the boy needs it, and because I need to hear my own voice say it out loud. On this bank, where I'm stuck holding a line while the man I refuse to lose is somewhere inside a cloud I can't walk into. The fever wants me to cross, to go in after him. It's the loudest it's been all morning, and it's clever about it because it stopped whispering about killing and started whispering about him. Go in, find him, you're the one who can walk through anything. That's the lie in it. I can't walk through that cloud any better than the men who ran from their own weapon, and if I go in after him I don't save him, I only add a second body for the boy to lose. So I hold it back. One hard rein, the same as always, the hardest one I've pulled. Standing still while the man I refuse to lose is inside a gray I can't enter is a kind of holding that costs more than any swing. The cloud starts to thin. The wind is carrying it south, off the far bank, out over the water. The dawn light pushes into the gray and begins to take it apart. And through the last of it on the far bank, a shape resolves, standing, not moving toward me yet, the porcelain mask still on. He stands at the tree line with his weight centered and his hands empty. His whole line broke around him, and he never flinched, never called them back, never reached for a weapon. His soldiers ran, and the man who sent them stayed exactly where he was. That's what makes him dangerous. Not the mask, not the title. The stillness of a man who has already decided what he's willing to lose and has decided it's everyone but himself. He's on the far bank. To reach him, I have to cross the water I've held all morning. I tighten my grip on the axe and step in.
The ground is against my face again. Same dirt, same weight, the slope of mud and the left leg deciding that slopes are no longer part of the arrangement. I can hear them from the south bank, voices I know, Wrench, Torvek, Lera, the people I left at the farmstead, the people the captain marched here while I was lying in the dirt telling everyone to leave me. Sorcha is above me telling me to stay down. Her voice has the commander's edge, the one that expects obedience like gravity expects down. I stay down not because I'm obedient, because the leg has opinions and the opinions are unanimous. Through the fog of pain and the muddy slope I can hear the south bank, Wrench's voice steady like only a woman held captive for 6 days can be steady, someone who's looked for a way out for days and not found one good enough and keeps looking anyway. Torvek behind her, orcish consonants cutting through the morning air, and Lyra, small, clear, already taking the place apart in her head. The voices reach me from far off like light at the bottom of a well. I'm at the bottom, they're at the top, 30 meters of river between us and a body that won't cooperate. 2 miles, the garrison at Millbrook was 2 miles from the village, 60 people, I didn't move. The distance now is 30 meters. Sorcha's talking across the river now. I catch fragments, Wrench reporting positions, 8 soldiers, 2 on the ridge, 4 on the bank, the captain and the alchemist behind the tree line. Her voice carries 6 days of captivity in every clipped syllable. She has the whole layout memorized. Torvek's voice reaches me next. Old and angry, Wrench called him, the best combination. I can hear the anger from here, not the explosive kind, the slow kind, the anger that builds pressure for years before it moves. Then Lyra, her voice is small enough that I lose most of the words across the water, but I catch the tone. A child who spent the march reading every weak joint and rotten beam while the soldiers dragged her on a broken leg. She's assessing. She hasn't stopped assessing. That's how Lyra survives. She turns the world into a thing she can take apart and understanding is something she can hold. Gideon's voice rises behind me. He's recognized something. The smell, I think, the chemical smell beginning to reach our bank. He knows it like a burned child knows fire from the inside. The boy has history with this particular brand of poison, and the history is written on his skin. Sorcha sends him upstream with Daria. I hear the tale of it brief, the boy not wanting to go and going anyway. She has her reasons and they hold, they always do. The boy goes, he doesn't look back. I hear his footsteps on the frozen ground, growing smaller. Then Sorcha's beside me again, close. Her voice drops low enough that only I can hear it. She gives me the choice like she gives me everything, plain and true, not a gram of gentle in it. The ocean on the far side of the gray, the thing I told her I wanted turned into the reason I have to stand up. She's using the thing I wanted against me, and it's working because it's true. I choose. I push, arms first, right leg bracing. The left leg has nothing to offer, but it doesn't need to. The right leg and my arms are enough. The same fight I've been fighting since the dirt. The fight that started when a woman told me I didn't get to die and I believed her. I stand. The world tilts, steadies, the river is below the bank. The chemical fog is reaching the water, gray-white, low, heavy. The same color as the sky above Millbrook when the plague was still in the air and I was digging graves with frozen hands. I know this color. The cloud reaches the water. I move. The river is cold, not river cold, heart cold, the kind of cold that reaches into the marrow and rearranges what matters. The current fights me at the ankles, at the shins, at the knees. The ford is shallow, but the stones are loose and the left leg doesn't adjust when the footing shifts. I stagger. The water splashes against my thigh and the wound screams through the numbness, a bright flare the poison hasn't quite killed. The next step is worse. The stone tilts under my weight and the left knee buckles and I go down to one hand in the current. 300 pounds on 3 points of contact, the river pulling at my chest. I push back up. The broken leg drags through the water like it belongs to a different body. The arms and the right leg do the work, the left leg won't. My fingers find the riverbed stones and push. My right foot finds purchase and pushes, and the left leg follows because it has no choice. It's attached to the rest of me, and the rest of me is moving. The gray hits me. The first breath is fire, not the clean fire of a forge or a campfire, chemical fire, the kind that eats the lining of the throat on its way down. The orcish resistance is real, but it isn't comfortable. Breathing through a wet cloth soaked in something that wants to eat my chest from the inside. My eyes water, the world goes gray, the edges of everything soften and blur. I can't see. I can hear. My lungs are burning, each breath is a fight between the body that needs air and the air that's trying to kill it. The resistance Sorcha mentioned is holding, not comfortably, not painlessly, but holding. Orcish lungs hold 3 times what a human's do, and that's buying me minutes a human wouldn't have, but the cloud is inside me now. I can feel it in my throat, in my sinuses, behind my eyes, a chemical weight that settles into the tissue and starts blurring the line between breathing and drowning. My chest hitches, the cough that follows tastes like metal and something worse. The plague formula is doing what it was built to do, just slower in an orc body. Slower is not stopped. From the south bank through the gray, a voice, old, orcish, the guttural consonants carrying across the water like stone striking stone. Corveth Axel Gornatham. Torvek, the words are old orcish, I don't need the translation, the sound is enough. The consonants are the sound of the Korthal, the path of carried things. He is calling me forward, through the cloud, toward the living. I run toward the sound, run is generous, lurch is accurate. The left leg drags and the right leg compensates and the river stones shift under my weight and I move forward through a wall of poison because an old orc is speaking the language of the dead and the dead are telling me to go. The alchemist is in the cloud, I find him by sound, the click of metal, the precise mechanical rhythm of a man adjusting a valve. He's still calibrating, still measuring. The man who built the formula that killed 60 people in Millbrook is adjusting his dose while an orc lurches through his creation on a leg held together by moss and stubbornness. The sound guides me, click, hiss, click, the rhythm of a man who's turned mass death into a sequence of small adjustments. 30 paces, 20, 10, the fog parts enough that I can see shape, a figure, narrow, crouched over a canister, focused. I reach him. He looks up, the mask sits loose on his narrow face, the straps cinched but still gaping at the jaw. Behind the glass his eyes hold no fear, only confusion. The orc should not be standing, the orc should not be breathing. His formula accounted for weight and lung capacity and exposure time. It accounted for everything except a man who walks through plague clouds on a broken leg because a woman said the ocean is on the other side. I break his neck. My hands close around his head and I twist and the vertebrae separate with a sound like a green branch snapping. The motion is fast and simple and the simplicity is the worst part. The hands that carved a lopsided bear for a sick boy just killed a man in under a second. The same hands, the same fingers. I feel the last pulse of his heartbeat through my palms before the body drops. The weight of him leaving my hands is nothing. He weighs less than Gideon. The mask falls, it hits the riverbank stone and cracks. Underneath, a forgettable face, thin lips, receding hairline, a face that disappears in any crowd, ordinary. The man who poisoned Millbrook could have sold me bread and I wouldn't have looked twice. I stand over him, the man who called a village a cohort, the man who measured death in doses, the man whose voice Gideon heard through tent walls every night, explaining acceptable losses to soldiers who didn't question them. He's smaller than I imagined, they always are. The man who killed 60 people fits inside a space I could cover with my arms spread wide, all that death done by a body I could fold in half. The canisters, metal, pressurized, I find the first one by touch, my hands close around the cold steel. The metal bends under my fingers, the pressure inside pushing back before the seal breaks, the hiss of gas escaping. I find the second, the third, I break them with weight and intention, one by one. The plague formula escapes into the wind and the wind carries it south away from the people on the bank. 7 canisters, 7 breaks, the sound of metal failing under an orc's hands. Each canister fights back, pressurized steel does not want to give. My palms are cut from the broken seals. The blood mixes with the condensation and the chemical residue and my hands are a mess of red and gray and the sharp clean sting of air hitting open skin. The fog thins, the dawn light pushes through. I am on my knees on the south bank. The coughing has started. Deep, racking, the kind that comes from lungs that have been breathing chemical fog and are now trying to remember what clean air tastes like. Hands on my arms, on my shoulders. The big man came through the cloud. Lyra's voice, small, sharp, her hand on my forearm, the grip of a child who's learned to hold the strongest thing within reach. The big man is bleeding. I can feel the old wound in my side, the one that's been opening and closing for 12 days. The walking did that, the cloud didn't have time. The big man is very reckless, Lyra says. He's alive, that counts for something. He's alive because the cloud ran out before he did. That's luck, not a plan. Her hand tightens on my forearm. She heard every break, 7 canisters. She was listening the whole time, sorting what holds from what fails, the same as she always does. The south bank is clear. The big man broke every canister. The big man is bleeding, but the rest of it is good. I can't sit down. If I sit down, the leg won't let me stand again. The muscles are spent. The poison took what the walking didn't. Lyra tells me to lean. Leaning isn't sitting. I lean against the nearest rock and the compromise holds. Wrench grips my shoulder. Her hand is steady in a way 6 days of captivity hasn't broken. She's looking at me like a builder looking at a structure that should have collapsed and didn't. You came through the cloud. I came through the cloud. You look terrible. I've been told that twice today. It doesn't improve with repetition. She tells me about the alchemist, his voice. 6 days of listening to a man give orders in the cadence of a measuring cup, everything portioned, everything calculated. The calculating's finished now, the measuring is done. Behind them Torvek stands. His hand finds my arm. The grip is different from Lyra's, older, heavier. The grip of an orc who's watched another orc do the thing the culture demands. Korveth Akthul, he says again, quieter now, not a shout across water, a confirmation. I don't know what that means. It means you ran toward the living. It means the carried dead have released you to carry something else. The Korthal. The Korthal, you've been walking it since the boy and you didn't stop when it got heavy. That's the whole of it. Is it time? I watched you cross a river on a leg that doesn't work and break the neck of the man who made the poison. The weight's been telling you it's time for days. You weren't listening. I was arguing. You were arguing with the dead. The dead are patient. They have no use for arguments. They have use for choices. You chose. The dead don't argue back. They don't need to. They wait. Waiting is louder than arguing. I've been hearing them wait for 15 years. Every morning, every night, the silence that isn't silence. They don't leave because you ask. They leave because you give them a reason to rest. What reason? You showed them you won't stand still again. The dead don't need you to carry them. They need you to prove you carry the living. You've been carrying this knowledge a long time. I've carried many things a long time. That's what old orcs do. We carry things until the young ones are ready to put them down. Am I young? You're younger than you feel. Grief ages a man faster than time. You've carried 15 years of dead weight on a body only 38 years old. Put some of it down. Keep the parts that teach you. Let go of the parts that drown you. I look past Torvek, past Wrench, past Lyra's hand on my forearm, into the tree line beyond the south bank. The dead are there, Tom, the others, standing as they've stood for 15 years, hands at their sides, faces unchanged. But the weight is different. The accusation is gone. The waiting is over. Tom nods, a simple gesture, the nod of someone who has seen at last the thing they were waiting for. He isn't forgiving me. You can't forgive 60 deaths. He isn't accepting payment. You can't pay 60 lives. He's acknowledging. The debtor has chosen the living. They rest. They haven't gone. They haven't vanished. They've rested. The tired resting when the day is done and the work is finished. They were waiting for me to move. I moved. The waiting is over. The pressure eases. Something lifts off my shoulders and I feel the difference in my spine. The weight doesn't all leave. You don't put down 60 graves, but enough of it leaves that I can breathe without the dead breathing with me. Enough to stand straighter. Enough. From across the water, Sorcha's voice reaches me. She's asking about the canisters, about the alchemist, about the state of things on the south bank. I tell her, the canisters are destroyed. The thin man isn't adjusting anything anymore. His neck's at the wrong angle and he won't be calibrating again. She asks if I'm all right. I'm deciding what all right means. I killed a man 30 seconds ago and the definition is still settling. She gives me one. All right means breathing. All right means everyone on this bank is breathing with me. All right means the job is done. By that measure, I'm all right. Through the thinning gray on the far bank, the captain, alone, the porcelain mask bright as bone against the early light, Sorcha says he's hers. The dead are resting, the living are breathing. Lyra's voice comes from behind me, small, steady. She wants to know if she should watch the clock while Sorcha walks toward the man with the mask. Watch the clock, tell me when she's done. When she's done, can we go somewhere warm? My leg hurts and warm places are better for hurting. We'll go somewhere warm, I promise. The big man makes a lot of promises. He should keep this one. The big man will keep this one. How warm? Warm enough that the rest of you stops complaining. The rest of me always complains. The leg's been complaining since before I met the big man. That's fair, warm enough that everything except the leg stops complaining. The leg is on its own. That's a better promise. I'll hold him to it. She'll hold me to it. Good people who make promises to children should be held to them, especially large people who walk through clouds. I walked through one cloud, One's enough, one cloud is a precedent. The big man sets precedents and the big man keeps them. The ocean is still out there, past the river and the road and the coast I've never seen. I get on my feet, the leg protests. It's been protesting for days. But the dead are resting and the living are breathing, and somewhere past this river there's salt water that goes all the way to the end of the world, and I mean to smell it.
The mask comes off. He lifts it with both hands. Deliberate, the motion of a man setting down equipment he no longer needs. The porcelain catches the dawn light one final time before he sets it on the riverbank stone beside him. Underneath, a face I know, age 30 it, my age exactly. The same field assessment eyes I trained into him at Blackwater Crossing. Ren Vorelis, my second in command during the border wars. Commander, his voice is the same, measured, every word portioned like a ration. You're not calling me that. I've always called you that. You trained me. You built the system I've been operating inside for 15 years. The least I can do is use your rank. The rank isn't mine anymore. The rank doesn't stop belonging to you because you stopped wearing it. You wrote the manual. You drilled the patterns into me yourself. Every tactical decision I've made since Blackwater Crossing has come out of something you taught me. My principles didn't include plague canisters. Your principles included efficiency. The plague is efficient. You taught me the best solution to a tactical problem is the one that costs the least life. The plague needs no soldiers, no supply lines, no casualty lists. It's the logical end of everything you taught. That is not what I taught. That's exactly what I learned. You smiled when you killed them, Commander, at Blackwater Crossing. I stood behind you and I watched. 14 bodies and you smiled through everyone. I watched you and I decided that if the world makes monsters, the least we can do is make the killing clean. You use an axe. I use chemistry. The result is the same. I killed soldiers, you killed villages. Don't stand there and call those equal. Soldiers, civilians, the categories are convenient. The enemy combatant line was flexible in the border wars. You were flexible with it. I was wrong. You were effective, there's a difference. There's no difference, that's the point. Then we're the same. We're not the same, I stopped. You stopped because the fever made you stop. The blood madness, the Karvok. You didn't choose to stop killing, Commander. The killing broke you. You retreated to an inn and poured ale for 3 years. That isn't redemption, it's a cage. The cage was mine, the plague was yours, the cage hurt no one. The cage hurt you, I watched you build it. I was there when the smile stopped, when the hands started shaking, when you couldn't hold the axe without the edge wanting blood. I was there, Commander, you just didn't see me. I didn't see you because you wore a mask. I wore the mask because the face underneath is the face of a man you trained, a man who applied your lessons to the letter. The mask was a courtesy. I didn't want you to see what you'd made. He draws his weapon, a short sword, regulation military. You're using my weapon. I'm using your weapon, your tactics, your geometry, your philosophy. The only thing I'm not using is your fever. That's the one advantage you have left. It's more than enough. We'll see. He moves, pattern delta. I know it because I wrote it. The fever rises, I aim it, the blade I've chosen to swing. He comes in high on the right, the opening cut of the pattern, clean and fast. I turn it off the axe head and the 2 edges scrape and spark. His reach is longer. The short sword gives him a foot I don't have, and he knows it, and he uses it, keeping me at the end of his arm where my hand axe can't touch him. So I don't stay there. I step inside the reach, past the point of his sword, close enough to smell the river on him. He gives ground. His boots find the ice at the water's edge and slide, and for half a breath he's fighting the bank instead of me. You can't beat me with my own manual. I can bend it. A manual can't bleed, Ren. Don't call me that. It's your name, the name I gave you your first posting under. The name you wore before you put on a mask and decided 60 people were a cohort. That name belongs to the boy you trained. The boy is dead. The boy is standing in front of me, swinging my own moves at me and losing. Because there's one thing I never got to teach him. What's that? How to throw the moves away when they stop working. When mine fail, I keep swinging. You stop and look for the next line in the book. He recovers his footing and comes again, faster, the feint from the left meant to open my right for the kill. I know the feint. I built the feint. But knowing it and beating it aren't the same on ice, and the feint is good, and I read it a heartbeat late. His point comes through where my ribs were. I twist off the line, and it opens my sleeve, and a cold stripe of air on my forearm tells me how close that was. Close enough to teach me. I stop giving him room to run the sequences. You're telegraphing. I'm holding the form. The form only works if I don't already know the next 3 moves. Change it. Do something you didn't rehearse. I don't have anything I didn't rehearse. Then you've already lost, you just haven't fallen yet. He circles, 2 steps to the left along the slick bank. I match him, boot to boot, the river at my back and the trees at his. He tries the one thing off book he has. A half step to the right the manual never accounts for because I never wrote it down. It's stiff. It's a step he's thought about instead of felt. The things I never wrote down are the things I do without thinking, and thinking is slower than doing. He strikes again, the second movement of Delta, committing his weight forward onto the leg that's already sliding. I let the short sword come, and I catch it on the haft of the axe, wood against steel, and I roll my wrists hard and drive down and out. The sword's guard torques against his grip. His fingers can't hold the angle. The blade tears loose and skids across the ice and into the shallows, and his empty hand is still shaped around a hilt that isn't there. You always were faster, he says. I always was faster, and I always will be, because I fight with the whole body and you fight with a diagram in your head. The body wins. His knee touches the ice, then the other, the fight is over. The fever pushes, it wants more. It wants the trees and the fleeing soldier and the sky past the point where killing stops being necessary. I pull it back. One hard rein on a horse that wants to bolt. The cost of the aim. Ren Voorhees is on his knees. The mask is on the stone beside him. The face underneath is the face of a boy I trained at Blackwater Crossing, aged 15 years by a war I started and a philosophy I taught him. Do it, he says. Why did you come to Millbrook? Proof of concept. The plague needed a field test. The village was isolated. The mortality rate was modeled. The alchemist called it a cohort. 60 people. You called 60 people a cohort. The alchemist called them a cohort. I called them acceptable losses. The language is different. The meaning is the same. 60 people had names. You buried that under a word so it wouldn't weigh anything. Everyone has names. Names aren't a defense against efficiency. Is that what you told yourself? When the children died? When the old woman who repaired windows died? When the boy who survived hid under floorboards for 9 days, breathing through a crack in the wood? I told myself the system required testing. I told myself the commander would have understood. I told myself efficiency is the only moral position in a world that kills without reason. And now I'm on my knees on a riverbank, and the commander is standing over me with an axe, and the system has failed, and I have nothing left to tell myself. The manual failed because you can't move without it. You're the best I ever trained inside the lines, and the moment the fight left the lines you had nothing. I could always fight without them. That's why you're on your knees. That's why I'm on my knees. You watched me kill 14 people, and you decided the world makes monsters. You were wrong. The world doesn't make monsters. People make choices. You chose. I chose. So did I. I raised the axe. It's heavier at the top of the swing than it has ever been, 15 years of a boy I trained hanging off the head of it, and I bring it down anyway. The weight of it carries through my shoulders and my hips and into the follow-through, the same stroke I've swung 1,000 times, and the sound it makes is the sound of an ending. He doesn't move away from it. He kneels into it, one stroke. The axe bites and stops, and the shock of the impact runs back up the haft into my hands, and I feel all of it, every part. I've made myself feel every kill since I stopped hiding them behind a word. He goes down, the riverbank takes him. I don't smile. The fever goes quiet, it hasn't died. It hasn't been suppressed or caged, just quiet. I put the axe down. The porcelain mask sits on the stone where he left it. The face it covered is turned toward the sky. Ren Vorelli's, 15 years of war wearing a dead man's philosophy. The dawn light doesn't care about any of it. The river doesn't pause. I wash my hands in the river. The water is cold. The blood lifts from my skin, and the current carries it downstream. The riverbank is quiet, the silence that only exists after violence has finished with a place. Sorcha, Harkin's voice from the south bank, he's crossed. It's done. I can see that, you're not smiling. No, I'm not smiling. That's new. That's the point. He was yours. He was mine, I trained him, I made everything he became. He used it to kill 60 people in a village he called a cohort. And now he's dead and the fever is quiet, and I put the axe down. You put the axe down. I put the axe down. For the first time the killing brought nothing. No joy, no satisfaction. The axe was a tool, I used it, that's all. That's everything. That's the whole point of the last 12 days. Is it? You put the axe down and you're not smiling and the fever is quiet. That's what getting better looks like. Getting better looks like standing over a dead man I trained and feeling nothing. Getting better looks like standing over a dead man you trained and choosing to feel nothing. You used to enjoy it. Today you didn't. That's the whole distance you've come. That's the whole distance. Are you all right? I killed my second in command. I'm deciding what all right means. Take your time, I'll wait. You'll wait. I've been waiting 12 days. I'm very good at waiting. You're terrible at waiting. You stood up 3 times when I told you to stay down. Waiting and lying down are different activities. I'm good at waiting. I'm bad at lying down. Show me where it hurts. The words leave my mouth before I plan them. The same way no one touches him left my mouth. Words that were never going to stay inside. He's quiet. Show me where it hurts, Harkin. Everywhere, the leg, the side, the chest from the cloud, the knees from the ground. Show me. He pulls the tunic away from his side. The wound is long, the moss has slipped. I touch it, my fingers against his skin. Here. There. And here, lower, along the ribs. There too. I trace the wound with my fingertips. Every scar, every bruise. You have more scars than I can count. I've been alive 38 years. Most of them weren't gentle. None of them were gentle. Some were. The one on my left hand is from a kitchen knife. I was cutting bread. I was 12. You have a scar from cutting bread. I have a scar from cutting bread, the bread one. I press my mouth against the scar on his side. Sorcha. I'm here. You don't have to. I'm not doing this because I have to. I'm doing it because I'm asking. For the first time, I'm asking. What are you asking? I'm asking you to let me touch you without the fever, without the combat, without the clock running, because I want to and because you're alive and because I've never asked before. I've taken, I've commanded, I haven't asked. You're asking now. I'm asking now. The furs are spread on the riverbank stone. We're alone. He lowers himself onto the furs. The leg protests. I follow him down. My hands find his chest. The scars that map 38 years. Your turn. His hands find my waist. The span of them. Both hands and the fingers nearly touching at my spine. He moves higher. Unhurried. The collar of my shirt. The scar at my throat. He stops. May I? The first time anyone has asked permission to touch the scar at my throat. Yes. His fingers trace the scar. Gentle. The calluses on his fingers catch against the raised tissue, the roughness of his hands against the care of his touch, every pass lighter than the last. Does it hurt? It hasn't hurt in 15 years. Then why do you hide it? Because the scar is what the war gave me, and for a long time, it was all I had left of it, and I didn't want anyone to see the war. I see the war. I see the woman who survived it. I see the scar and the throat and the woman underneath all of it. That's enough. More than enough. You see all of that and you're still here. I'm still here. I've been here since the door. The door was 12 days ago. The door was the beginning. This is everything after. Come here. I'm here. Closer. He pulls me closer, his body against the cold air, the size of him. My body fits against his chest, his arms close around me. I pull my shirt over my head. The cold air hits my skin, the scar is visible. I let it be visible. The war on my throat in the open because I'm choosing who sees it. You have a bruise coming up over your hip the shape of a shield boss. River mud dried to your shoulder. The scar at your throat catching the light, I'm looking at all of it. That's not a compliment, that's an inventory. It's what I've got. I look at a thing and I tell you what's there. What's there is a woman who held a bank alone and crossed a river to finish it, still standing, still breathing, letting me see the parts she hides. I don't have a better word for that than the ones I'm using. You always say the true thing at the wrong time. I say the true thing at every time. The bruise, the mud, the scar, none of it makes you less to look at. All of it makes you more. His mouth finds my shoulder. His tusks brush my collarbone, careful, always careful. I press my lips against the claiming mark on his neck. He makes a sound low in his chest that vibrates against my ribs. Here, I say, against the mark, this is mine. That's been yours since day 7. Right, I'm claiming it again, without the fever, without the adrenaline. Then claim it. I intend to. You're shaking again. I'm not shaking, I'm choosing. Choosing what? How slow to go, how much to feel. I've spent 12 days running, I want to stop running. Then stop. I'm stopping, this is what stopping looks like. His hands on my waist, my hips. My hands on his chest, his shoulders, the size of him. His mouth finds every bruise and traces it with a tenderness that has no right to exist in a body that breaks plague canisters with its bare hands. I pull him down over me, and he holds himself so I feel the weight without the crush, careful the way he is careful with everything he means to keep. What happens on the furs in the gray dawn is slow and cert, and nothing like the desperate times before, no fever driving it, no adrenaline, only the two of us and the quiet choice to stay. I set my mouth to the mark I gave him in the cabin, and this time I do not bite, only claim it soft, and when it finally crests it comes without teeth, gentle and whole, and he follows me down into it. A low rumble under my palms, his arms drawing me closer instead of holding me off. The quiet after, his arms around me and my face against his chest and his heartbeat under my ear. The dawn light moves across the riverbank. The water sounds different now, slower, as if the river has decided to give us the morning. His skin under my cheek, his heartbeat steady. The scars under my fingers are a language I'm still learning. Stay. I'm staying. I mean after Thornfield, after the testimony, after whatever comes next, stay. Was there a version of this where I didn't stay? There were several, I planned for all of them, the planning was wasted. The planning's always wasted with you. You don't plan, you decide. I decided on day 3. Day 3 was the well. You told me I was too heavy to pull up. You were too heavy to pull up. I pulled you up anyway. That was the decision. Sorcha. If you say my name one more time, I'm going to think you forgot all other words. I've forgotten all other words. You have that effect. That's the most romantic thing you've said in 12 days. I've been busy, running through plague clouds, breaking canisters, lying on the ground. The romance was secondary. The romance was never secondary. No, it wasn't. I lie against him. His hand traces slow circles on my back. Sorcha, a voice from the bank, small, familiar. I lift my head. Gideon is standing at the tree line, 10 years old, fists at his sides, the blue thread on his wrist. He has the specific expression of a 10-year-old who has seen something he understands in theory and doesn't want to discuss in practice. Can we go to Thornfield now? The simplest question in the book, the answer is yes. Finally, simply yes. Yes, we can go to Thornfield now. Good, I've been waiting. Daria says the road south is clear. Lyra says the big man's bleeding again and should probably stop doing whatever he's doing and sit down. Harkin's chest vibrates under my ear, the low rumble of a laugh he's trying to suppress. Tell Lyra the big man will sit down shortly. I'll tell her, she won't believe me. She says the big man never sits down when he's told to sit down. She's not wrong. Gideon turns, walks back toward the tree line, stops. Sorcha. Yes. Thank you for coming to get us. You're welcome. Can we have breakfast? I'm very hungry. We can have breakfast. Sorcha. Yes, Gideon. Is the big man going to be all right? Lyra says he's bleeding from 3 places, and a thing that fails in 3 places usually goes all at once. The big man will be all right. I'll make sure of it. You're very good at making sure of things. That's what Daria says. She says you're the sort of person who makes sure. Daria is kind. Daria is accurate. I've checked her work. He walks into the trees, toward Daria, toward the group, toward Thornfield and Testimony and the road south. I look at Harkin. He's looking at me. The gold eyes, the patience. The man who ran through a plague cloud and came out the other side and is now lying on furs on a riverbank with a woman who put her axe down and doesn't miss it. Thornfield, I say. Thornfield. The ocean is past Thornfield. The ocean is past many things, but Thornfield first. Thornfield first. We should get dressed. We should, the boy's waiting. The boy's always waiting. He's very patient for someone who's 10. He's patient because he trusts you. Patience is what trust looks like in a child. That's annoyingly wise for a man lying on furs on a riverbank. I'm annoyingly wise in most contexts. You haven't noticed because I'm usually bleeding. I get dressed, the scar at my throat visible, the collar open. I leave the axe on the ground for 3 full breaths before I pick it up. You left it on the ground. I left it on the ground. That's new. That's the second new thing today. I didn't smile. I put the axe down. Tomorrow I may do a 3rd new thing. What would the 3rd new thing be? I haven't decided, but it won't involve killing anyone. That's a good start. We walk toward the tree line. The river behind us carries whatever it carries. The road ahead is clear. Gideon's voice reaches us through the trees, already arguing with Lyra about the load-bearing capacity of a footbridge, and the sound of children arguing about infrastructure is the closest thing to peace I've heard in 12 days.
The air smells clean. This is the first thing I notice, and it takes me 3 breaths to understand why. For 12 days, every breath has carried something wrong. Rot from Gideon's plague scars, blood from someone, smoke from the burning, the chemical tang of the plague formula that eats lungs. Now, pine, cold water, wind that carries nothing worse than winter. And underneath, rising like something reclaiming its territory, inch by inch, lavender. Sorcha's scent, the one that's been buried under blood in combat and the sharp metal edge of the fever for 12 days. The lavender means the fever is sleeping. I didn't know I'd been waiting for it until it came back. For 12 days her scent has been something else underneath the smoke and the metal, there but pushed down, a person's real face buried under exhaustion. Now the exhaustion's easing and the face is coming back up. That's what the lavender tells me, not that the danger's over. That she's stopped having to be the blade for a while and is allowed to be the woman who smells like a garden, and my body reads the change and unclenches a set of muscles I didn't know I'd been holding since the riverbank. You're staring. I'm not staring, I'm walking. You're walking and staring, the two aren't exclusive. I'm smelling. You're smelling me. You smell like lavender. You haven't smelled like lavender in 12 days. I've smelled like blood and river mud for 12 days. This is an improvement. The lavender is a relief. That's the most flattering thing you've ever said about my scent. I haven't had occasion to comment on your scent before. You had occasion, you chose not to, that's a different thing. She's right, I chose not to. The occasions were there, I'm choosing now. The group moves north, 6 people on the road to Thornfield. 2 shallow graves at Iron Creek behind us, cold and temporary. We promise them better when someone can return. Sorcha walks on my left, the scar at her throat is visible, the collar open. She hasn't covered it since the riverbank. The war on her skin in the open because she chose to let it be seen. The axe rides on her back with a new ease. The weapon of a woman who left it lying on the ground for 3 full breaths and picked it up as a tool, not a need. Torvek carries Lyra on his back. She hasn't stopped talking since we left the creek. The road surface is poor, the drainage is bad, the water pools in the ruts and the ruts deepen with every cart that passes. Someone should address this. Someone will address it, Lyra. When someone who isn't carrying a child with a broken leg has the time. I'm not a child, I'm a structural assessor. You're a structural assessor with a broken leg on the back of an old orc. The road will wait. The road won't wait, roads deteriorate, that's what roads do. Then it'll deteriorate and someone will fix it, and you'll tell them they did it wrong. I'll tell them how to do it right, then I'll inspect it. Wrench walks beside them, her hands are moving. They haven't stopped moving since we left Iron Creek. She's drawing something in the air, the shape of a problem I can't see. What are you building? I'm not building, I'm planning. You're planning with your hands. My hands plan, it's how I think. The garrison at Thornfield will have a smithy. The smithy will have tools. The tools will be inadequate. I'm already designing improvements. You haven't seen the tools. I don't need to see the tools. Tools in military garrisons are always inadequate. They're built for function. I build for function and for speed. There's always room. You planned 7 exits in 6 days of captivity. I planned 7 exits and used none of them because the best exit was you. That doesn't mean the planning was wasted. Planning is never wasted. Even the drowning plan had value. The drowning plan had value. The drowning plan taught me which currents ran strongest. That mattered when you ran through the cloud, and I needed to know where the wind would carry the formula. You used your drowning plan to predict wind patterns. I used everything, that's what survivors do. Daria walks ahead. She has been scouting the road since dawn. She returns every quarter mile with reports delivered in the same measured tone she uses for everything. The road's clear for the next mile, no fresh tracks, no signs of movement. The soldier who ran south. No sign, either he kept running or he turned east toward the lowlands. We're not being followed. You're certain? I'm certain because I've been checking every quarter mile for 3 hours. Certainty comes from repetition. You sound like Lyra. Lyra sounds like common sense. That common sense sounds like a child with a broken leg is everyone else's problem. Sorch almost smiles. The road ahead is clear. The road behind is done. Gideon walks between us. I don't know when it happened. He was behind us, then beside us, then between us like water finding its level. His hand finds mine. Small fingers closing around 3 of my fingers, the grip of a 10-year-old who survived a plague and a kidnapping and a forced march and 12 days of running. The grip isn't desperate, it's certain, a child who has decided where he belongs. I look down, he isn't looking at me, he's looking at the road. His other hand has found Sorch's. She doesn't look at me either, she looks at the road. But her jaw works, the small movement she makes when she's holding something back, something too big to let out here. I feel the weight of what the boy's done, and I don't think he knows he's done it. He's put himself in the middle and reached both ways, and now there's a line running through the 3 of us, his hand to mine, his hand to hers, and neither of us grown people had the nerve to make it ourselves. That's the truth of the last 12 days sitting in my palm. I carried him because carrying was the only thing I trusted myself to be good for. Somewhere on the road it stopped being a debt I was paying and turned into a thing I'd have chosen. And he felt the turn before I did, a child reading weather off the grown people around him, and he's the one closing the circuit now because the 2 adults were too busy calling it practical. We walk, the 3 of us, connected by a child's grip. Sorcha, yes. Is this the part where we talk about what this means? This is the part where we walk, the talking comes later. The talking always comes later with you. The talking comes when I've decided what to say. I haven't decided. You're holding his hand. He's holding my hand, I'm only letting him. He reached first. He reached first and I didn't take my hand back. That's new. Yes, it is. Gideon looks up, the blue thread on his wrist, the scars where the boils were, pale and puckered on his jawline. I'm not choosing anything, I'm walking. My hands were cold. Your hands were cold. My hands are always cold. You're both very warm. This is practical. It's very practical. It's also what I want. A thing can be practical and still be the thing you'd have picked anyway. It can. Good, then stop talking about it. I'm hungry and the talking's slowing us down. The talking isn't slowing us down. My leg is slowing us down. Your leg's been slowing us down for 12 days. We're used to it. The talking is new. Sorcha makes a sound, short, surprised, the start of a laugh she catches before it escapes. Gideon looks up at her, then at me. Was that funny? That was accurate. Accuracy is often funny. Daria says that too. Daria says accuracy is undervalued. Daria's right. Daria is always right. It's very annoying. We walk pine in cold water and her scent underneath. Hearken, Lyra's voice from behind. The bridge ahead has structural concerns. What kind of structural concerns? The left support beam is rotted at the base, the right one's cracked, the center span has a visible bow, the bridge will hold 2 people at a time, 3 if one of them isn't the big man. The big man is an orc who outweighs everyone here combined. He outweighs everyone here combined, and the bridge doesn't care about his feelings. The bridge cares about load. We'll cross 2 at a time. He should cross alone. Him and anyone else is already past the margin. The big man will cross alone. Good, the big man is learning. Torvik shifts Lyra's weight on his back. The child has opinions. The child has measurements. Opinions bend, measurements don't. You're raising an engineer. I'm carrying an engineer. The raising is happening on its own. She'll outlast all of us. She'll outlast all of us, and she'll tell us we did it wrong. That's the purpose of engineers. That's the purpose of children. We cross the bridge 2 at a time. I cross alone. My leg protests on the uneven planks and a cough scrapes through my chest. The timbers groan, but they hold. Lyra watches every plank from the other side. Crossing alone is a small thing, and it isn't. 12 days ago, I couldn't have stood at all. 6 days ago, I was a leg that didn't answer and a voice in my skull telling everyone to leave me on the road. Now I'm putting my own weight over rotted timber 1 careful step at a time, and the leg holds barely, and holding barely is a kind of victory I've learned not to sneer at. Each plank takes the 300 pounds and gives it back. The center span bows under me and settles. I keep my eyes on the far end where the boy is waiting, and I don't look down at the water, because I've had enough of water I can't see the bottom of. 7 creeks, the bridge will last another winter. After that, someone should rebuild. Someone will rebuild. I want to be consulted. You'll be consulted. The big man promises many things. He keeps his promises. I promised you somewhere warm. We're walking toward somewhere warm. He's correct. I'll accept the promise as partly fulfilled. Full fulfillment requires a fire and a roof. There will be a fire and a roof. And food, I'd like food that isn't rations or moss or river water. There will be food. Then the big man is keeping his promises. I'll update my records. Torvik adjusts her weight on his back. His breathing is steady. The old orc hasn't complained once in 2 days of carrying a child who weighs about as much as a sack of grain and talks as much as a full town council. You're tired, I say. I'm old. Tired is what old means. I can carry her. You can barely carry yourself. Your leg's worse than you're admitting. My leg works. Your leg is stubborn. Stubborn doesn't heal a tear. I'll carry her. You carry the boy. The boy's lighter. The boy's walking. The boy's walking because he's too proud to be carried. He's 10. Pride at 10 is a good sign. It means the spirit survived. His spirit survived Millbrook. His spirit survived everything. Some children are like that. They bend instead of breaking. The ones who keep their minds busy, too busy working a problem to fall apart. You're describing Lyra. I'm describing both of them. The afternoon light shifts, the road widens, the trees thin. The ground changes from mud to packed dirt to gravel. Signs of traffic, signs of civilization, the smell of wood smoke from somewhere ahead. Thornfield. The garrison appears on the horizon, stone walls, smoke from chimneys. The smell of bread and cooking fires reaches us before the walls do. A gate wide enough for carts. The road leads straight to it, the answer to a question we've been asking for 12 days. Thornfield, Sorcha says. Thornfield. The testimony. The testimony, Gideon speaks. I corroborate. The blood samples, the official record. The formal act of making the genocide known. Yes, and after. After Thornfield, the road south keeps going. The inn is waiting. The hearth. The hearth needs a new door. The hearth needs many things. A new door, a new roof, a wider frame for the entrance. A wider frame. The current frame isn't built for a man of my dimensions. The current frame was built for humans. I'll have it changed. You'll have the frame of your inn changed. I'll have a lot of things changed. The frame, the chairs, the bed. The bed. The bed's built for one person of average human height. It's inadequate for the current arrangement. The current arrangement. The current arrangement is 2 people, one of whom is 7 feet tall and built like a siege engine. The bed will need reinforcing. Reinforced, triple-braced, wrench will handle it. You've already asked wrench. I haven't asked wrench, wrench volunteered. Wrench volunteers for every structural problem within earshot. She can't help herself. She built 7 escape plans in 6 days. She'll build a bed in 2. The woman is relentless. You're planning. I'm planning. I haven't planned in 12 days. The planning feels like breathing. Gideon's hand tightens in mine, small fingers, certain grip. Will there be a room for me? There's always been a room for you. The room at the inn, the one with the window that faces the road. That room has always been yours. It wasn't mine, I was staying in it. Staying and belonging are different. They're different, you belong. I belong. He says it flat, controlled, like everything else he says. A child who's learned to keep his voice steady because steady voices survive. Hearken. Yes. The ocean after Thornfield, after the testimony, after the inn. After everything. I want to see it with you. You'll say it with me. And the boy. And the boy, and the engineer with the broken leg, and the old orc who carries her, and the woman who builds things with her hands while she walks. All of us, the ocean's large enough. That's the first time you've included everyone. That's the first time everyone's been mine to include. The garrison walls grow larger, the gate is open, soldiers on the walls. The flag above the gate moves in the wind. Lyra reads the walls, 14, 2 on the east wall, 4 on the north, 3 at the gate, 5 walking the perimeter. The staffing seems adequate. I'm glad the staffing meets your standards. It doesn't meet my standards are higher, it meets the minimum. But the gate rotation is well-timed. Someone competent is giving orders. Torvik laughs, the sound is deep and slow and fills the road. The first real laugh from the old orc since Iron Creek. Daria falls back from her scouting position to walk beside us. The gates open, no challenge on the road. They're expecting travelers, not threats. We don't look like threats. We look like what we are, survivors come up the North Road. That's enough to get through any gate I've ever seen. You've seen many gates. I've walked through every one of them, that's also enough. North then 6 people, 2 orcs, 3 humans, and a sharp-eyed child with a broken leg, limping, grieving, alive. Sorcha's hand finds mine above Gideon's head, her fingers lace through mine. The grip is different from the boy's, a woman who has put her axe down and picked it up again and decided what it means. The lavender is in the air, the pine is in the air, the smoke from Thornfield is in the air, and underneath all of it the thing that smells like the future, clean air, the absence of rot, the first breath of something that is not ending. We walk toward the gate, Gideon between us, his hands in ours, the bear in his jacket and the blue thread on his wrist. The gate is open. Beyond it, wood smoke and the smell of bread, and a road that goes on south past Thornfield towards salt water none of us have seen yet. We walk through together.
The package came 3 days ago. Brown paper and twine knotted for a long, wet road. Inside, a letter from Bronwyn and a smaller sheet pressed with the Thornfield Council's wax seal. The council sheet I read once and filed in the lockbox under the bar. Bronwyn's letter I've read so many times the creases have gone soft. I take it out now, while the stew holds. The first guests haven't stepped on gravel yet. Sorcha. The boy is well. I'm writing this from the recovery garden so you'll know I mean it. He's on the wall behind me with Kale, trading bird names. He hasn't coughed in 11 days. The fever broke the night I wrote you last. The damage to his lungs is real and will be with him for years, but he'll live long enough to forget what it cost him. That's the part I want you to read first. The rest in order. The deposition is sealed. Gideon spoke for 2 hours to 3 magistrates and a healer witness. He named the alchemist by the face Harkin gave us, by the voice Wrench gave us, by the symbol the canisters carried. The record is locked in the council vault, and the magistrate names are sealed with it. He's on no registry, no open record, and no southern reader can find him. The boy doesn't know how protected he is. I didn't want him learning the word deposition before he learned to whistle. 6 villages on the operational list are accounted for, patrols withdrawn, wells locked. The schoolmistress downriver had already started keeping the children off the public pump. We sent her the chemical signature so she'd stop being polite about it. There won't be a second Millbrook. Other plagues may come. This one is broken at the source. Vorley's superiors are quieter than they were. 2 have stepped down from regional command. 1 has been recalled to the capital under formal review. The 4th, the one we both suspect, hasn't been touched yet, but the council has the funding trail and it's patient. The alchemist's notes burned in the fog. Harkin did good work, breaking the canisters in the order he broke them. Lyra knew which breaks mattered. We have the formula reconstructed. We keep it because it has to be remembered. Captain Marin is bringing Bruck and the baby to the autumn gathering. Bryn travels with them. I won't write the part where I tell you what the boy made me promise. He wants to tell you himself. Walk through the wider door. Bronwyn. I fold it, the same fold it came in. 6 even creases, square corners, a woman who measures everything she touches. I put it under the lockbox key in the drawer beneath the bar. The council sheet stays sealed. The hearth has never been this loud. Voices over voices. Laughter cutting through the talk. Mugs on wood. Children's feet on the new floorboards, the ones Harkin laid 3 months ago because Gideon kept tripping on the old ones. It's the sound of a building being lived in. I stand behind the bar and let the noise wash over me. The axe is on the wall. It's been there 4 months, above the door frame where anyone walking in can see it. Sleeping in the open. It's a tool, and it hangs where tools hang. The new slate roof is Harkin and Torvek's. 4 days of lifting and laying. The wooden bear is Harkin's too, carved over 3 evenings, one ear a little more successful than the other. It sits on the shelf he built into the wall of Gideon's room, the high one, facing south exactly as he was told to build it, so the bear can see where they've been. The wider door is Wrench's. You still stare at the door, Harkin says behind me. I stare at the door because the door is very good. You hated the door when Wrench put it in. I didn't hate the door. I hated that Wrench was right about the door. You hated that she changed something you built. I hated that she changed something I built, and it came out better. That's a specific kind of hatred. It's a hatred that ends in gratitude. It's a hatred that ends in a door you can walk through without turning sideways. Gratitude is a strong word. I accept that the door functions. Functions. Beautifully, triple-hinged, reinforced frame. I'll deny saying it. And the chair. At the bar, the end nearest the kitchen. Oversized, reinforced, built in 2 days like Wrench promised. The seat is wide enough for an orc, the legs braced 3 ways. It's the first chair in this building made for him. Never adapted, never borrowed. Built. I watch him drop into it during gatherings without the half-second of doubt every other chair pulls out of him. It doesn't break. It has never broken. Mag's carved ladle hangs above the hearth. I rebuilt the hearth around it. Chair's holding, Gideon says, passing me with a stack of plates. It's been holding 3 months. 3 months because Wrench overbuilds everything. If she made a bridge, it'd outlast the river. She did offer to rebuild the bridge on the South Road. She offers to rebuild everything. It's what she does. I'm only saying the chair is good. You like the chair. I like that he fits in it and doesn't think about fitting. The chair's just where it happens. That's a lot of noticing for a boy carrying plates. I notice while I carry. It's efficient. He is a precise boy who checks the locks at 3 in the morning and helps me make honey cakes and notices when the people around him stop bracing for the floor to drop. The blue thread is still on his wrist, filthy and unchanged, where it's been since Millbrook. I offered once to cut it off and tie on a new one. Clean, same blue, he'd never know the difference. It wouldn't be the same one, he said. This was my mother's. My father put it in my hand before he sealed the cellar. A new one would just be blue. It's fraying, it'll come apart on its own eventually. Then I'll tie the frayed ends back together. I'm not taking it off. Not for a clean one, not for a birthday, not ever. When it wears through, I'll knot it. When it's too short to knot, I'll keep the piece. He held the wrist up so I could see he meant it. Some things you keep because keeping them is the whole point. I didn't argue. I braided a second thing into my own hair the week after and told him it was for the same reason. and he nodded like I'd finally understood something he'd been trying to teach me. I train in the yard twice a week, controlled drills. The axe comes off the wall, goes through the patterns, goes back on the wall. The fever stirs when I train, a low hum I notice and set aside like a change in the weather. In thunderstorms, I go out for a few minutes. The drumming of it is close enough to combat to trip the first stage. I stand in the rain. I come back in. Harkins learned to let me go without following. I've learned to come back. You were talking to Mrs. Thatcher again, I say. I told her the boy is chopping wood. She'd have wanted to know. She's been dead 6 months. The dead don't stop caring about the living. They just stop answering. You used to apologize to them. I used to have things to apologize for. Now I have news, and the news is better. Across the room, Gideon passes the back door. His hand finds the lock, tests it, finds it solid, moves on without breaking stride. The motion's so worn in it's invisible to anyone not watching for it. I'm always watching for it. The cost of surviving, paid daily in small amounts by people who have agreed to keep paying it. The iron wire in my hair catches the light when I turn. The kavro, the tethering, I let him braid it in before I asked what it meant. You're touching the wire again, Gideon says. I'm adjusting the wire. You adjust the wire when you're thinking about him. I adjust the wire when it catches the collar. The collar's open. It doesn't catch on an open collar. You're thinking about him. I'm always thinking about him. That's not specific to the wire. That's the most direct thing you've ever said about him. Don't get used to it. The kitchen smells like venison. I've been cooking 2 days. Venison stew, fresh, not stretched. The first time in 6 months there's enough meat for the pot. Roasted roots with rosemary from the replanted garden. Bread risen properly this morning because the kitchen holds its heat now, holds it all the time. Pickled cabbage from Torvek's crock, his wife's recipe, dead 20 years, the recipe the marriage's last surviving thing. Honey cakes Gideon helped make. His hands steady enough now for the measuring and the pouring and the patience it takes. 6 months ago the stew stretched thin for 9. Tonight it feeds 31, and there's bread left over. You're hovering, Harkin says behind me, the solidity of him at my back. I'm managing. You're managing the stew doesn't need it, the stew is competent. No stew is competent without supervision. You've supervised it 2 days, it's ready, the bread's ready, the cabbage is ready, the only thing not ready is you. I'm ready. You're standing in the kitchen looking at the food instead of the door. Come outside, they're here. I take off the apron and follow him through the wider door. The sound changes the second we step out. Kitchen heat for autumn wind, the clatter of mugs for the crunch of gravel and voices coming up the road. The road is busy. First time it's been busy since I bought the place. Nell and Rune come first. I hear Nell before I see her, that laugh that fills a room ahead of the woman. Wildflowers in her braids, the way there have always been wildflowers in her braids. Rune behind her, broad hands around a wrapped bundle. Sorcha, Nell's arms come around me, and the hug is an ambush, and I let it land. You look different. No, you don't argue with me. You look like a woman who sleeps. I've always slept. You've always shut your eyes with a hand on a weapon and called it sleeping. I've met your kind of sleep. It snores with one ear open. My sleep's improved. How much? A hand on the pillow now, both ears still on the room. Progress. Nell laughs, and it goes all the way up into the rafters. Rune holds the bundle out to Gideon, a carved wooden animal. A wolf, I think, though the proportions are generous. The hind legs are uneven, Gideon says. Character. Character is the word people use when the measurement's wrong. Rune considers this for a long moment as he considers everything. Maybe, keep the wolf anyway. I accept the wolf. Zola appears from behind Rune's legs. Green skin, tusks barely showing, dark curls everywhere. She looks up at Harkin, all the way up. Every child does it the first time. Up, she says. He swings her onto his shoulder without breaking off whatever he's saying to Rune. One arm. Children climb him. It's a recurring problem nobody, Harkin included, treats as a problem. Bryn and Kadik arrive while Nell is still laughing. Bryn first, the posture she never lost, her eyes sweeping the room before her boots clear the threshold. Overlapping fields of view from the bar and the kitchen, she says. It's an inn, Bryn, not a garrison. Every inn's a garrison if the wrong man walks in. Good windows, the stairwell's a choke point. The stairwell is a stairwell. It's both. Some things are tactical and beautiful at once. Yours is. She says it without slowing down, already moving to read the next wall. Kadic comes through behind her, one hand trailing the rebuilt stone as he passes. New mortar joints. 3 months, Harkin repointed the whole south face. He did it right, the bonds staggered like it should be. A builder noticing another builder's hands. He finds Harkin across the room and they fall into it, low and unhurried. Your calluses sit different than they used to, Kadic says. Roofing, the digging ones are underneath. You don't lose the old ones, you build new over the top. True of more than calluses. Senna and Gorvek come third, and Senna's eyes find the passage behind the pantry before her coat is off her shoulders. There's a passage behind that wall. There's a passage behind that wall you weren't meant to notice. I notice passages, it's the whole of what I do. Cold air tastes different where it's got somewhere to go. A beat, the corner of her mouth, runs north, 40 feet give or take, single file. 2 abreast at the midpoint, I widen it after the siege. Gorvek stands in the doorway a while before he comes in. Gray-green skin scarred from the mountain, black hair braided tight, scrimshaw on his tusks catching the firelight. The stillness of a man who guarded a temple alone for years and is still learning how to stand in a full room. Your inn holds the heat, he says at last. Because Wrench fixed the flu. I did not mean the heat. He works the words out slow, one at a time, as he works everything. I meant the people. The people hold each other here. Senna looks at him. He's still adjusting. He'll always be adjusting. That's what years alone in a temple does. You did not drag me out, I followed. You followed because I stole your sacred stone, and you had to chase it. The chasing, yes, everything after, no, that I chose. Ember and Thane come next, and Ember sees Gideon through the window before she's through the door. She stops. He's taller. The boils are gone, pale scars in their place along his jaw. His neck is clear. The blue thread on his wrist, filthy and unchanged. She runs. She goes down on her knees in the dirt in front of him, and her hands go to his throat first. You're checking me. I'm always checking you. I'm fine. I can see you're fine. I'm checking anyway. Her eyes are wet. You told me not to die while you were gone, Gideon says. I listened. You listened. You said it like an order. I follow orders from people who mean them. Your scars. The scars are what's left when the dying part finishes. Sorcha says a scar's just the body's way of remembering. Thane stands behind Ember, his hand on her shoulder, filling the doorframe and saying nothing because the moment isn't his. She pulls Gideon in, he lets her. His arms come up unsure then sure, a boy practicing being held. You're crying, Harkin says beside me. My eyes are adjusting to the light. The light hasn't changed. Everything's changed, be quiet. You're quiet and you're watching Ember hold the boy and thinking about what it is to find a person you were sure you'd lost. What is it? It's worth more than anything that broke to get here. That's very articulate for a man who mostly communicates by lifting heavy objects. I've been practicing. Practicing what? Words, you're worth the practice. Sybil and Axel come fifth with Pip. Sybil's eyes do a circuit of the room and miss nothing. Axel beside her, Tinker's hands, solid and easy. Pip behind them both, around 11, watchful. Sybil and I take each other's measure across the bar. Senna found the tunnel, she tells me, dry, in 12 seconds. I'd have had it in 8. You built this place to hold. I built it to live in. The holding came with me. Nothing here is accidental. Sight lines from the bar cover every door. The pantry's got a second way out. The roof's set up for watching. You built a home that doubles as a position. I built a home, the position is a habit. Habit's just training that forgot to quit. Then my habit has very good sight lines. Axel finds wrench inside 10 minutes, 2 builders pulled together by whatever draws builders. Inside 30, they're redesigning the chimney flue. Axel calls the load path on her door hinges elegant. Wrench calls it correct. They argue the difference like it's scripture. Pip and Gideon circle each other for an hour before either says a word. You know the locks, Pip says. Every lock in this building. I can pick them. All of them. The back's the weakest, the front's the strongest. The second-floor window latch is decorative. It's decorative because the window's too small for a grown man to use. It's not too small for me. It's not too small for me either. We should test them. All of them, I'll time you. They vanish around the corner. Inside an hour, they'll know every weakness in the building. Inside a day, they'll have fixed half. Your boy found a friend, Sybil says. My boy found an accomplice, different thing. Better thing, friends disappoint, accomplices commit. Marin and Bruck arrive last and the circle closes. Marin with brass calipers glinting in her hair. Bruck beside her, the lightning bolt scar across his jaw, the baby tucked in one arm. The baby sleeps through all of it. Bruck sees Harkin. The grip when they clasp forearms is a soldier's grip. Good soldier, Bruck says, good man. Harkin's jaw works, that pull from his ear to his chin when something lands harder than he braced for. He clasps back. You built a roof, Bruck says. I built a roof. You used to dig holes. The roof's better. Much better, the holes were always too deep anyway. The holes were the right depth. For the dead, this is the right height for the living, call it an improvement. Marin finds me at the bar, while the two orcs are still gripping forearms. You moved the pantry entrance. The old spot left a blind angle from the bar. The new one's better. You can hold both doors and the stairs from where you're standing. And the kitchen, that was the point. A navigator notices the same things a commander does. It's restful, being read by someone who isn't trying to. He practiced that speech 3 days, she says, glancing at Bruck. Good soldier, good man, on the road on the baby. The baby was unmoved. The baby's 4 months old. 4-month-old babies are unmoved by everything but milk. He takes it all to heart. It's why I married him. The tables fill. The stew goes out, the bread gets torn, the noise climbs to the level where nobody can hear a single conversation, so everyone has one anyway. The venison's good, Rune says across the table. It's fresh venison's hard to ruin. You'd be surprised, I've ruined fresh venison. He's ruined everything he's ever cooked, Nell says. It's why I cook. It's why she cooks, I'm decorative. You're a functional husband who happens to be decorative. There's a difference. There's always a difference with these women, Bruck says, to the table at large. Everything is a difference. 2 years married, and I've learned there is no end to the differences. Harkin speaks from his chair at the end of the bar, and the room dips quiet for half a beat, because Harkin doesn't often speak to a room. You learn the differences because she's worth learning, he says. That's the whole of it. You stay long enough to learn them, and then you've stayed. That's more words than you said at the testimony, I tell him. The testimony needed more words, this needs fewer. These are better ones. Nell lifts her mug. To better words. To better words and worse cabbage, Lyra says from somewhere near the floor. The cabbage is fine, Torvik says. The cabbage is salty. I've told you it's salty. You don't listen because you're old and stubborn and it was your wife's recipe. It was my wife's recipe. The salt is correct. The salt is not correct. I'll eat it anyway because the bread's good and the bread carries it. That's the kindest thing you've said about my cabbage. It's the only kind thing I'll ever say about your cabbage. The room lifts its cups. One baby bottle goes up to Bruck, raising it on the baby's behalf. The baby sleeps through the toast. She'll be sorry she missed this, Gideon says. She won't remember it, Marin says. I'll remember it for her, someone should. You remember everything, Ember says, soft, in the voice of a woman who knows exactly what it means that this child is alive and remembering anything at all. I remember what matters, the rest I let go. When did you start letting things go? When the people around me got worth remembering instead. I find them on the roof again, Torvik and Harkin, legs over the edge, mugs in hand. The south road runs out below them, the same road that brought all of us here. I stop at the ladder. They haven't noticed me. The gathering's loud, Harkin says. Gatherings are meant to be loud. A quiet one's a funeral. I have been to loud funerals. Orc funerals, loud because the dead deserve to hear the living are still here. The living are still here. The living are downstairs eating your woman's venison and arguing about cabbage. The living are fine. A long silence, the kind two old soldiers keep when the words have already been said other ways. The dead rest when the living build, Torvik says. Harkin lifts his mug, it's enough. Come down, I say, the food's ready. The food will keep, Torvik says, the roof won't, there's a tile loose on the north side. There's always a tile loose on the north side, you've fixed it 3 times. It's a stubborn tile. It's 2 old orcs who'd rather sit on a roof than come to a party. The party will keep too, the roof's where the view is where the road is. The road's where we came from, a man should see where he came from while he sits where he ended up. Harkin looks at Torvik, then at me. We'll come down for the honey cakes. Gideon made the honey cakes. I know, that's why. I go back inside. The room is full. Lyra's walking now. The leg healed, not all the way, a small hitch in her step that won't ever leave. She moves along the wall, one hand reading the plaster as she goes, the same as every building she's ever been carried into. This one won't fail, she announces to no one and everyone. Wrench backed the beams and Harkin reset the foundation stones. It's the soundest building on this road. I've been over every building on this road. When did you go over every building on this road? Last Tuesday. Torvik carried me, he didn't complain. Torvik never complains. Torvik complains constantly, under his breath. Under the breath complaining is still complaining. I have heard it. She passes me, stops, turns back. Harkin. The word drops into the noise of the room and finds the quiet underneath it. She said his name. Not the big man. Not he. Not the title she's used since the day Torvik carried her out of the rubble with a broken leg and a list of every beam that had come down. Harkin. He's across the room with Zola on one arm and a mug in the other, laughing at something Rune said. He doesn't hear it. The room's too loud and the words too small, and the moment passes without ceremony. But I heard it, and she knows I heard it. The look she gives me on her way past is a child's look that has decided, without announcing it, that these people have earned a thing she doesn't hand out. Don't make it a thing, she says. I wouldn't dream of it. Good. Ember finds me at the bar, a moment later. He's different. He's the same, he just has more room now. He's a room with a window that faces the road. He's honey cakes he helped make. He's a bear with one uneven ear. He's people who notice him check the locks at 3 a.m. and don't say a word. You don't say a word. Harkin doesn't call out, I do. The scars on his jaw are healing. The scars are what's left, the rest of him grew up around them. You've gone soft, Sorcha. Only where it doesn't show. Wrench turns up at my elbow with grease on her hands. She always has grease on her hands. Axel and I redesigned the flue. The flue works. It works like a stopped clock. Right twice a day, useless the rest. You're losing better than 1/10 of your heat up that chimney, and that's a waste, and I won't have it. How much loss is acceptable? Almost none, let me fix it. Fix the chimney. I will, you'll thank me when the bread rises faster. I'll thank you by not mentioning the grease. From you, that's practically a love letter. Daria comes through the kitchen with a stack of clean bowls. She's been here since dawn, setting tables, heating water, working without being asked, as she does now. She turned up at the hearth 3 weeks after Thornfield with a pack on her back and no story past, I walked here. She sleeps in the east room and works the morning shift and has never once mentioned the farmstead or the tent or her bare feet on the frozen ground. She doesn't need to. The scar tissue on her soles shows every time she kicks her boots off by the fire. 23 years old, and she walks like a woman who's been walking her whole life and has finally picked the place to stop. Bowls are done, she says. The bread needs turning. It doesn't need turning for another 10 minutes. It needs turning now, I checked. You checked my bread. Someone has to. You're out here managing instead of baking. She's right about the bread more often than I am. I go in and turn it, and she doesn't say I told you so because Daria never says it. She says nothing, and the nothing is louder. Sybil finds me at the bar. The room's loud enough to be private. You look comfortable behind that bar. It's my bar. It's a good bar, I have to tell you something. Tell me. More of the formulas out there, different batch numbers, enough for a city. The noise of the room doesn't change, the laughter doesn't stop, the children don't stop running. The world outside this room is still the world outside this room. It isn't over, I say. No. But tonight it is. Tonight it is. She lifts her mug, I lift mine, we drink. Tonight the fire's burning and the door is open. Gideon comes around the bar with 2 empty plates. The honey cakes are gone. All of them. Rune ate 4, Bruck ate 3. The children split the rest. I saved one for Harkin. It's on the kitchen windowsill. You saved one. He likes them. He doesn't ask for things he likes, so I save them. When did you start saving things for him? When he started saving things for me, the bear, the room, the window that faces the road. He saves things and doesn't mention it. I do the same. How does that work? It's how a family works. You save things for people and you don't make it a thing. He carries the plates to the kitchen. Steady hands, steady walk. The boy who checked every lock at 3 in the morning, carrying dishes like it's the most ordinary thing in the world, because now it is. Harkin catches my eye across the room. He mouths one word. I can't hear it over the noise. 31 voices and a sleeping baby and the thump of children's feet on new floorboards. But I read his lips. Home. The room settles around the word. Not quieter, not softer. The noise is the same, but the word changes how I hear it. The laughter turns into something that holds the building up. The clatter of mugs turns into rhythm. The thump of feet on the floorboards turns into the heartbeat of a place that holds. I look at the axe on the wall, at the chair that doesn't break, at Mag's ladle over the hearth and the wider door and the wire in my hair, at Gideon's blue thread and Lyra's hitch step and Torvek's salted cabbage and Wrench's grease-stained hands, at the honey cake on the kitchen windowsill, saved by a boy who learned to save things from a man who never asked for anything. The fire crackles. The flue, despite Wrench, draws well enough for tonight. The heat stays in the room and the cold stays outside, and the door is wide, and the chairs hold, and the bar is mine, and behind it is a kitchen that smells like thyme and butter, and I'm standing in the middle of it with flour on my sleeve and the iron wire catching the light, and the word he mouthed is the truest thing either of us has said in months. I pour another round. If Sorcha and Harkin got their hooks under your ribs, if you stayed up too late in a blizzard with a woman who won't sit down and the orc who finally makes her, thank you for coming as far north as Thornfield with them. Would you leave a review? Even a sentence or two helps other readers find these books, and every single one means the world to me. https://www.amazon.com/stores/Luna Draven/author/B0FSID6KQ5. Start at the beginning. Soulbound to the Orc, Book 0 of Stone and Storm is free. A merchant guard who braids flowers into her hair, a disgraced orc scout, one blood moon night, and the ancient ritual that takes the blood of enemies turned allies and a word spoken out loud. https://dlbookfunnel.com/gffit8ou8u. Browse the whole series on Amazon. https://www.amazon.com/stores/Luna Draven/author/B0FSID6KQ5. The Stone and Storm world keeps growing. New clans, new coasts, new hearths, the same promise. A love worth bleeding for and brave enough to name. Sign up for the newsletter to be first in line for what comes next. http://www.dreamcrestpublishing.com. Selin was the Crown's best spy until she filed the report that could have stopped a massacre and watched her own service bury it. Now the task force that spent 5 months hunting her has an offer that isn't one. Walk into the enemy's fortress with the one man alive who can hear her lie. Duskbound to the Orc, Stone and Storm, Book 7. Here's the first chapter. The last page catches on the 3rd try. I hold it to the candle and wait for the flame to find the corner, watching ink curl into ash. Supply routes. Dead drop coordinates. 3 months of work going up in smoke because somebody talked and now there are boots in the alley that shouldn't be there. I know the sound of a street settling for the night. This isn't it. I feed the next page into the flame. Faster now. 3 exits. The window's fastest, but the drop's 15 feet with wet stones in the courtyard below. The back door has a bolt I can't see the other side of, and a door I can't read is a door I don't use. The floor hatch goes to a cellar that may or may not connect to the tanner's shop next door. The window, always the window. Another page. My palm itches where the old burn sits, scar tissue pulling tight near the heat. It always wakes up around fire like it remembers. 5 more pages, maybe 6. Boots on gravel. Outside, left side, maybe 30 feet. Wrong rhythm for a drunk. A drunk wanders and stalls and leans. This is even, patient, weight kept low. Too deliberate for someone who belongs. Second set, right side. They're bracketing me, which means they know I'm home. Well, I say to nobody, because there's been nobody for 5 months, and talking to myself is the only honest conversation I get. That's that then. I shove the remaining pages into the candle. All of them. When the flame balloons, the whole stack catches at once. The burning ink hits the back of my throat, bitter and hot, the ghost of intelligence that nobody wanted to hear going up in a single breath. The window goes up hard, paint stuck, warped. As I get it open with my shoulder, the cold hits my face and I taste rain that hasn't fallen yet. The courtyard below, 15 feet. Wet stone. I knew all 3 before I lifted the sash because I clocked this drop the hour I took the room. You rent the exit, the bed comes free. I go. My ankles take it, but my left knee lights up, a bright, ugly flare that remembers the last time too. I stumble 2 steps before the training folds the pain down somewhere I'll deal with later. East wall. The gap between the tanner's and the cooper's shop is 18 inches wide. I measured it yesterday with my hips. That's how you learn a city, in body widths and heartbeats, and where the light doesn't reach. I fit barely. The alley opens onto a wider street, but they're behind me. 3 sets of boots, maybe 4. They're not shouting, which is the part that tightens my stomach. Amateurs shout. Purists shout because fear is half their job. These ones save their breath for running, which means professional, which means not a purist patrol. The Shadow King's people. I take the left fork because the right goes to the bridge and bridges are traps, one way on, one way off. A fence. Over it, splinters biting my palms. Courtyard. Chickens scattering, all noise and no help. A dog that doesn't bark because I fed it dried fish 2 nights ago for exactly this moment. You don't befriend the dog on the night you need it. You do it early and bank the quiet against later. The next alley narrows and there's breathing ahead. One of them circled. That's the smart one, and the smart one is always the problem. He comes out of the shadow on my left. He's fast, but I'm faster, because I've been running for 5 months and he's been standing in a cold alley waiting, and cold makes you slow. He folds as my elbow takes his throat, and I'm past him before his knees hit the ground. No triumph in it, just tempo. The second one is smarter still. She's standing in the open with her arms at her sides, hands empty, showing me she's not reaching. That's a message, not a mistake. When she says, whisper, stop, it isn't a shout. I stop, not because she told me to, but because of the insignia on her collar. The griffin and crown, task force. 2 more step out behind me. Boxed. Clean. They did this well and I want to be angry about it, but the part of me that never switches off is already filing the shape of it away out of habit. You ran well, the woman says. We've been on you 6 weeks. The agents behind you were a bonus. How fortunate for everyone, I say, and my voice comes out flat and dry and nothing like a person who just dropped 15 feet onto wet stone and ran 6 blocks without boots. Flat is armor. Let them wonder what I have left. Who's paying for the chickens I scared? You can discuss poultry reparations from inside a warm building. Come with us. And if I'd rather discuss them from out here in the lovely pre-dawn cold. Then we hand you to the people behind the people you just outran. Your choice. That's not really a choice, is it? No, she says, it's not. After you then, since you know where we're going and I apparently don't. Keep your hands where we can see them. My hands are tied. Where exactly would I put them? Just walk, whisper. They walk me through streets I mapped 3 days ago to a building I identified as Crown Intelligence Auxiliary on my first morning here. Guard rotation, laundry that's never hung out, too many men leaving at once for a counting house. The irony is not lost on me. Nothing is ever lost on me. That's the problem. You notice everything and you can't put a single thing down. The room they put me in has stone walls, a wooden chair, and a table with rope burns older than I am. My wrists are bound with rope, not metal. Rope I could work in 20 minutes. They know that. They're not worried about it, which means whatever they're about to say will make me want to stay. That's worse than the rope. Rope you can beat. A reason to sit still is harder. The handler comes in 10 minutes later. Male, 40-something, the kind of face that's been trained out of telling you anything. The folder's held so I can't see the tab. He sits across the table, puts it down, and doesn't open it. That's a move too. Everything is a move with these people. I should know. I taught it to some of them. Codename Whisper, he says. Formerly of the 7th Directorate. Went rogue 5 months ago with classified intelligence. You forgot charming personality, I say. It was in my file, I saw it. I'm sure it was. You also took a list of operational assets that could compromise 3 active networks. Haven't. I could have sold that list 9 different ways in 5 months. To the purists, to the border lords. To the Shadow King himself if I felt like being ironic about it. I didn't sell a single name. We noticed, he says. That's why you're sitting in a chair instead of a hole. I appreciate the furniture. Very considerate. Is the hospitality always this warm, or am I special? You're expensive. 5 months of surveillance teams, intercepted messages, 3 blown covers in Blackville alone. Only 3? I counted 4. Your people in the wool merchant's shop were obvious. The man restacked the same bolt of gray twice, and nobody who works wool for a living touches it that gently. That wasn't us. Then you should worry about who it was. He lets that sit. I let it sit back. I've had a lifetime of saying nothing on purpose. You filed a report, he says. 17 months ago, the Harrogate report. My jaw tightens before I can stop it. He sees it. Of course he sees it, that's why he said it slow, like a card he'd been holding. So I let the flinch stand. A small honest tell hides a bigger one. I filed it, I say. Yes. Your handler at the time was Vane's soot. My handler at the time buried it. And 200 people died in the 4 months after because the network I identified kept operating while Vane's office used my report as kindling. I lean forward. The rope cuts, but I don't care. Is this the part where you tell me there's an investigation? Because I've heard that speech. It's a very nice speech. Very reassuring. Very useless. The investigation into soot is ongoing. The investigation into soot is a performance and everyone in this building knows it. He's connected to the Shadow King's network, and the people investigating him are the people he answers to. I sit back. But sure, ongoing, I feel very safe. You don't feel safe anywhere, Whisper. That's why you've been sleeping in a different building every night for 5 months. I prefer variety, keeps the mind sharp. Does it? Because from where I'm sitting, 5 months of variety has got you captured in a rented room with no shoes and burning documents. I was burning documents because someone in your organization sold my position. Again, so you'll forgive me if I'm not feeling warm about the brand. Fair point. He folds his hands on the table. Let me make you a different one. I'm listening, not agreeing, listening. We have a mission, he says. The Shadow King's network is growing, expanding south through the disputed territories. We have reports of new cells in Thornhaven, connections reaching into the Ashlands. The scope is bigger than what you found at Harrogate. I know, I say. I've been tracking it for 5 months. Why do you think I was burning documents? That wasn't old grocery lists. That was names and routes, a shape I've been drawing in the dark with no one to hand it to. It sits behind my ribs now, the whole of it, because I made myself the only copy. Safer, lonelier, both. Which is exactly why you're sitting in a chair instead of a cell. We need someone who understands the intelligence, who can move through the territories without drawing attention, who speaks the border dialects. You need me. I need what you can do. Those aren't the same. Is there? Because this feels a lot like you need me alive and cooperative, and that's the only reason I still have teeth. You still have teeth because you didn't sell those names. That bought you something. Don't waste it. What's the mission? Follow the network south, find the Shadow King's base of operations, map it, get the intelligence back to us so we can act before the next Harrogate. Before the next Harrogate, I repeat. You say that like the first one mattered to anyone in this building. It matters now. Because you need me, not because 200 people died. He doesn't answer that. He doesn't have to, we both know it already. Institutions don't grow a conscience. They grow a need and then they come find you. There's a catch, I say. There's always a catch. We need you to work with a partner. I laugh. It comes out all edges, rusty from disuse, the sound of someone who forgot how the machinery works. I can't remember the last time I laughed where someone could hear it. A partner, I say. You want me to trust someone. I want you to complete a mission. Trust is your problem, not mine. Who? An orc tracker, Torvin of Clan Asheville. He's been on the Shadow King's trail for 14 months, longer than anyone. He has the route through the southern passages mapped in his head. You have the intelligence to know what he's looking at when he gets there. An orc tracker, I say, who's been alone in the wild for over a year, and a spy who went rogue. You really know how to build a team. You complement each other. We'll kill each other. Possibly, but you'll get further together than either of you will alone, and we both know it. What's his angle? Why would an orc tracker work for Crown Intelligence? There's always an angle. Find the reason a person moves and you can predict every step. I don't have his yet, and not having it itches. He's not working for us, he's working for himself. His clan was destroyed by the Shadow King's forces, every last member. He's been hunting the network ever since. So he's running on grief and rage. Wonderful, that's stable. More stable than running on spite and a martyr complex, which is what you've been doing. I don't have a martyr complex. Martyrs die for a cause. I'm trying very hard not to die at all. And yet you stayed in the territories instead of crossing the border into Veldmark, where we couldn't touch you. Why is that? The food's better here. Try again. Because the Shadow King's network doesn't stop at borders, and neither does the damage it does. I stayed because somebody had to keep watching, even if nobody was listening. The truest thing I've said in this room, so I say it flat, so it won't be worth much to him. Give a real thing away in a plain wrapper and people undervalue it. We're listening now. Now that you need something, you call it listening, it's shopping. Does the distinction matter if the result is the same? It matters to me. Then let it matter, and come south anyway. Tell me more about the orc. He found you, Whisper, independently. 3 weeks ago, we intercepted his report. That lands somewhere between my ribs. 3 weeks. Someone was tracking me for 3 weeks, close enough to write me up, and I never felt eyes. I feel eyes. It's the one thing I've never lost, that prickle at the back of the neck. 3 weeks blind means I'm either slipping or he's better than anyone I've worked with. Neither option makes me feel good about sharing a trail with him. He found me, I say. A tracker with no intelligence training found a trained operative who's been invisible for 5 months. Best Pathfinder the Southern Territories have produced in a generation. He can find anything. Can he follow orders? Can you? Fair point does he know about me, that I'm the partner. He knows he'll be working with a Crown Intelligence operative. He doesn't know which one. And when he finds out it's the rogue spy who's been running from her own government for 5 months, how's that conversation going to go? That's between the two of you. I just need you both pointed in the same direction. Pointed in the same direction, like weapons. Like professionals with a common enemy. You'd be surprised how well it works when both parties want the same man dead. I don't want him dead. I want him dragged into the light with his name on the orders. Dead just makes him a rumor. Dead men can't be blamed, and a network that loses its head just grows another. I learned that at Harrogate. Then you and the orc already have something to argue about. Good, keeps the road interesting. I look at the folder on the table. I look at the rope on my wrists. 2 doors, 1 window, 3 guards breathing on the other side of the left wall. I take the inventory without deciding to. It runs on its own, always has. And if I decline this generous offer? Desertion, he says, ticking fingers. Theft of classified materials. Unauthorized operation in sovereign territory. Impersonation of a diplomatic courier, which you did in Blackville in month 2. We have the paperwork. I was very convincing as a diplomatic courier. You were. The cell we have prepared is less convincing. It's not comfortable, the food is terrible, and you'll sit there while the Shadow King's network keeps growing and everything you found at Harrowgate stays buried with the people it killed. The Harrowgate dead sit in my chest like stones. 200 names, 200 faces I never met but memorized anyway because somebody should remember them even if the system won't. I say them some nights, in order, like other people say prayers. It keeps me honest. Tell me one thing, I say. If I do this, if I go south with your orc, find the Shadow King's base, and bring back everything you need, what happens to Soot? That depends on what you bring back. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. Bring me proof that Soot is connected, and I'll have enough to take to people who outrank the people protecting him. People who outrank the people protecting him. That's a lot of people between me and justice. It's better than a cell and no chance at all. You're good at this, I say. The reasonable voice, the practical logic, making the cage feel like a door. I've done it to other people from his side of the table, and hearing it done back is almost a relief. Is it working? Unfortunately. The mission or the cell whisper. Your intelligence, your skills, your knowledge of the network, paired with his tracking and his roots, or a stone room and bad food while the world burns. Fine, I say, but I want the rope off my wrists and I want boots. Good ones. And I want it on record that I said yes under duress because I did. The only reason I'm agreeing is because the Shadow King killed 200 people on my watch, and the system that was supposed to stop him is the same system that put me in this chair. Noted, he says, and something that might be respect passes behind his eyes, or indigestion. Hard to tell with handlers. And I want a weapon, something better than a candle and a prayer. That can be arranged. And one more thing. Go on. If this orc tracker tries to give me orders, I'm going to make his life very difficult. I suspect he'd say the same about you. Good, then we understand each other already. He slides the folder across the table. I don't open it yet. I will. We both know I will. The choice was made 5 months ago when I memorized 200 names and decided they deserved more than a buried report and a bureaucrat's shrug. But I let the folder sit for one breath. 2. Because it's the last second where my only problem is me, and there won't be many of those on the road south. They don't want to kill me, they want to use me. Worse. Luna Draven writes orc romance for readers who want the fantasy and the feelings, big worlds, bigger warriors, and the soft, stubborn women who refuse to flinch from either. Her heroes are gentle where it counts and dangerous where it matters, and they always say the brave thing out loud in the end. Her heroines keep their hope like a blade, sharpened, carried, and never once apologized for. Join the newsletter and be first in line for every new release. http://www.dreamcrestpublishing.com